Montreal. Welcome to Phillies baseball, and yes, we are going to have a baseball game today. In fact, a doubleheader, the Phils and the Montreal Expos. It has been since Monday that the Phillies have last played. Our special guest today is Tim McCarver, Phillies catcher. And Tim, how does this affect a ball player, this long layoff?
Well, it affects us quite a bit, I think, Harry, particularly at this point in the season with 2 off days and then 2 rainouts. If this were to happen in July, I think it'd probably be a break for the club, but right now I'm kind of anxious to see what it's going to do. However, we have been working out the last few days, and we're hoping that we can pick up where we left off Monday in Pittsburgh.
Of course, you'll be catching the first game, and how about the Expos lineup? For example, got to ask you about Dave Cash. Dave Cash doubled twice down the line against the Phillies at Veterans Stadium, and normally you figure inside out, the ball inside to it, but he was pulling it.
Dave's a difficult hitter to pitch to, Harry. He goes the other way with the pitch away and can pull the pitch inside. We like to pitch him inside, and I think stay away from his slot. His slot is a fastball. He's a fastball hitter, and last year actually it was a learning process for us. And after playing with Dave for so many years, you'd think that we'd know how to pitch him, but he thinks also, and consequently that can make for a difficult time with him. And we had a difficult time with him last year until we started going to breaking balls, and particularly with lefty. I remember one game here in the 9th inning with the bases loaded, when the game that Steve won 1-0, a big win for us. And Dave was hitting one of the most notorious hitters, really, with a man on third base, because he's going to make contact and get the runner in. And we threw him a curveball, and he had a short fly ball to right field, and we ended up winning the ball game. And I think that was an example of how we're going to pitch him today. We're going to go probably more with breaking balls. This is a very difficult lineup to face for a left-handed pitcher. They've got some good right-handed hitters, Tony Perez, Dawson, Valentine. I remember 3 pitches that Valentine hit off a lefty last year for home runs, and all of them were about in the same spot inside, and we're going to stay away from him today, needless to say.
You know, you mentioned all those players, and of course, the guy that's off to a great start and appears to be a much improved hitter is Larry Perry.
Yes, he's a tough hitter, and we last year pitched him away, and they told us in winter ball, I think, after the game, that he was handling the ball away much better. And I think today we may be coming inside a little bit more on him. He's a changed hitter. And this is I think the crux of hitting in the major leagues, Harry, is adjusting. And most big league hitters will adjust with you. And me as a catcher and Steve as a pitcher we have to be ahead of them as far as knowing when they're adjusting, knowing when they're more vulnerable inside and away and things of that nature. And that's what we're paid to do.
To what extent do you use advanced scouting reports? Phillies have Hugh Alexander that travels ahead of the club and looks at the team the Phillies are going to play next. Do you use these?
I use them in a general fashion. I try not to be specific. Huey's excellent in zeroing in on opposing ball clubs, but Huey's not on the field at the same time. I mean, he is in the stands, and it's a little bit different in the pit. And a lot of it, you get the feel for a game back behind the plate, I know, and sometimes you're wrong, and hopefully most of the time you're right. And when you're dealing with a guy like Steve Carlton, well, he makes it a little easier to call a game for you.
When you're catching lefty, can you tell immediately, like the first inning, what kind of stuff he has, or is it changeable?
That's a good question. Lefty's a very erratic pitcher in that respect, and I think in some respects that's the reason he's so successful. He may not have a breaking ball for the first 3 innings, and then all of a sudden develop it in the 4th, 5th, and 6th innings. His middle innings are very strong. I think Steve's a lot like Bob Gibson used to be. And I hate to keep referring to Bob, but I caught Bob, and he was a great pitcher. And Steve's similar to him in the respect that if you don't get him early, well, then he gets stronger as the game goes on. And Steve, if you look over the last couple of years, even though they've been very successful, the times that he's been hurt have been in the early innings.
Tim, you know, you have a shot of being a trivia question. Very few ball players ever have played in 4 decades, and you got a shot if you go into the 80s. You broke in when, 1959?
Right. I was 17 years old and right out of high school, and broke in. I played about 15 games with the Cardinals in the month of September. And that kind of, I guess I do have a shot at it. It'd be kind of an ignominious honor, but it might be the only way I get the Cooperstown.
Are you going to play into 1980?
I might. I've signed through 1979, and my career certainly in the last 5 years, Harry, has taken a kind of a different turn. 3 years ago, I was happy with the one-year contract and actually didn't know what I was going to play for through the 1976 season. And with this thing with Steve, it's kind of given me a new life and really a new perspective. I think my life in baseball has truly been filled with peaks and valleys.
You had to be at age 17 in the major leagues. I mean, you had to be just in total awe.
And so total shock is more like it. I think it's funny. I was a different type of hitter back in 1959. I had an open stance with no power whatsoever and hit everything to left field. And now I have a tough time really going to left field. And then I was more of an off-speed hitter, and today I think I like the fastball better.
Tim, very best to you, and thanks ever so much.
Thank you, Harry. I enjoyed talking.
Tim McCarver, our guest, and we'll be back with a final word right after this.
A serious automobile accident. It could happen to you. Do you have the proper insurance coverage at affordable rates? Check your policy. Then call Safeguard Mutual, celebrating its 40th anniversary. Safeguard Mutual are insurance professionals specializing in no-fault auto insurance. They provide you with 24-hour service and issue ID cards on the spot. So call them at 563-0935 and compare their premium with what you now pay. Call today, Safeguard Mutual, 563-0935. Also check their rates for fire and homeowners insurance. 3 convenient locations, 6752 Market Street, Upper Darby, 1321 Arch Street, and 4419 North Broad Street in Philadelphia. See their ad in the yellow pages. And remember, for proper insurance coverage at affordable rates, call Safeguard Mutual, 563-0935. 563-0935.
All of our guests on the pregame show receive a beautiful Seiko watch from the Seiko collection and gimbals. Now stay tuned for the ball games. Doubleheader baseball. The Phillies and the Montreal Expos. Phillies finally playing baseball. The last game Monday, but we will get 2 in today. It's a nice day. Steve Carlton in the first game and Larry Christensen in game 2. All the action coming your way in just a couple of minutes.
You have been listening to the Philadelphia Phillies pregame show, brought to you by the Delaware Valley Toyota dealers. You asked for it, you got it. By Safeguard Mutual Insurance. At Safeguard, you deal directly with the company. And by Wolto Department Stores. They want to be your favorite store.
If you were in the heating and cooling business, this would be the slowest time of the year for you. It's past the peak season for installing heating equipment, and it's too early to install cooling equipment.
Ajax Heating and Cooling. You want a serviceman to come out and fix your heating system? Sure. When do you want him there? We can send him right over.
Because it's early, Carrier is giving you an incentive to buy their products now. A cash rebate on selected energy-saving heating and cooling products if you buy them before April 15th.
You want to know what their cash rebates are? Certainly. It's $100 on the Carrier Round 1 Central Air Conditioner or their new Round 1 heat pump. $40 on the Carrier energy-saving gas furnace. $40 on the Carrier electronic air cleaner, $30 on an attic fan, and $20 on the Carrier humidifier.
Buy these energy-saving products before April 15th and get a Carrier cash rebate check. For the name of your nearest participating Carrier dealer, dial CARRIER.
This offer has been extended through April 30th.
This is KYW 1060 Philadelphia, News Radio in the Delaware Valley. And now these sports items. It'll be Game 3 of the National Hockey League quarterfinals tonight as the Flyers face the Buffalo Sabres at Buffalo. The Flyers have already won 2 in the best-of-7 series on home ice at the Spectrum. The Sixers will be trying for a sweep in their best-of-7 NBA quarterfinal series against the New York Knicks tomorrow. Philadelphia will hope to end the series with a win at Madison Square Garden. The Fury plays Memphis at Vet Stadium this afternoon. The Fury has a 1-2 record. Memphis is winless. Penn Lacrosse hosts the Big Red of Cornell at Franklin Field this afternoon. Cornell will be trying for its 35th straight victory. A Penn-Cornell track meet precedes the lacrosse game. The top 2 winners of each event will make up a Penn-Cornell track club, which will compete against a union of Oxford and Cambridge in June. And Gary Player continues to hold his lead going into today's 3rd round of the Houston Open Golf Tournament. KYW News Time 1:30.
Phillies baseball is brought to you by Tasty Cake, whose cakes, pies, and cookies give you over 30 delicious ways to take a tasty break. Tasty Cake, all the good things wrapped up in one. And by
by your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer, where you get Grand Slam deals on the most complete lineup of new cars in your area. By Gerard Bank, where George lets you be the banker night and day, every day.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Olympic Stadium in Montreal, where this afternoon the Phillies and the Expos meet in a doubleheader. I'm Andy Musser, along with Harry Callis, Rich Ashburn, and Chris Wheeler, and I guess we ought to reintroduce ourselves to you. It's been a long time since we've had Phillies baseball. This will be their first game since Monday night at Pittsburgh. In the interim, they've been rained out twice, and there have been 2 scheduled off days. But this is a gorgeous day here in Montreal. The sun is out. It is very cool, however, but we'll have no threat of rain, and both ball games should be played. Wayne Twitchell and left-hander Steve Carlton will match up in the first game this afternoon, and we'll be back to give you the lineups for that ball game after we hear these messages.
The cat is really on the prowl at your Lincoln Mercury dealers. He wants these dealers to sell every Mercury in stock. Every one. That includes the anniversary edition 4-door Mercury Marquis with its MAB paints. When you paint, get the paint that lasts longer. MAB. It gives you more years per gallon. And Great in 78 is what people will be saying about the Phillies. MAB has Phillies Great in 78 bumper stickers. And you could win 2 tickets to a Phillies game if one of the MAB spotters sees the Phillies bumper sticker on your car. To get your free Phillies bumper sticker, visit the nearest MAB paint store, dealer, or Rich Luck's home center in your neighborhood.
Batter up for a new season of Big League Baseball. And once again, Acme Markets is proud to be sponsoring the Philadelphia Phillies. With a team as great as the Phillies, you expect to see great action. And at a store as great as Acme Super Saver, you expect to find a team of men and women doing their best to give you the finest service in the area, striving to keep our stores clean, attractive, and fully stocked at all times. Come see our team in action at your Acme Super Saver Market.
The best thing about a Warren's card and gift shop is something you can't buy. It's the warm, friendly attitude of our employees. At Warren's, you're treated as a guest. People stroll through our 16 stores. No pressure, just the joy of finding a perfect gift. Stop in at one of our Warren's card and gift shops, where shopping is a pleasure. All your gifts are wrapped free. Be our guest first, and then a customer if you find the gift you want. See for yourself that Warren's is a nice place to visit and to shop. Visit our Warren's card and gift shop in the Granite Run Mini Mall in the Acme Building.
Winter back at Olympique Stadium in Montreal. And here's the starting lineup for the first game of this afternoon's doubleheader for the Philadelphia Phillies. Bake McBride will lead off and play right field. Larry Bowa, the shortstop, will hit number 2. Mike Schmidt at third base. He'll bat number 3. Greg Luzinski will be in left field and hit number 4. Richie Hebner at first base, batting 5th. Gary Maddox will play center field. He'll hit number 6. Tim McCarver, the catcher, batting 7th. Ted Sizemore will be at second base. He'll hit number 8. The pitcher this afternoon in the first game for the Phillies will be left-hander Steve Carlson. For the Montreal Expos, they'll go with Warren Cromartie in left field. Dave Cash will hit number 2 and play second base. Andre Dawson in center field, batting 3rd. Gary Carter will catch and hit number 4. Tony Perez, the first baseman, batting 5th. Ellis Valentine will play right field. He'll hit number 6. Larry Parrish will play third base. He'll hit 7th. Chris Spire, the shortstop, will bat number 8. And the pitcher, former Philly right-hander Wayne Twitchell.
The entertainment of our listening audience in any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the description and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Phillies is prohibited. The announcers on this broadcast are retained by WPHL-TV, subject to the approval of the Phillies, who send us Chris Wheeler. The umpires today, John Kibler has the plate. In the first game of this doubleheader, Nick Colosi has first, Frank Pulley at second, and Joe West at third base. Now you can win even more money in the Daily News Home Run Payoff because this season every hit pays off. Today's payoff inning is the 9th. During the Phillies games, each Philly that homers receives a free case of Tasty Cake and one for Philadelphia Child Guidance Clinic. That's Philadelphia Child Guidance Clinic, and the same goes for every Phillies winning pitcher.
It's cold up here, you know.
Guess it must be. Been a long time since we did this, Chris. 4 days off, but we're ready to start this one, and Bake McBride is standing in. Here's Twitchell's first delivery to him, and it's way inside as Bake has to jump out of the way, ball 1. Bake has not had any hits in his last 12 times up. McBride, one of the many Phils who does not like the cold weather we've been playing in so far. Right-hander Twitchell's next delivery again backs Bake off the plate. It's 2-0. Billy DeMars coaches third base. Tony Taylor in the sunshine at first. We've got the rim of sunshine here that crosses right behind the mound as of the moment. A fastball is over for a strike. The Phillies are in first place in National League East, even though they've played only 8 games, the fewest number in baseball. They lead the division by percentage points. Here's Twitchell's next pitch, and it's a ground ball cut off at third base by Parrish, who was playing way in, and McBride is thrown out. Parrish was way in on the turf, and that ball was stabbed at him pretty hard, but he came up with the play, and McBride is out. 1 down. One away, and here's Larry Bowa hitting at .314. Bowa has batted safely in 6 of the last 7 ball games. Twitchell winds, and here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Twitchell 0-1 so far this year with an earned run average of 5. He has pitched 9 1/3 innings. He has walked 9 and struck out 8. 2 home runs have already been hit off Twitch. Tall right-hander's next pitch is a ground ball slapped toward Cash at second. He fields it and throws him out. Ball retired on a soft ground ball to second base. That's 2 out in the Phillies' top of the first inning. And the hitter is Mike Schmidt. Well, Schmidt has had a hit in every game, except, of course, the no-hitter by Bob Forsch. So Schmidt has batted safely in 7 of 8. Mike standing in right-handed against right-hander Wayne Twitchell, who winds, and here is his pitch. Fastball over at the knees, a strike. Schmidt's average .286. Last year, the Phillies beat the Expos 11 times out of the 18 ball games. Twitchell misses low and inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Swing and a foul back by Schmidt. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count to Schmidt. Twitchell, traded at the deadline of last year's trading deadline to Montreal, makes a pitch that's a slider on the outside corner, and Schmidt is caught looking. He strikes out. Phillies retired in order in the first. At the end of a half inning, Phillies nothing, the Expos coming up.
You know, with the purchase of selected General Electric major appliances, General Electric is giving away a U.S. savings bond.
Bonds away!
That's from now until May 31st.
You know, gentlemen prefer bonds.
You can get a great General Electric major appliance and use the savings bond to help finance a trip.
Bon voyage.
Or use the bond to buy something great.
Like chocolate-covered bonbons?
So see your GE dealer today.
Bonsai!
Singer Appliances, 1752 York Road in Abington. There's a demanding cat around. He's at your Lincoln Mercury dealers, and he wants these dealers to sell every Mercury in stock. Every one. That means you have a great chance to get into any one of his fine cars right now. From the full-size Mercury Marquis right through his Cougars, Zephyrs, Monarchs, and Bobcats. They're all up for grabs right now. See your Lincoln Mercury dealer quick, because that cat means business. At the sign of the cat.
Hey, Culligan man.
Culligan dealers are involved in many water treatment areas outside of the home. For example, Culligan is very involved in deionization and reverse osmosis water treatment in hospitals and labs, as well as normal business water treatment. Culligan, the world's #1 water treatment company, does everything from purifying water in kidney machines to keeping factory boilers free of energy-wasting scale. If your business uses water, call your local Culligan expert for a free water analysis, no obligation. Culligan is listed on the white pages under C for Culligan.
Left-hander Steve Carlton to face the Montreal Expos in the first game of this doubleheader. Carlton, of course, has not worked since a week ago Friday. And his pitching performance prior to that was the Friday before that. So Carlton has been a once-a-week pitcher so far this season. Steve is 1-1 with an earned run average of 3. And Carlton is 17-13 lifetime against the Expos. Warren Cromartie leads it off for Montreal, with Norm Sherry coaching at third base and Billy Gardner at first. First pitch by Carlton is low, ball 1. As always, Tim McCarver behind the plate catching Steve. Left-hander works hurriedly. Here's his next delivery to Cromartie. It's outside. Cromartie, a left-handed batter who has not gotten off to a good start. He is batting at 115. The Expos team batting average is 261. Check swing, and it's over for a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike to left-handed batting Warren Cromartie. Carlton winds, and the next pitch is way outside.
I think you can expect Lefty to be a little bit rusty today, just like the whole team is. But everybody really was looking forward to getting out here and playing today, but no one's played since Monday, and they look a little rusty right now.
Pitch on the way to Cromartie is low, ball 4, and Cromartie draws a base on balls, and you have to search your memory for the last time that Carlton walked the leadoff batter of a ball game. Well, here's Dave Cash. He's always tough on the Phillies. Last year, Cash batted .313 against his former mate, wrapping out 21 hits. Cash batting at .341 this year. He has hit safely in 7 straight. Carlton stretches. Here's the pitch to Cash, and it's a ground ball gloved by Hebner at first. Over to ball for 1. That's all they'll get. Cash safe at first on the fielder's choice. Cromartie rubbed out at second base, 3-6. 1 down. Cash at first base.
It's a good play by Hebner when the first baseman has to hold the runner on, like Richie was doing there. Cromartie has pretty good speed and might run, and he has to hold the runner on and then come out and get that ball. And Cash knows that. He was just trying to poke the ball to right field, and Richie Hebner made a good play on that ball.
Here's Andre Dawson, who just signed his contract with the Expos. He had been a holdout, but according to the paper today, he got a contract calling for $75,000. The pitch on the way to Dawson is a curveball, and it's low, ball 1. Dawson batting at .250. He has already hit 2 home runs and has knocked in 6. Carlton makes a move to first base. It's not his good move, and Cash is back easily. In the second game this afternoon, Larry Christensen will go for the Phillies against left-hander Ross Grimsley, who is off to a great start. Dawson swings and misses at a low pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike. Grimsley, the second game pitcher for the Expos, has already come up with 2 complete game performances. Carlton stretches. Pitch on the way to the plate, and it's a line drive base hit to center field. Cash takes the turn at second. He's going to go to third. Here comes the throw. It's cut off by Boa. Dawson singles to center field, and the Expos have runners at the corners with 1 down. Cash taking the extra base, he had a good jump, and he got to third base. First hit of the ball game. And here's Gary Carter, the Montreal cleanup batter, hitting at .256. Carter has homered twice and has knocked in 7 runs. No score in the ball game. Montreal threatening with runners at the corners. Carlton stretches, and the pitch is hard hit, but gloved by Schmidt at third. What a play! Over to second for one, to first, a double play. And Mike Schmidt not only started the double play, but saved the run for the Phillies. Montreal in the first, no runs, 1 hit, 1 man left on base. At the end of an inning, no score, and now time for a tasty break.
Tasty cake is a day in spring, a brand new love or a golden ring. Tasty cake is the morning sun. It's all the good things wrapped up in one. Tasty cake is a deep blue sea, a song they're singing for you and me. Tasty cake is a world of fun. It's all the good things wrapped up in one.
Some things in life you can always count on, like the way Tug McGraw gets the Phillies out of a jam with his trusty Scroogey, the way Bate McBride revs up a rally with his screaming line drives, and of course the way Tasty Cake keeps on baking that delicious tasting cake, like Tasty Cake candy cake. Choose chocolate, peanut butter, or mint candy cake. Bring them home in family packs or one package at a time. Any way you read them, count on Tasty Cake for all the good things wrapped up in one.
Time for the Phillies ball game on Monday night at Veterans Stadium against the Chicago Cubs when they return from this road trip. The starting time has been changed to 8:35. That's Monday night against the Chicago Cubs, 8:35. The Cubs are also in for single night games on Tuesday and Wednesday, and they will begin at 7:35. When the Phillies return, of course, they'll be playing 16 of their next 18 ball games at Veterans Stadium. And following the Cubs in town will be the San Diego Padres, the New York Mets, the Houston Astros, and the Cincinnati Reds. 16 games between the 24th and May 14th, so we recommend you get your tickets in advance. Phillies in the second inning will start with their cleanup hitter, Greg Luzinski, the bull batting at .308. He'll be followed by Hebner and Maddox to face ex-teammate Wayne Twitchell. Twitchell was 0-1 against the Phillies in 2 starts last year. And Richie Hebner hit a grand slam home run off him in this ballpark. The Bulls standing in with 1 homer and 6 runs batted in. Right-handed batter. Twitchell has his sign from Carter, and here's his first pitch. In for a strike. Last year, the Phillies had 6 home runs here at Montreal. Luzinski had 2 of them. Next pitch on the way from Twitch is a slider low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Twitchell ready to work. Here's the next pitch, and it's a little pop foul back out of play behind the plate. 1 ball and 2 strikes. This is only the second doubleheader this year in the National League, and oddly enough, the Expos were in the other one. That was the opening weekend of the season, and they split at New York. A fastball is high. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Tough to hit in this park in the daytime because of the funny shadows that are just about halfway across the infield right now and the glare in center field. It's not a very, very good hitting park at all. It should have favored the pitchers early in the game.
Swing and a miss on a slider, and Luzinski strikes out. First out of the inning as Twitchell comes up with back-to-back strikeouts.
And that's what the type of pitch that'll fool a hitter. It's important for a hitter to pick up a spin on the ball and to pick up breaking ball or whether the ball's a fastball. And if you can't pick up the breaking ball in time, obviously Luzinski was really fooled by that pitch.
Here's Richie Hebner batting at .292. It's about 50 degrees here at Olympique Stadium today. And as Chris has mentioned, part of the field is in sunshine. That would be the only warm part of the ballpark. Swing and a foul tip in and out of the glove of Carter. Strike 1. Hebner's averaged .292. He is 0 for his last 11. So he did draw a base on balls in his last plate appearance at Pittsburgh. Seems like an awful long time ago. That was Monday night. Phillies rained out in Pittsburgh Tuesday night. Scheduled off days Wednesday and Thursday. Rained out here yesterday afternoon. A strike call right at the knees to Hebner. No balls and 2 strikes to Richie Hebner. Twitchell is not a particularly quick worker. Of course, he has a history of getting behind in the count, although he hasn't today. Here's a pitch low, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
When Twitch really slows up is when he gets men on base. He starts moving over to first, and that's always been one of his biggest bugaboos, and he knows it, and he's tried to speed up over the years.
A 1-2 count on Hebner. Here's the right-hander's next pitch, and a curveball is low. 2-2, the count to Hebner. Richie with 1 home run. He has knocked in 4. Twitchell rubbing the ball up on the mound. Phillies have played fewer games than anybody else in the majors. The Cleveland Indians have played only 9 games, playing their 9th yesterday. Hebner takes a called third strike. A curveball put across the plate by Twitchell. He has picked up his 3rd strikeout. 2 down for the Phillies in the 2nd with the bases empty, and Gary Maddox will be up to face Twitchell. Last night, San Francisco blanked Cincinnati 3-0. Houston over Los Angeles 8-6. San Diego beat Atlanta 9-3. St. Louis at Pittsburgh rained out. Fastball is high, ball 1. In the afternoon, the Cubs blanked the Mets 5-0. One nothing pitch on the way to Maddox. Swing and a pop-up. Carter coming back with the mask off. He races back, but he will be out of room. Ball bounces into the crowd. 1 ball, 1 strike on Gary Maddox, batting at .323. Gary with a .310 lifetime average against Montreal pitching. We'll have no trouble with the weather here in Montreal today, except for the temperature maybe, but there is no hint of rain. Brilliant sunshine in Montreal. 1-1 pitch on the way, and it's a fly ball, very shallow center field coming on as Dawson still coming. And he one-hands it for the out. Maddox out on a fly to center, and the Phillies are again retired in order at the end of an inning and a half. No score.
Chrysler LeBaron's a good combination. It's a car sized for today's living, yet loaded with luxury. It gives you your money's worth of sensibly sized style. In your choice of 3 models, a young stylish 2-door, a classic 4-door, and the new LeBaron Town & Country wagon. The difference between this wagon and any other is luxury. Why drive a car that doesn't feel great? Why not get your money's worth of style and luxury? When LeBaron gives you all this, why settle for anything less? See it at your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer today.
The day is done. It's time to let it go. It's the way to go.
Tony Perez starts it for the Expos in the 2nd inning. Tony's in a slump, batting at .179. And he's been leaving a lot of runners in scoring position. Perez, of course, with 11 straight years of 90 RBIs or better, this year has left 24 men on base. He's left 16 at either second or third base. Perez standing in with a .179 average. Left-hander Carlton winds. Here's the pitch on the way to Perez. It's a curveball, low, ball 1.
You know, you don't want to belabor a point, but it is cold this time of the year, and a lot of hitters just don't hit very well in this kind of weather. You'll see a lot of low-scoring games, and Perez is one of those guys. A typical Latin hitter.
Low ball 2 from Carlton.
Just doesn't like to hit in this kind of weather, and that's what one of his problems is. But these guys get going after a while, and the averages start coming up.
2-0 pitch on the way, and it's a fastball at the knees for a strike. Did you see all that gear that Jose Cardenal was putting on today? Unbelievable.
Looks like he was going to play linebacker in Green Bay or something.
Here's a ball hit softly toward third base. Mike Schmidt picks it up, throws across in time for the out. We have just been served with our Expos thermos bottle. Unfortunately, it's empty, but this is their promotional item for tomorrow, and it's a really good-looking thermos bottle.
I wish it was full of chicken soup right now.
Well, Perez is out for the first out of the inning, and listen to this hand that Ellis Valentine is getting. He's the 5th leading hitter in the National League right now, carrying a .385 average to the plate. Valentine raised his average 52 points in his last ball game. Carlton puts the slider over for a strike. Ellis has 1 home run and 5 RBIs. He has a history of injury, and he seems to frequently get hurt against the Phillies. Swing and a miss at the curveball.
He gets booed here really bad, I heard, on opening day, because he been mouthing off a lot about his contract that he isn't signed and he wants this and that, but they really cheered him today.
Carlton's next pitch misses low and inside. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Valentine.
He wanted out of that number 1 spot, too, and now he's down the lineup where he probably feels more comfortable.
The 1-2 pitch is a changeup outside. So just like Gary Maddox started off last season batting number 1 and didn't like it and settled in the number 6 spot, so has Valentine this year. Pitch on the way, and it's a line drive base hit to center field. Valentine gets the second hit for the Expos, who had 2 runners on in the first inning, but a double play ball hit by Gary Carter got the Phillies out of it. And that, incidentally, was a great play by Mike Schmidt as he came up with that sharp ground ball hit toward third base. Larry Parrish, and remember when they used to boo this guy here? Well, he's got a .394 average right now, 3rd best in the league, and he has batted safely in 9 straight ball games. Every game except opening day. Pitch to the right-handed batter, curveball, low ball 1. Parrish leads the club with 10 runs batted in. No score in the ball game. Valentine at first with 1 away. We're in the second inning, first game of a doubleheader. Carlton stretches. Here's the pitch. It's in for a strike.
Seems funny seeing the Phillies defense playing him the way they are. They're playing Larry Parrish as a straightaway hitter in the outfield. And he used to pull way over in the left center on him, but he's hitting the ball the other way so much that the team has to adjust to him now.
Carlton puts the pitch over for a strike. 1-2 the count to Larry Parrish. The Expos have won 5 and lost 5. They have won 5 of their last 7 games, and 4 of their losses are by a single run. Here's the pitch. Backs him off. 2-2 the count to Parrish. Chris Spire, shortstop, is on deck. Carlton ready, and here's the pitch. Off the handle of a bat, tapped softly toward third. 1 play for Schmidt. He goes over to first in time for the out, and Valentine advances to second base. Second out of the inning, Valentine moves up on the softly hit ball toward third, and Chris Spire will hit.
Well, Timmy's going to go out and talk to Steve Carlton right now. I just don't think there are going to be a lot of runs scored in this game, so you want to really be careful here. You have the base open. You have one of the worst hitting pitchers in baseball, really, and Twitch coming up next. He'll get his hits once in a while, but for the most part, Twitch is an out at the plate. And be very careful pitching to Spire in this fight.
Spire is off to a good start, batting .297. He has hit safely in 8 of the last 10 Montreal games. Carlton stretches. Here's the pitch on the way to Spire, and it's high, ball 1. Spire, of course, starting his first full year in Montreal. Last year at this time, he was still with the San Francisco Giants. Traded for Tim Foley, who has since moved on to the Mets. 1-0 pitch on the way, and it's a changeup outside.
They're kind of doing what we thought they did. They're pitching around him, and now they're probably going to walk him intentionally.
Timmy holding the hand up, and they're going to go ahead and give him the intentional walk. It'll give us a chance to pause for station identification, the Phillies Baseball Network.
This is KYW Philadelphia at 2:01. AccuWeather says mostly sunny, breezy, milder this afternoon, high at 62 degrees. Sunny skies, 61 degrees on Independence Mall.
Spire draws the intentional pass after Carlton failed to put the first 2 over the plate. Runners at first and second with 2 down, and here is Wayne Twitchell. Well, Twitchell has failed to hit in 2 at-bats this year, and he carries an average last year of 118. He had 9 hits last year, including a pair of doubles. Twitchell, right-handed batter, doesn't make contact that often. And a fastball is over right at the knees, a strike.
He's better than he used to be. It's like Twitch says now. They hit his bat more often than before, and he can be dangerous at the plate, but that was definitely a good move to put Spire on.
Here's another pitch right over for a strike as Carlton gets the slider in there. 0-2 to Wayne Twitchell. Expos batting in the second inning. This ball game is scoreless. Carlton at the belt. Here's the pitch. Fastball low and outside. 1-2 to Twitch. The Expos and the Phillies will meet in a single game here tomorrow afternoon, starting time 2:15. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a foul tip in and out of the glove of McCarver. In the American League this afternoon, Chicago and Toronto scoreless at the end of 1. Wilbur Wood pitching against Clancy. Carlton stretches. And here's the next pitch. A called third strike, and Twitchell is out of there. Carlton picks up his first strikeout of the ball game. For Montreal in the second, no runs, 1 hit and 2 left. At the end of 2 innings, no score.
I just saved myself a trip to the bank and a trip to the post office. I've got this new thing going with George Bank by phone from Girard Bank. Just paid a month's worth of bills, did a whole pile of banking. I even gave myself a loan. Oh, sure. A few other banks have pay by phone, but Girard lets me pay and bank by phone. You know, it's almost like having a Girard Bank right here in my kitchen.
Ask for a demonstration of George Bank by phone at any Girard Bank office.
All right.
Coming to Veterans Stadium for 3 big night games, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. And plenty of tickets remain for all 3 games. Mondays begins at 8:35 p.m. And then it's batting glove weekend with the San Diego Padres on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday of next week, April 28th, 29th, and 30th. A free Phillies batting glove for all kids 14 or under, autographed by Mike Schmidt on Friday, autographed by Gary Maddox on Saturday, and autographed by Greg Luzinski next Sunday. Come to all 3 days and get 3 different autographed batting gloves. So we'll look for you for the Chicago Cubs on Monday night. And remember the new starting time. It is 8:35 this coming Monday night when the Phillies return home. Well, the Phillies have been 6 up and 6 down against Wayne Twitchell. Next to try his hand is left-handed batting Tim McCarver, batting at .250. Timmy to be followed by Sizemore and Carlton. Some of the Phillies still bothered by a bug. Sizemore is not feeling very well, and Danny Ozark was very sick last night. Ozo was in bed for about 16 hours. Says he feels terrible today as a result of that. First pitch to McCarver, misses the ball. Actually, I think he's gotten over the bug, but he says his back hurts from laying in bed so much.
He looks the same, though. Sorry, Danny.
1-0, the count to McCarver. Here's Twitchell's next delivery. A fastball misses low. Twitchell has already picked up half of his outs on strikeouts. The sun line now just in beyond second base and in front of first base. By the time we're done here today, there won't be any sun at all in this field. The slider is low, and the count to McCarver is 3-0. So Twitchell, who hasn't walked anybody and has been controlling the situation, being a little too fine here to Tim McCarver. 3-0 pitch on the way. Strike call. Last year, McCarver had 1 hit and 2 tries off Twitch. Wayne winds. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Hard ground ball up the middle. A base hit that skips through to center field. Tim McCarver is the first base runner for the Phillies as he gets a hit to lead off the 3rd inning. McCarver grounding a single back up the middle, and the Phillies have their first runner. It brings Ted Sizemore to the plate. Size batting .207. Well, Twitchell is now 30 years of age. This is his 7th year in the big leagues. Hard to believe that Twitch has been around that long. From Portland, Oregon. Sizemore 0 for 4 against Wayne last year. Montreal infield pulls into double play depth. From the stretch, it's bunted toward first. It is fielded by Perez. Goes to Spire for 1. No throw to first. The bunt fails to work as Sizemore put it down toward first a little bit too hard, and Tony Perez made no hesitation at all before he fired to Spire, covering at second base.
Perez made a good play on that ball because the ball was bunted in the air by Sizemore, and he had to come in and kind of short hop it, and that's a tough play for a first baseman, and then pivot and make the strong throw to the shortstop, and Perez made a good play on that.
Here's Carlton, good hitting pitcher. He's 1 for 5 this year. Last year, of course, Lefty batted .268 to lead all pitchers in the National League. He had 3 home runs and 15 runs batted in. Twitchell stretches, takes a look at Sizemore, and here's the pitch to Carlton. Fastball missing inside, ball 1. White Sox scored in the second inning on a Bobby Bonds home run, and they lead Toronto 1-0 as that game goes to the third. Pitch on the way to Carlton, a little bit low. 2 balls and no strikes, the count on Carlton. Sizemore, the runner at first with 1 down. We've got a brisk wind whipping around the press box here today. It is cold. We've played every game in cold weather this year. Here's a line drive over the head of Cash and taking a crazy hop in center field. It's a base hit. Sizemore stops at second. When that ball hit the outfield, it swerved crazily to the left, toward the left, and Dawson had a little trouble picking it up. A single for Carlton.
Well, what happened there was Lefty hit that ball right on the end of the bat, and he got this funny spin on it. It was like throwing a lob serve, I guess, in tennis. What do I know about tennis except watching people do it? But that's just what happened, though. It just hit and was spinning crazy and went away from Dawson. And it's a good thing he had so much time to come in and pick that ball up, because if that had happened in front of him, it might have gone right by him.
Now here's Fake McBride. He grounded out to third base. A nice play turned in by Parrish, who was playing way in, and again, Parrish is shortening up at third base. Phillies with a threat going. There's 1 down. Twitchell stretches, and here's the pitch. Low and inside, ball 1.
You're the tennis expert. Is that about what happens sometimes?
I am not an expert, Chris. Among the group of us who play on the road, I am very lowly ranked. In fact, sometimes they don't let me come along.
Unless you bring the ball, right?
Well, depends how many courts they can get. In fact, we have a new member of the group this year, Larry Eichel, and he even moved in ahead of me.
I'm going to take up that game and go right by you, too.
Oh, don't be so sure now. I've been waiting for you to take it up. You have to beat me first, you know. McBride stepped out for a moment. Runners at first and second with 1 away. Pitch on the way to McBride. Outside and off the glove of Carter, and each runner will advance a base.
Well, it should be. Yeah, there comes the scoring now. It should be a pass ball because it... Gary Carter should have handled that ball.
The runners at second and third with still just 1 away, and a count of 2-0 on Bake McBride. Well, we had another triple play in baseball today, and I think it's the 4th of the year, if I'm not mistaken. They pulled it off at Toronto. Toronto pulling it off today. Pitch on the way to McBride. Outside, ball 3, and the Phillies 1 pitch away from having the bases loaded. The Expos have pulled the infield in. There is no score in this ball game, and they're trying to make a play on the plate. Sizemore, the runner at third. Carlton at second. First base is open. There is 1 away. Twitchell from the stretch. Pitch to McBride, and it's a pop foul going back out of play.
But Danny Ozark
had the green light.
Right, he gave him the 3-0 green light on that one, Andy, and that's a good move on Danny Ozark's part, because the Expos would much rather face Larry Boa with the bases loaded in this situation than Bake McBride with a couple men on, and he gave him the green light there.
3-1 the count. Here's Twitchell's next delivery. Swing and a pop-up may be playable, and foul ground back of third base. Parrish is over there, and he catches it. McBride fouls out to Parrish, and needless to say, the runners could not move on that one. That's the second out of the inning. Well, that's a big out for Wayne Twitchell, and Larry Boa will bat. So Twitch can see his way out of this now if he gets Boa, and he'll be working on him with Schmidt and Luzinski due up next.
Well, Bake just doesn't have his stroke right now. We were talking to him yesterday in the hotel lobby, and the cold weather and not playing much, and he says, nothing much really bothers him, and he knows he's going to get his hits, but you can see he's just kind of feeling for the ball up there right now, and he did not get good swings at the 3-0 pitch or that 3-1 pitch.
Twitchell on the mound now, taking some of the dirt out of his spikes. The turf here is in pretty good shape. Of course, we've got the artificial turf here at Olympic Stadium. There is a pretty big wet spot out back of second and 1 down the line of third, but basically fair territory, particularly the infield, is in good shape. Here's Boa batting left-handed against Wayne Twitchell. He tapped out to second base. Wayne stretches, and the pitch is a fastball low, ball one. Boa had good success against Twitch last year, getting 3 hits in 5 tries. Twitch has the sign from Carter. Here's his offering to Boa, and it's a changeup. And Boa swings and gets a piece of it, but that's all. Fouls it back.
Larry's really swung the bat well left-handed this year. He's very, very confident in his left-handed hitting, especially the last couple seasons. And this year, more than ever, it seems like even the majority of his outs left-handed. He's hit the ball very, very hard so far.
With 2 down, of course, the Expo infield has moved back. Pitch on the way to Boa. Breaking ball is low. 2 balls and a strike to Boa. 3 other games in the National League this afternoon. New York at Chicago, St. Louis at Pittsburgh, and a bit later, Cincinnati at San Francisco. We've got 5 afternoon games in the American League, all the rest of the action under the lights. Twitchell stretches. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Boa. It's outside, a fastball missing. Carter bluffing a throw to third, but does not uncork. Well, Twitchell, with a 3-1 count on Boa, does not want to lose him. Does not want to have to work on Schmidt with the bases loaded. Twitch at the belt. Pitch to Boa. Swing and a pop fly foul out of play off the third base side, and we've got a full count. Still no score in the ball game, but the Phillies have runners in scoring position with 2 down, 3rd inning. Bright sunshine, but still not warm here in Montreal. Temperature hovering around the 50-degree mark. And the 3-2 pitch to Boa. A little flare towards center field. Dawson going back, and he gets there on the run. Ball hit in the air towards center field, and Dawson catches up with it. And the Expos are out of trouble. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left on base. At the end of 2 1/2, no score, and now time for a tasty break.
When it comes to the Phillies, everyone... King Richard's got it all. Buicks, Opals, Volvos, leasing. Don't strike out. Save a bundle on all 1978 models. Drive a little, save a lot. Listen to this. A brand new 1978 Buick Electra. Air conditioning, power steering, power brakes, and more. Only $65.99. And talk about leasing. A new 1978 Regal Coupe with factory air, $139 a month, 3-year open-end lease. That's King Richard for a lion-hearted deal on Westchester Pike in Newtown Square.
When you paint this year, select the paint that lasts longer. MAB Seashore House Paint. It gives you more years per gallon. In fact, it's the best paint you can buy. That's because MAB Seashore House Paint was especially designed for the harsh, rugged weather conditions on the shore, like wind, rain, sun, and especially salt air. So when it comes to painting your home, inside or out, think of MAB in the more than 300 MAB paint stores, dealers, and Rich Lux Home Centers. Bank AmeriCard and Master Charge accepted.
Well, we were talking about that triple play. That triple play completed by Toronto is the first triple play in their 2-year history. It came in the 2nd inning of their game against the White Sox today with Ron Bloomberg on first base and Lamar Johnson on second. Junior Moore lined out to pitcher Jim Clancy, who wheeled and fired to first for the 2nd out as Bloomberg was caught off the bag. Mayberry then threw to shortstop Luis Gomez, who stepped on second base behind Johnson to complete that triple play. Here's the pitch to Cromartie, and it's outside and low, ball 1. That was the 4th triple play of the major leagues this season. Cromartie sends a shot toward left field. Luzinski getting over, and the Bull takes it on the run. Line shot by Cromartie, but Luzinski gets over toward left center and makes the catch for the first out of the 3rd inning.
The Phillies play him well over towards the line, and Gary Maddox well into the alley in left center, and he almost found the perfect hole out there. He's really a good hitter, Warren Cromartie. You have to play him that way, but he'll take that inside pitch and whack it into the alley in right center quite a bit of the time. I really like him.
Here's Cash, who grounded out on his first try. A ball hit sharply toward Hebner at first base. Carlton winds, and the pitch on the way. It's high, ball 1. Cash has a 7-game hit streak on the line, and he was effective against Carlton last year, 6 out of 19. Breaking ball high, 2-0. No score in this ball game. We're in the 3rd inning. This is the first end of a doubleheader. Here's a strike. Carlton putting a slider over. 2 balls and 1 strike to Cash, batting right-handed. Here's a pop foul off the first base side, and it's going out of play. 2-2, the count to Cash. The Expos have broken even in their first 10 ball games. A year ago at this time, they had won 6 and lost 4. Left-hander ready. Here's the pitch to Cash. Outside, but not by much, and we've got a full count.
Phillies have decided to throw Dave Cash a lot of breaking balls. He loves to hit the fastball, especially out over the plate, and that's all he's seeing today.
The 3-2 pitch to him is a hard-hit ground ball, but scooped out by Sizemore. The throw to first in plenty of time, and Cash is out. A ground hugger toward second, but Sizemore made the play, and that's 2 down. It brings up Andre Dawson.
And what Carlton did there was throw him a 3-2 fastball out over the plate, like we just got finished saying. And as Andy described it, he hit it hard, but right at Sizemore. Dave Cash just loves the ball on the outside part of the plate, and he'll take it to right field all day on you. You really have to pitch him in and make him try to pull it.
Dawson with one of the 2 hits off Carlton. A breaking ball is high, ball 1. Dawson singled in the first inning with a runner on, sending Cash to third base. Inside a ball, but then Carter hit into a sharp double play, started by Schmidt. The 2-0 pitch, check swing, and a drop flow out of the strike zone, ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes to Andre Dawson. Carlton winds, 3-0 pitch. Fly ball should be playable in right field. Bake McBride and Brilliant Sunshine coming in. He grabs it for the out, and the Expos are retired in order in the third. Harry Callis will have the play-by-play for you in a moment. At the end of 3, we are scoreless.
A luxury car ought to give you your money's worth of luxury. It ought to be big enough for you to stretch out in and have a smooth and easy ride. Chrysler Cordova gives you all that and more. You not only get options like Corinthian leather, but 5 different roof styles. Not to mention that great Chrysler engineering. The standard features like the lean burn engine that gives you better performance. Chrysler Cordova, the ultimate personal luxury car. See it at your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer and get your money's worth.
Salad at Gino's?
Sure, you make it yourself.
Hey, this I gotta see.
Yep, Gino's Salad Bar. All the crisp, fresh, delicious salad you can eat. Salad created by the world's greatest salad chef, you. Gino's Salad Bar has all sorts of greens, tomatoes, chickpeas, croutons, bacon bits, and 6 different dressings. So come on, come to Gino's and feel good.
Hey, I'm feeling good.
Nothing ball game. Harry Callis with you, along with Chris Wheeler. Mike Schmidt will lead off for the Phillies. Both teams with 2 hits. Both teams with a scoring opportunity, but nothing across the plate yet.
I think they ought to turn the organ up a little louder.
Yeah, they do have it at full volume.
I saw your mouth moving. I knew you were saying something.
Schmidt leads off for the Phils. He struck out his first time up. Wayne Twitchell ready to go in the 4th. Wind up in the first pitch to Mike Schmidt. Fastball is inside for a ball. Phillies hits picked up by the Battery, Tim McCarver and Steve Carlton. There's the windup by Twitch. And the 1-0 pitch to Schmidt is outside. It's ball 2, 2-0. Twitchell was wild in his first start of the year and was taken out in the second inning. Pitched a pretty good ball game in his second game, but to no decision.
2-0 to Mike Schmidt. The windup by Twitchell. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss at a fastball. 2-1. White Sox lead Toronto 1-0 at the end of 2 on Bobby Bonds' home run. Wilbur Wood against Jim Clancy in that game. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Schmidt. Breaking ball, slammed to left center field. Dawson makes the catch at his shootout. Nice play by Andre Dawson on a sinking line drive that he speared at his shootout. Schmidt is out. One down. That'll bring on Greg Luzinski, who struck out his first time up.
Andre Dawson's really becoming a good outfielder. He made a good play on Bowen in the last inning with a couple men on, and that was a super do-or-die play right there on Schmidt. He's going to be one of the better center fielders in the game.
The pitch to Luzinski is low for a ball. Game 1 of the doubleheader. In the second game, Larry Christensen going for the Phils against the Expos' Ross Grimsley. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Slider that misses outside. It's 2-0. Both Wayne Twitchell and Steve Carlton have been pitching behind hitters for the most part, but so far they haven't been hurt by it. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Swing and a drive into deep right center field. Dawson going away back. This ball is out of here. Home run, Greg Luzinski. Bull sent it to the opposite field, just to the right of center field and right center. His second home run of the year, and the Phillies lead it 1-0. Well, Greg is homered for a case of tasty cake. Home run number 2. For him, wife Jean, daughter Kim, and son Ryan, and also one for the Philadelphia Child Guidance Clinic.
That's a good sign, too, for Bull to hit a ball that way. He says when he's just trying to feel his way out of the little problems he's been having, he just tries to hit the ball the other way, and he smoked that one about 400 feet to right center field.
Here's Richie Hebner. He takes a change low for a ball. Hebner struck out his first time up. So the Phillies take a 1-0 lead on Luzinski's second homer of the year. The pitch to Hebner. Over for a strike call. It's 1-1. One pitch to Hebner, low and inside. It's 2-1. Greg Luzinski has put the Phillies in front with a home run. Right center field. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Hebner swings and fouls it straight back. 2-2 to count to Hebner. Hebner is in a slump. He hasn't had a hit on this road trip. He is 0 for 12. Phillies haven't played since Monday, but this is the continuation of a road trip, and so far it's been a good trip, having won 3 out of 4 games on this first swing. There's a pitch to Hebner, low and inside, and it's a full count. 3-2 to Rich Hebner with 1 down. 1 run in on Luzinski's homer. Twitchell's 3-2 pitch. Swing. He chased the high fastball, and he missed it. He struck him out. That's 4 strikeouts for Twitchell. Twice he has punched out Hebner. 2 down in the 4th. We'll bring up Gary Maddox. Maddox flied out to center his first time up. Two outs, no base runners. Twitchell cleans the dirt from his spikes. Maddox batting .313, off to an excellent start. The pitch to Gary. Swing and a fly ball right field. Ellis Valentine right in his tracks, didn't have to move, and he squeezes it. And the Phillies are down in the 4th, scoring a run on 1 hit, a homer by Luzinski, no errors and none left. After 3 1/2, the score is Phillies 1, Expos 0.
Plymouth
Plymouth Arrow gets great mileage, 39 on the highway, 29 in the city, and has a low sticker price, $38.41, excluding taxes and destination charges, and features like reclining buckets, tinted glass, and fold-down rear seat. So when you get a Plymouth Arrow, you get your money's worth. The mileage is an EPA estimate for a manual transmission Arrow with 1.6-liter engine. Your mileage may differ. Plymouth Arrow's great mileage, price, and features give you your money's worth. See it today at your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
The day is done. It's time to let it go.
Bottom half of the fourth inning, let's pause for station identification along the Phillies Baseball Network.
This is KYW Philadelphia. AccuWeather says mostly sunny and breezy, milder this afternoon, high at 62. KYW News time, 2:30. Right now, sunny skies, 60 degrees on Independence Mall.
Gary Carter leads off for the Expos here in the fourth. Grounded in with double play his first time up on a fine play by Mike Schmidt, getting Carlton out of first inning trouble. Pitch to Carter is outside for a ball. Wind up by Carlton. 1-0 pitch to Carter is low and inside. It's ball 2-0. Phillies back home on Monday night. Remember, start time Monday night against the Chicago Cubs will be 8:35. Instead of the usual 7:35 start time, the Cubs in Tuesday and Wednesday also at 7:35. Carter takes a breaking ball low and inside, and Carlton's behind him 3-0. The 3-0 pitch to Gary Carter. Fastball is over for a strike call. He was taking 3-1 to Carter. 3-1 pitch to Carter. Another fastball is popped up foul and out of play. Full count to Gary Carter. Phillies lead 1-0. We're in the fourth. Game one of a doubleheader. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a high pop foul down the first base side. Hebner has room and makes the catch. So Carter's out on a foul pop to Hebner. One down. That'll bring up Tony Perez. Tony grounded out his first time up. Remember, next weekend at Veterans Stadium, it'll be batting glove weekend against the San Diego Padres. Autographed batting gloves for all youngsters 14 and under. On Friday night, the 28th, batting gloves autographed by Mike Schmidt. Saturday night, the 29th, autographed by Gary Maddox. And Sunday, the 30th, by Greg Luzinski. Batting glove weekend. Here's a pitch to Tony Perez after he took a ball outside, and it's high for a ball, 2-0. Wind up by Carlton. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Perez. Over for a strike called. It's 2-1. Tony led the Expos and runs batted in last year with 91 of them. Here's the pitch to him. Swing and a high pop foul coming back. McCarver giving chase. Can't make the play near the screen. Tim did not pick it up off the bat. And he hustled toward the screen. And Tim has crashed into the retaining wall right in front of the screen. He gets up slowly, but evidently he's all right. He was out of our sight. Didn't pick it up immediately. Came racing back to try to make the play and just couldn't make the play.
Tim McCarver, really a hard-nosed, tough player, and he's not going to leave the game, but he had a long run for that ball, like Harry described, and had a lot of momentum build up when he hit that wall. And I don't know whether it's padded or not down there, but he slammed into it pretty good.
Had he seen it off the bat, he would have made the play, but he simply lost it off the bat. Pop foul straight back.
Players sometimes have trouble seeing the ball here, and I know we do up in the press box area. It's a combination of the height here and the shadows. It's really a difficult place I would think, to do play-by-play in.
Tim McCarver is walking around behind the plate. Danny Ozark talking to him. As Chris mentioned, I'm sure Tim will stay in the ball game. It takes an awful lot to get him out. Milwaukee leads the Yankees 1-0 at Yankee Stadium in the first inning. Mike Caldwell for Milwaukee and Dick Kidrow for New York. Pitchers are up in Minnesota for California. Frank Tanana, he is 3-0. And for Minnesota, it'll be rookie Roger Erickson. He is 2-1. At Chicago, Jerry Koosman going for the New York Mets and Rick Rutschel for the Cubs. Now we're set. Here's the pitch to Perez. Swinging a hard ground ball. Boa has it on 2 hops. A deep short. Long throw gets Perez by a half a stride. Nice play by Boa. 2 down. That'll bring up Ellis Valentine, who singled his first time up.
Ellis Valentine.
Pittsburgh this afternoon for St. Louis, John Denny in for the Buccos, Burt Blyleven. Bob Forge for the Cardinals has not pitched since his no-hitter against the Phils on Sunday. He'll probably pitch tomorrow. Here's the pitch to Valentine. Bouncing ball right back to Carlton. Easy play for lefty who lobs to first. The Expos are down in order in the 4th. No runs, hits, or errors, and none left. The end of 4, Phillies 1, Montreal nothing.
PhD in economics, right? I run around to 3 stores to buy food, so I save $1 here, $1 there, and yet I let $200 sit in my checking account where it doesn't earn a cent. No more. Now I use the George machine at Girard Bank to move money from my savings to my checking account only when I need it. With George, I push the buttons and I'm the brains behind the bank. That's got to make me the smartest banker in town.
George lets you be the banker. Girard Bank. We're there when you need us.
5th inning, Phillies leading 1-0. Jim McIver will lead off for the Phils. He singled his first time up. Face Wayne Twitchell, game 1 of the doubleheader. Dave Kingman, Bobby Mercer, Bill Buckner, and all the Chicago Cubs will be at Veterans Stadium Monday night, a 3-game series against the Cubs. Remember, Monday night's game will start at 8:35 instead of the normal 7:35 start time. Tuesday and Wednesday at 7:35. And off day on Thursday, and then batting glove weekend against San Diego this coming weekend at Veterans Stadium. All youngsters 14 and under, and in attendance of the game on Friday night. Start time 8:05 on the 28th. We'll get a batting glove autographed by Mike Schmidt. Saturday night, 7:35 start time. Batting gloves autographed by Gary Maddox. And on Sunday, batting gloves autographed by the Bull, Greg Luzinski. Batting glove weekend coming up. The Phils and the San Diego Padres. Tim McIver leading off for the Phillies. Singled his first time up. Phil's run coming on a homer by Greg Luzinski in the 4th. Here's the first pitch to McIver. Outside for a ball. At Detroit, Doyle Alexander pitching for Texas, and Jack Morris going for Detroit. Mark the Bird Fidrich was scheduled to pitch and came up with a sore shoulder while warming up, so he was scratched. The pitch to McIver is over for a strike call. It's 1-1. Here's Twitchell's 1-1 pitch. Swing and a foul back, a ball and 2 strikes to Tim McIver. Boston Red Sox have been hot. They have won 8 in a row. Rick Wise will be pitching for Cleveland against Boston. He'll be opposed by Ripley. Pitch on the way to McIver is high for a ball.
Believe it or not.
Believe it or not. What's his first name, Chris?
You're right with you.
Eric Ripley. I'm guessing Eric. 2-2 to McIver. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Foul back to the screen. Stays 2-2.
Alan Ripley, a right-hander.
Alan Ripley. Well, that was close.
Yeah, real close.
Tim McIver leading off the Phillies 5th. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and another foul ball out of play. Over the Phillies dugout.
Mr. Ripley has been replaced in the first inning.
By Bob Stanley. So, Alan Ripley has been knocked out by Cleveland in the first. Pitch to McCarver, swing, and a high pop foul. Gary Carter comes back but runs out of room. It's behind the screen. And it remains 2-2 to Tim McCarver. Cleveland scored 5 in the first at Fenway. They lead Boston 5-0 in the first inning. Red Sox have won 8 in a row. But at Fenway Park, that game isn't over. Red Sox are really tough in their ballpark. Here's the 2-2 pitch to McCarver. Swing and a shot to second baseman Dave Cash. He gloves and throws, and McCarver is out. McCarver out on a ground ball to Cash. 1 down. That'll bring up Ted Sizemore. Size bunted into a fielder's choice his first time up. Ted's been a little under the weather, as quite a few of the Phillies have, here in the cold climes of Montreal.
It felt so good this morning, didn't it, Harry, to wake up and see the sun?
It certainly did. Chilly in the press box, and of course it's cold in the shade, but it's great to be playing baseball again. It has been so long. The pitch to Sizemore is over for a strike called. Wind up by Twitchell, the 1-strike pitch. Breaking ball is inside for a ball. It's 1-1. Fifth inning, Phillies lead 1-0 on Luzinski's home run. There's the pitch to Sizemore, a fastball low. It's 2-1. Twitchell winds the 2-1 pitch. Bunt try, and he bunts it foul. 2-2 to Ted Sizemore. Phillies will pitch Larry Christensen in the second game against Ross Grimsley. Twitchell's 2-2 pitch. Swing and a line drive right center. It's going to fall for a hit. Taken on one hop by Ellis Valentine, who rifles it back into the infield. Sizemore at first with a line single to right center. Phillies' 4th hit off Twitchell. And that'll bring on pitcher Steve Carlton, who singled his first time up. Lefty could be bunting here. Normally that's the play, although Carlton is a good hitting pitcher.
Danny Ozark likes to let the Phillies pitchers pretend like they're going to bunt, shorten up, and then swing away, especially because they handle the bat so well. The Phillies are gifted with good hitting pitchers right now. You'd be surprised to see him let Carlton get at a shot like Lonborg did the other night in Pittsburgh.
Twitchell stretches. And the pitch to Carlton. No bunt indicated. Slams a fly ball to deep center. Dawson going away back. Makes the running catch at the warning track. Sizemore will scamper back to first base. Dawson was playing Carlton shallow. He had a long run and caught it at the warning track and straightaway center field. Carlton really gave it a ride, some 400 feet from home plate. Another good play by Andre Dawson.
He's really a quality outfielder. We talked about him a couple innings ago in the play he made on Boa, and then followed it up with a good play on Mike Schmidt. And Andre Dawson, everything they say about him looks like it's true. He's just going to be a super player. He can play the ball shallow like that and go back on it, and that's the key to a great outfielder in center field. If you can play shallow and cut off those line drives and then go back and get the ball over your head, and that's just what he did.
Here's Bake McBride. Bake is grounded out and fouled out. Bake fighting an 0 for 14 slump. Does not like to hit in cold weather, as most hitters don't. But Bake especially loves the warm weather. Ted Sizemore, first base and 2 outs. Twitchell goes to first a couple of times. Twitchell knows that the Phillies like to run in situations like this. Here's a stretch by Twitch. There goes Sizemore. Bouncing ball to shortstop. Spire has it and throws, and McBride is out. For the Phillies in the 5th. No runs, a hit, no errors, and none left. We go to the bottom half of the 5th. Phillies 1, Expos nothing. Larry Parrish leads off for the Expos in the 5th inning. He grounded out his first time up. 1-0 Phillies on Luzinski's home run. Steve Carlton winds. Here's the pitch to Parrish. Change missing outside for a ball. 1-0 to Parrish. 1-0 pitch to him. Swing and a foul backing out of play. And the count is the ball and the strike to Larry Parrish. Here's lefty's 1-1 pitch. Slider on the inside corner for a called strike. He's in front of Parrish, a ball and 2 strikes. One-two pitch to him. Change up that bounces up there. It's 2-2. Steve has thrown quite a few changes today. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a line shot right back at Carlton. He spears it with his glove hand, and Parrish is out. Line drive right at Carlton, who made the play. 1 down. That'll bring up Chris Fire. Fire was intentionally walked his first time up. Expos have 2 hits off Carlton. Singles by Andre Dawson and by Ellis Valentine. The pitch to Spire outside for a ball. Carlton has struck out 1. He's walked 2. The pitch to Spire. Swing and a foul backing out of play. Following the strike to Chris Spire. One pitch to him. Inside for a ball. It's 2-1. Carlton winds. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Over for a strike called. 2-2 to Chris Fire with 1 out and no base runners. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball. Driven to left center field and in the alley and all the way back to the fence. Fire on his way to second. And he's at second base standing with a double. Line shot to left center field. The Expos' 3rd hit off Carlton. Their first extra base hit. That'll bring up pitcher Wayne Twitchell. Twitch struck out his first time up.
The doctor, the pitcher, Wayne
Twitchell is 0 for 3 so far this season. Fire at second base and 1 out. Here's the pitch to Twitchell. Swing and a foul backing out of play. 1 strike to Twitchell. Pitch to him. The breaking ball was low, and it's 1-1. Cubs lead the Mets 1-0 at the end of 1. Rick Russell for Chicago against Jerry Koosman. 1-1 pitch to Twitchell. Swing and a drive to deep right field. Fair or foul. It is a foul ball and into the corner. Bake McBride giving chase, had no chance to make the play. It was well hit by Twitchell, but fouled on the right field line.
Well, nobody will ever accuse the Big Bird of being a good hitting pitcher, but usually if Twitch gets his hits, he'll hit him down that way. As McBride is playing him way over near the right field foul line, and Gary Maddox is way over into right center field. He's a late swinger. When he gets his base hits, they go that way.
1-2 pitch to him. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a curveball. Twitchell goes down swinging. Second strikeout for Carlton. Twitch has been the victim on both occasions. With 2 down, it'll bring up Warren Cromartie. He has walked and lined out to left field. Crow had a good rookie year last year. He hit .282. Phillies play him way around to the opposite field. Luzinski close to the line and left, and Maddox way over in left center. Big gap between Maddox and Bake McBride. Fire at second and 2 outs. Pitch to Cromartie is a breaking ball. It's over for a strike call. Cromartie doesn't like the call by John Kibler.
The exact opposite defense that the Phillies just had on for Twitchell that they put on now for Cromartie towards the left field line.
The stretch by Carlton and the pitch to Cromartie, sidearm fastball is inside for a ball, 1-1. Carlton is doing that more against left-hand hitters, dropping down once in a while. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss and a good curveball. Ball and 2 strikes to Warren Cromartie. Phillies lead 1-0, bottom half of the fifth inning. There's Carlton's stretch. 1-2 pitch, curveball bouncing up there, and it's 2-2. Sign flash by Tim McCarver. The 2-2 pitch. Sidearm breaking ball. Misses outside a full count. 3-2 to Cromartie. There's a stretch by Carlton. And the 3-2 pitch. Swing and a little bouncing foul behind the plate. Stays 3-2 to Cromartie. Dave Cash waiting on deck with 2 outs.
Carlton obviously does not want to walk Cromartie in this spot. Dave Cash, a very dangerous hitter and a good RBI man, and Carlton pitching to the left-handed hitter here, and he really wants to get Cromartie in this spot.
Here's the 3-2 pitch. Fastball grounded to second baseman Ted Sizemore. He has it on a big hop. Throws, and Cromartie is out. For the Expos in the fifth, no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left. The end of 5, it's Phillies 1, Montreal 0, and now it's time for a tasty break.
From the KYW newsroom, these are the top stories of the hour. A standoff continues between the Italian government and the Red Brigades, who kidnapped former Premier Aldo Moro. The kidnappers vowed to kill Moro today if their demands for the release of jailed comrades were not met. The tentative startup date for the Resorts International Casino opening in Atlantic City is now May 25th. And an American jet is on a mercy mission to the Soviet Arctic today to bring back surviving members of that South Korean plane put down in Soviet Union. Let's return now to Montreal.
Larry Boa leads off for the Phillies 6th inning. Boa has grounded out and flied out to deep center field. Pirates have scored 2 in the second. They now lead St. Louis 2-0 at the end of 2. Bert Blyleven for the Buccos and John Denny for the Cardinals. Wayne Twitchell winds. Here's the pitch to Boa. Takes high and outside for a ball. 1-0 the count to Larry. He'll be followed by Mike Schmidt, then Greg Luzinski. Twitchell's pitch to Boa is low, ball 2. It's 2-0. Twitch does some groundwork in front of the mound. Wayne has struck out 4, and he has not walked a batter. Here's the 2-0 pitch. On the inside corner for a called strike. Twitch in his first 2 outings was fairly wild, and 9 in the third innings. He has walked 9 coming into this game. But nobody so far today. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Boa. Swing and a foul down the left field side and back into the crowd. 2-2 to Boa.
Twitch is really at his best when he pitches against a free-swinging team like the Phillies. The Phillies don't walk a whole lot, and a lot of hitters that swing. I remember when he was with the Phillies, he used to have good success against Pittsburgh because they used to hack at a lot of his pitches that weren't in the strike zone.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a bouncing ball to second. Cash has it and throws, and Boa's out, 1 down. That'll bring on Mike Smith, who was struck out and lined out to center on a fine play by Andre Dawson. 1 down. Phillies have 4 hits on Twitchell. One of them a home run by Greg Luzinski, and that's been the only run. 6th inning. Here's the pitch to Schmidt. Fastball is over at the knees for a called strike. Mike has hit in 7 of the Phillies' 8 games. 8 games. A lot of clubs have played 13, 14 ball games already. Here's the pitch to Schmidt. Slow for a ball.
Well, you haven't been doing a whole lot of announcing this week.
That's right.
Guys have seen a lot of movies, though. We got a lot of good movie critics in the clubhouse right now. They're catching up on that.
1-1 the count to Schmidt with 1 down. Here's the pitch to Mike. Swinging a very high pop-up in the infield, way up in the air. Who wants it? Chris Spire. Spire makes the play. Smith hit another one of those major league pop-ups. Way, way up in the air, 2 down. That'll bring on Greg Luzinski, who was struck out and slugged a home run for the only run of this game. Hit it over the right center field fence, and Carter out to talk to him. Wayne Twitchell talked to him about Luzinski. Two outs, no base runners. Twitchell winds, and the pitch to Luzinski. Swing and a miss. He had a cut of the fastball, but no contact. 1 strike to the ball. The pitch to Luzinski is a slider way outside for a ball, and it's 1-1. Twitchell winds. Here's his 1-1 pitch to Luzinski. Over for a strike call, and he's in front of the ball, a ball and 2 strikes. 2 outs, nobody on base. Here's the pitch to the ball. Breaking ball, high and inside, a curveball. 2-2. Wayne Twitchell winds, the 2-2 pitch. Swinging a foul back behind the plate, not a play. Stays 2-2. Twitchell last year was 0-5 for the Phillies before being traded to Montreal. Finished the season 6-5 for the Expos. The 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball, swinging a miss. He struck him out. Luzinski goes down swinging. That's 5 strikeouts for Twitchell. No runs, hits, or errors, and none left. And after 5.5 innings, the Phillies still lead the Expos 1-0.
A lot of you Phillies fans are also fans of Acme.
Pay for the same quality in a gas station or auto parts dealer. So there's no reason to spend more money when there's a good Trax product or part waiting for you. And the only place you'll find them is at a Penn Jersey auto store.
When your car's not running like it did before, make a pit stop at Penn Jersey Auto Stores.
Bottom half of the 6th, let's pause for station identification on the Phillies Baseball Network.
This is KYW Philadelphia. AccuWeather says it'll be mostly sunny, breezy, and milder this afternoon with a high of 62. Clear moonlit skies, but quite cold tonight. It's 57 degrees and the sunny at Independence Mall.
Dave Cash leads off for Montreal. He takes a slider low and inside for a ball. Cash is grounded into a fielder's choice and grounded out. 1-0 to count to AC. Here's Carlton's next pitch to him. A fastball, swinging a fly ball right field. Bake McBride shades the sun and puts it away for round number 1. Right field has got to be a tough field in this ballpark. It's the only field that's in sunlight. Around second base out there, right center field. Here's Andre Dawson. He has one of the 3 hits off Carlton. He singled his first time up and lined out to right in his second at bat. Phillies lead 1-0. Here's the pitch to Andre Dawson. It's low for a ball. Carlton's 1-0 pitch to Dawson. Breaking ball, low again, ball 2. It's 2-0. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball outside, and he's behind Dawson, 3-0. 1 out, nobody on base. Expos batting, 6th inning. 3-0 pitch. Fastball. He had a green light and slams the drive to right, but right at Bake McBride. Well hit by Dawson. He had a green light on the 3-0, as he did the time before.
Well, Bake McBride's the only guy in the ballpark who's warm right now, but he's paying the price for being warm in that sunshine because, like Harry said, it's brutal out there, and that ball was really hit hard at him. And self-defense, he put his glove up in front of his face.
There's Gary Carter, and the pitch to him, swing and a foul back up this way and out of play. Carter grounded into a double play his first time up, fouled out to Rich Hebner in his second at bat. Lights Smith plays him very, very deep and toward the line at third. Boa well over in the hole at short. Pitch to Carter is low and inside for a ball. 1-1 to Gary Carter. Here's the pitch to Carter. Swing and a pop foul back and over the screen and out of play. Ball and 2 strikes to Carter. Phillies also in the outfield play Carter well around to the left to pull. Here's the 1-2 pitch to him. A changeup, swing and a miss. He struck him out. Carter goes down swinging on a good change. Third strikeout for Carlton. No runs, hits or errors, and none left. After 6, it's Phillies 1, Expos nothing, and now it's time for a tasty break.
True Blue Phillies fans already know there never was a better baseball team than those fantastic Phillies. Just like True Blue Pie fans know there never was a better tasting package pie than Tasty Cake Pies. Try an apple, a cherry, a peach, or blueberry, and discover the tantalizing taste of Tasty Cake Pies. They're all the good things wrapped up in one.
Great in any year. MAB Paints. When you paint, get the paint that lasts longer. MAB. It gives you more years per gallon. And great in 78 is what people will be saying about the Phillies. MAB has Phillies Great in 78 bumper stickers. And you could win 2 tickets to a Phillies game if one of the MAB spotters sees the Phillies bumper sticker on your car. To get your free Phillies bumper sticker, visit the nearest MAB paint store, dealer, or Rich Lux Home Center in your neighborhood.
Well, all the Chicago Cubs will be at Veterans Stadium Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday night. Big Dave Kingman, Mercer, Bill Buckner, Ivan DeJesus, Manny Trio and company. Monday night's game, remember, will start at 8:35 instead of the usual 7:35 start. On Tuesday and Wednesday, 7:35, an off day Thursday, and next weekend it's the batting glove weekend. All youngsters 14 and under getting a Phillies batting glove, and they'll be autographed by a different player each night. Friday night, the 28th, batting gloves autographed by Mike Schmidt. Saturday night, the 29th, batting gloves autographed by Gary Maddox. And on Sunday afternoon, the 30th, batting gloves autographed by Greg Luzinski. Batting glove weekend against the San Diego Padres. Dave Winfield and all that gang will be in. Padres, we discovered, just lost the services of veteran Mickey Lolich. Had a knee injury and will be lost to the Padres for the year. But Randy Jones is back in form, and we're certain to see him in one of those 3 games. Never miss Jones when he's well. Richie Hebner leads off for the Phils here in the 7th. He's been up twice. Twice he has struck out. Here's the pitch to Hebner. Swing and a foul back and out of play. Good catch by a fan. 1 strike to count to Hebner. 1-0, 7th inning. The only run coming on a Greg Luzinski home run. The pitch to Hebner. Swing and another foul ball. Back behind the plate. Hebner drops his bat. Hebner has not had good swings today, and he is the first one to know it. You can always tell when he's disgusted with his swing because he'll kind of drop his bat down in disgust. Pitch to him. He tried to check. Did he check? He went around on it. He is struck out. John Kibler checking with Joe West, rookie umpire at third base, and he said he committed himself. 6 strikeouts for Twitchell, and Hebner has punched out all 3 times that he's been up. That'll bring on Gary Maddox. Hebner throws his bat toward the dugout. As if to say, I don't want to see you anymore. You're not doing anything. Here's a ground ball base hit up the middle off the bat of Gary Maddox. So Maddox gets Phillies' 5th hit off Twitchell. Gary a base runner with 1 down.
I'm not laughing at Richie Hebner. He just said, you know what he's like, and he's so funny, and he never makes any excuses. I mean, he'd be the first one to tell you down there right now how brutal he's been today. You know, he's a very honest man.
He is honest, and the funny thing about Hebner is he can 2 times to the plate, he can look so bad, and then the next time hit the ball 9 miles for you. Here's Tim McIver with Maddox at first base and 1 out. Twitchell will watch Gary. The stretch by Twitch and a throw to first base. It gets away from Tony Perez. There goes Maddox to second base. Got away from Tony Perez. That'll be an error on somebody. Looked like the ball probably should have been caught, but the ball was right about where Gary Maddox was. Might have hit Gary. It'll be an error on Wayne Twitchell, so Maddox at second base with 1 out. Tim McIver is 1 out of 2. He is singled and grounded out. Pitch to him. Over for a strike call. 1 strike to McIver. Left-hander Darrell Knowles, the right-hander Stan Bonson up in the Expos bullpen. Here's the pitch to McIver. Tried to check on a low pitch, but he went around on it. So Twitchell's in front of McIver, 0-2. Maddox second base, 1 out. Twitchell stretches. Looks back at a dancing Gary Maddox at second base. Steps off the rubber. Now the stretch by Twitch. And the pitch to McIver is a slider low and inside. It's 1-2.
It's been his best pitch today, and that's why you see a lot of these check swings, especially from the left-handed hitters. That Twitch will run that slider in on the hands of the left-handed hitter, and they'll start to commit themselves and then try and hold up. And he's getting a lot of strikes on pitches that are probably not in the strike zone.
1-2 pitch. Breaking ball. Tapped to second baseman Dave Cash. He has it and throws. McIver is out for out number 2. And on the play, Maddox moves up to third base. So Maddox at third, 2 down. That'll bring up Ted Sizemore. Sizemore bunted into a fielder's choice his first time up. Lined to single to right center field in his second at bat. And pitching coach Jim Brewer is out to talk to Twitchell. First base is open. They could elect to walk Sizemore, but Steve Carlton is a fine hitting pitcher.
I don't think that they'll walk Sizemore in this situation. They'll probably pitch very carefully to him, although Size does get pretty good swings at Twitch.
Maddox third base, 2 outs. Going to pitch to Sizemore. Twitchell will work from the stretch. And the pitch to Ted. Swing and a foul straight back and out of play. 1 strike to Ted Sizemore. Toronto leads Chicago 3-2 at the end of 6 at Toronto. Cubs still lead New York 1-0. They're in the 4th inning at Wrigley. Pittsburgh 2-0 over St. Louis after 3. Here's the pitch to Sizemore. Slider bouncing up there and a good block by Gary Carter. That ball bounced well in front of the plate. Carter making a good block and saving a run. Maddox at third base and 2 outs.
Tough play for a catcher, especially on a breaking ball, because when that ball hits the dirt, it has a reverse spin on it. It'll obviously go back the other way, and Carter made a super play in blocking that thing, especially as far out as it down.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Fastball low, and it's 2-1 to Ted Sizemore. 1-0 ball game, 7th inning. Phillies leading on Greg Luzinski's 4th inning home run. Twitchell stretches. The pitch to Sizemore. Swing and a ground ball. Hits it deep short. Fire has it. Rifles to first in time to get Sizemore, and the Phillies go down to the 7th. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, 1 left. And we move to the bottom half of the 7th. It's Phillies 1, Expos 0.
2 years ago, Plymouth introduced the most successful car in its history, Volare. Today, we've got it in 3 styles that all give you your money's worth. The Slant 6 Coupe that gets better mileage than any 6-cylinder automatic built in America. The sedan that's roomiest in its class. And the wagon that's become the #1 selling wagon in America over the past 2 years. Coupe, sedan, or wagon. Volare gives you your money's worth. See it today at your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
Boy, it's really exciting being here at the Indy 500. What do they call this place?
The cafeteria.
Really? You new here? How can you tell?
You're wearing your racing helmet.
I'm practicing. During lunch, practice makes perfect. Would you pass the salt?
Sure. So, what are you driving this year?
What do you think of that?
You're driving a piece of paper?
That's my Champion Indy 500 sweepstakes entry form.
Oh.
You can eat that roll.
Eventually.
Oh. Well, Champion has won at Indy 38 times, and this year they're giving me the chance to win with the winner. To be eligible, all I do is pick a winner and fill out the entry form.
I noticed you filled it out in crayon.
Mom won't let me have any sharp objects.
Put down that spoon, okay? For the first time in the history of the Indy 500, you have a chance to share in the excitement of winning an Indy. Champions Indy 500 sweepstakes. Anyone who is 16 or older is eligible to win prizes totaling $250,000 with a first prize of $25,000. No purchase necessary. Details and entry forms at participating Champion Spark Plug retailers. Offer void where prohibited by law.
1-0 Phillies, bottom half of the seventh inning. For more play-by-play, here again is Andy Musser. Okay, Harry, thank you very much. And in the seventh inning, Tony Perez will lead it off. It'll be Perez, Valentine, and Parry at the bat. Carlin winds, and the pitch is a foul ball out of play, strike one. Perez is 0 for 2. He has grounded to third and grounded to short. Here is a ball driven deep to left field. Lazinski is back into the corner, and he plays it off the rebound. And it's going to be a stand-up double for Tony Perez to start the seventh inning. Line drive into the left field corner, and Perez is on second base with nobody out. That's only the fourth hit off Carlton as Perez doubles to start the seventh inning. That'll bring up Ellis Valentine. He is 1 for 2. Valentine singled in the second. And in the fourth inning, snapped one back to Carlton. Ron Reed is getting a call to start limbering up in the Phillies bullpen. 2 of the 4 hits against Carlton have been doubled. Lefty from the stretch. Here's the pitch. And it's hit in the air toward right center field. It's a gapper. It's going to score a run. It goes up against the wall. And Perez comes around to score. And Valentine goes into second with a stand-up double. This ball game is tied 1-1. Valentine doubles to right center field for his second hit of the game, and it's all tied. Well, all Ellis Valentine was trying to do in that situation was hit the ball to the right side of the infield. And he got a breaking ball up and out over the plate, and he tried to hit it towards Ted Drives when he wound up hitting it harder, and it went into the alley in right center field. The batter is Larry Parrish. He is grounded to third and lined softly back to Carlton. Still nobody out in the inning. Stretch in the pitch. Foul back, strike one. Parrish is going to try and do the same thing now and hit the ball to the right side. Move the runner over to third base and get him in scoring position. Of course, Carlton will try and pitch him in and make it more difficult for him to hit the ball to the right side. Carlton at the bell. Here's his pitch. Swing and a pop foul out of play. No balls and 2 strikes to count on Larry Parrish. A year ago this time, they were all over Parrish here in Montreal, and the fans have treated him roughly, but this year he's off to a great start. Leads the club in RBIs with 10. Stretch in the pitch. Inside. 1-2 to Parrish. So the Phillies and the Expos, who will play a doubleheader today, are tied in the seventh inning of Game 1, 1-1. Carlton stretches in the pitch. He reaches and taps one softly in front of the plate. Carlton picks it up, bobbles, can't make a play. Carlton had the ball. He had a long way to come to get it, but he got there. Then he bobbled it, and by that time he had no chance to throw. There was also no chance for Valentine to advance on the play. So the Expos have runners at first and second. And we'll wait and see whether they give him a hit or they charge Carlton with an error. It looks like they gave him a hit. Valentine didn't pick up that ball at all. He should have moved to third easily on it. And Carlton looked back, and it looked like he couldn't believe that he was still standing on second, and then he fumbled the ball, and now he's in all kinds of trouble. I would think the Expos would bunt now with Fire. Spire, the batter, he's been on base both times today, an intentional walk. Had to double his last time up. Still nobody out. Carlton stretches. And the Phillies had a rotation play on defensively, but there was no delivery by Carlton. It's Valentine at second, Parrish at first with nobody out. Ball game tied 1-1. Again, Carlton stretches. Here's the pitch to Spire. Bunted, but it's in the air. Carlton racing for it. He can't get it. It lands in foul ground. Carlton racing over for that ball. There wasn't a great deal of height on it. He could not get there to make the play. Strike. Strike one, the count on Spire. The Expos now have out-hit the Phillies 6-5. Allen has tossed in a couple of walks, and he has struck out 3. Left-hander stretches. Pitch on the way to Spire. He ducks inside. As the ball comes in on him, it's 1 ball and 1 strike. And the Phillies still expecting Spire to bunt. Chris at the plate batting .315. The pitch to him is over for a strike call. A ball and 2 strikes the count on Spire. Spire right-handed batter. Carlton has the sign from McCarver. We're ready to go. Here's the pitch. Swing and a ball hit in the air toward left field down the line. It is a foul ball. He had a lot of distance on that one, but it goes foul.
Well, Spire took a couple shots at a bunt, and he wasn't bunting that time. That ball was way out of here, but luckily for Carlton, it was fouled. 2 strikes on him now. The Phillies will play their infield in double play depth and look for the double play ball out of Spire.
1-2 the count. Here's Carlton's pitch. Swing and a foul ball out of play down the right side. Count holds at a ball and 2 strikes on the Montreal shortstop. Luzinski's home run in the 4th inning had the Phillies ahead 1-0 until this inning, as the Expos have tied it on back-to-back doubles by Perez and Valentine, and they may not be finished. Next pitch to Spire. Swing and a ball, and a base hit to right field, but nobody's going to score on this. That ball got out there so hurriedly that Valentine had to hold at third base. The bases are loaded on the single to right field by Spire. And we're going to have a pinch hitter for Wayne Twitchell. The Expos have the bases loaded. And Stan Pappy, a rookie infielder, is going to come up. Pappy was the spring training hero of the Expos this year. He batted .386 in spring training, and he was voted their top rookie player. So far, he has had only 2 at-bats, and he has failed to hit. Now, Danny Ozark is coming out of the Phillies dugout. Ozark headed slowly toward the mound. He has had Ron Reed warming up since the leadoff double by Perez. So the wheels are turning here in Montreal.
Well, Danny has a tendency to stay with Carlton longer than any other pitcher, and it looks like he's going to do it here.
Wayne Twitchell leads the game after working the first 7. The Phillies, of course, got only the 1 run off him, the homer by Luzinski, and the headline news is that he didn't walk anybody today. All right, here's Stan Pappy, 0 for 2 on the year, a 27-year-old rookie out of Fresno, California. Carlton from the windup. The pitch to him is a breaking ball high, ball 1. Pappy originally signed by Houston, traded on to St. Louis and then to Montreal. Last year at Denver, he batted .296. Carlton winds, 1-0 pitch. Low and inside, ball 2. The Phillies have pulled the infield in. Valentine, the runner at third. Parrish, the runner at second. Spire, the runner at first. The game tied 1-1. There are no outs this inning. Carlton winds. Here's the pitch. swing and a pop foul behind the plate out of play. Cubs lead the Mets 2-0 at the end of 5 innings this afternoon. Koosman against Russell. Pittsburgh 2-1 over St. Louis at the end of 4. Denny against Blyleven. Simmons has homered for the Cards. The wind-up in the pitch. Check swing and it's low inside. 3 balls and a strike. The Carlton's got to come in with something here to rookie right-handed batter Span Pappy. P-A-P-I, Pappy. Carlton ready. From the wind-up, the pitch. It's a strike call. Pappy thought it was high, and he started toward first, and you know a rookie wouldn't do that if he didn't really think it was high. We've got a full count.
And he kind of stood there, too, and he better get back in that batter's box because a veteran umpire like John Kilborough, that next pitch is close, he'll ring him up for doing that.
3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's Carlton's pitch. Swing and a foul ball. Or no, he missed it. He strikes out. Thought for a moment he got a piece of that ball, but he swung and missed at that pitch, and Carlton picks up a very important strikeout. Pappy strikes out first out of the inning as Carlton picks up his 4th strikeout. Now the infield remains in with 1 down, and here's Warren Cromartie. Just as Carlton was ready to pitch, time was called by the third base umpire, Joe West.
Yeah, well, the Phillies were deciding what to do with their infield, and they want to play back in double play depth, so Mike Schmidt was hollering for timeout, and he got it from the third base umpire.
Now we're ready. The pitch to Cromartie. Check swing. It's low. They're asking for an appeal to the third base umpire, who also concurs he did not swing. So it's ball 1 to Cromartie. He has walked, lined to left, and grounded to second. Wind in the pitch. Swing and a ball hit in the air deep to left field. Luzinski getting back, but it may be deep enough to score the run. Tagging at third is Valentine. He comes on in. Moving into third base is Parrish. Moving down to second base, Clare. And the Expos hit 2-1. Sacrifice fly RBI for Cromartie, and Montreal leads for the first time. A 2-1 ball game, and now Danny Ozark is going to make a change. For the second time in the inning, Ozark is headed to the mound, and with Dave Cash coming up, he's going to bring Ron Reed in the ball game. So we've got a pitching change here in Montreal. We'll be back following this message.
Phillies fans, here's a great chance to win a free 1-week vacation for 2. It's a grand and glorious vacation for 2 at the delightful oceanfront Golden Inn in Avalon, New Jersey, and there's no obligation. Just stop in, register your name for the Golden Inn Sweepstakes at any of the 3 Colonial Federal Savings and Loan offices. In Philadelphia, 1206 Chestnut Street, and Drexel Hill at Lansdowne Avenue and State Road across from Downs, or in Havertown or Westchester Pike across from Manoa Shopping Center. Vacations like savings should be planned. Do both at Colonial. We pay the highest interest allowed by law, and we compound interest daily. But there's no obligation to open an account to win the Golden Inn Vacation Sweepstakes. All you do is register your name. The Golden Inn has 2 swimming pools, a spacious poolside terrace, a luxurious dining room, music, dancing, and the most delicious food in South Jersey. Win this great vacation for 2. Register today at any Colonial Federal Savings and Loan office in Havertown and Drexel Hill or in Philadelphia. Drawing is June 16th, member FSLIC.
You know, with the purchase of selected General Electric major appliances, General Electric is giving away a U.S. savings bond.
Bonds away!
That's from now until May 31st.
You know, gentlemen prefer bonds.
You can get a great General Electric major appliance and use the savings bond to help finance a trip.
Bon voyage.
Or use the bond to buy something great.
Like chocolate-covered bonbons?
So see your GE dealer today.
Bonsai!
Home Appliance Center, 95 East Lancaster Avenue, Paoli. 95 East Lancaster Avenue in Paoli.
And now, before Reed takes over for the Phillies, we pause for station identification. The Phillies Baseball Network.
This is KYW Philadelphia. AccuWeather calls for a mostly sunny, breezy, and milder afternoon. Clear, moonlit skies, quite cold tonight, scattered frost in the suburbs. Sunny and 62 degrees at Independence Mall.
Dave Cash will bat for the Expos. Here's Reed's first delivery of the game, and it's blowing outside, ball 1. Tall right-hander appearing in his 3rd game. He has worked 4 innings, has given up 3 hits but no runs. The Expos have runners at 2nd and 3rd, 2 outs in the inning. Pitch on the way to Cash, low and inside, ball 2. Cash is 0 for 3 this afternoon, 2 ground balls and a fly ball. Gene Garber is up and throwing in the Phillies' left field bullpen. Reed stretches and the pitch. Outside, ball 3. First base is open. The on-deck hitter is Andre Dawson. 2 runs in the inning, and Montreal leads for the first time 2-1. We're in the 7th inning of the first game of a doubleheader. Reed ready to work, and here's the pitch. Swing and a foul ball out of play behind the plate. 3-1 count to Cash.
Well, Dick Williams, knowing what a good hitter Dave Cash is, and more experienced than Andre Dawson, gave Dave Cash that 3-0 green light there with a chance to drive in a couple runs.
Expos could bust it open right here. This is a very important out. Pitch on the way to Cash. High ball. And Cash takes a base on ball. Reed walks Ron Cash to load him up, and Andre Dawson will bat with the bases full. Dawson 1 for 3.
The bunching draft is off with the center fielder, Albany Dawson.
Dawson, right-handed batter, to square off against Ron Reed. Reed pitching from the stretch, and his pitch is right over at the knees on a slider, a strike. The Expos have had 7 hits. The Phillies have had 5. Phillies' only run scored on a Greg Luzinski homer. Dawson checks his swing and takes a pitch high. 1 ball, 1 strike to Dawson.
Phillies like to work Dawson in and out. He's really going to be a good hitter, but you can still kind of pitch him breaking balls away sometimes and get him out. It's really the only hole he has. Try to pitch him fastballs in and breaking balls away and just hope with it.
Next pitch to him is a slider on the outside corner, and it's there for a strike. A 1-2 count to Andre Dawson.
Perfect way to pitch a hitter right there is to throw the fastball up and in, pitch before, and then come back with the breaking ball away. And the hitter's natural tendency is to fall off the plate a little bit.
Very key spot in this ball game. Pitch on the way from Reed, low and outside, and again he tried that slider away, but he couldn't get him. Dawson laid off it. 2 balls and 2 strikes to the Montreal center fielder, who's had lots of defensive plays in this game. A 2-2 count. Reed out the belt. Here's his pitch. Ground ball, first base side. It takes a crazy hop off the cutoff and goes into the outfield, and a couple of runs will score. A bad hop single by Andre Dawson. Hebner was in position to make the play and hit off the cutout. Found it high over his head in the right field. The Expos pick up 2 more runs, and they lead this game 4-1. And standing at third base is Cash. Well, the Phillies got a bad break there. Parrish and Fire both scored on the play. The runs will be charged to Carlin, and the Expos lead it 4-1. Here's Gary Carter, the 9th batter in the inning for Montreal. A pitch out, nothing happening. Ball 1.
Well, that was a shame. The ball hit the cutoff of the AstroTurf and hopped right over Richie Hebner's head. And Ron Reed really pitched Andre Dawson super. He kept throwing that breaking ball away to him, and he got a good one to him there that he made him hit it on the end of the bat.
Here is a line drive to center field, base hit, and the Expos get their 5th run as Cash scores, and Dawson moves up to second base. So the Expos have batted around in the inning. Carter comes through with his first hit of the day, and he picks up RBI number 8 as he knocks in Cash. That run will be charged to Reed. Tony Perez at the plate with runners at first and second, 2 down. And he takes low, ball 1. The Expos have had a 5-run inning after failing to score for the entire ball game. And they lead it 5-1. Perez swings and fouls one back off the first base side, a strike. So Twitchell stands up to pick up his first victory against his former teammate. If their relief pitcher can hold it, we don't know whether they're bringing Bonson in the game or Darrell Knowles. We'll have to wait and see. They had them both warming up. Their bullpen is quiet right now. Reed stretches. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses low. 2 balls and a strike to count on Tony Perez, batting for the second time in the inning. He started it all with a double. Reed checks the runners. Here's his delivery. Swing and a base hit to right field. It's going to score another run. And stopping at third base will be Carter, and the Expos lead at 6-1. Dawson on in to score on the second hit of the inning by Perez. A single to right field, and Montreal leads by 5 runs. Tony Perez gets only his second RBI of the year. Pepe Frias is going out to first base to pinch run for Perez.
Ladies and gentlemen, put out rolling 6 runners for the Expos, and they'll cross number 38, Pepe Frias.
Valentine at the plate, and he swings and misses a strike. Valentine is 2 for 3 today, a single, a double, and a run batted in. Reed's next delivery. Swing and a miss. So the Expos have had an inning, 6 runs. Pitch on the way to the plate. On the outside corner, a called third strike, and the inning is finally over, but not before the Expos send 11 men to the plate, and they score 6 runs. They do it on 7 hits, and they leave 2 men on base. At the end of 7, Montreal leads the game 6-1.
I just saved myself a trip to the bank and a trip to the post office. I've got this new thing going with George Bank by phone from Girard Bank. Just paid a month's worth of bills, did a whole pile of banking. I even gave myself a loan. Oh, sure. A few other banks have pay by phone, but Girard lets me pay and bank by phone. You know, it's almost like having a Girard Bank right here in my kitchen.
Ask for a demonstration of George Bank by phone at any Girard Bank office.
I used to think of the George machine at Girard Bank as my own private money game. If I forgot to go to the bank or needed cash on a weekend, there he was. Proceed to go and collect $200. Man, I owned that withdrawal button. You know what I mean? And then I looked at all the buttons. Wow. Checking, savings, deposits, loans, transfers, balances. I got a whole bank right here. Now I do my everyday banking with George. I push the buttons, and I run the bank.
George lets you be the banker. Girard Bank. We're there when you need us.
The Phillies have a terrific offer for all women. On Sunday, May 14th, the Phillies will be playing Pete Rose, Joe Morgan, George Foster, Johnny Bench, and the Cincinnati Reds. It's an extra added attraction. All women will receive a free canvas Phillies tote bag that is perfect for many occasions. That's a free Phillies canvas tote bag for all women on Sunday, May 14th, when the Phillies play the Cincinnati Reds at the Vet. Game time, 1:35. A left-hander, Darrell Knowles, is taking over pitching for Montreal. They're making several other changes. Frias stays in the game to play at second base. Del Unser comes in to play at first base. And Sam Mejias will relieve Warren Cromartie in left field. Well, Barry Foote is going to make his first appearance of the year. He'll be out as a pinch hitter for Ron Reed to lead off the 8th inning for the Phillies. The ex-Expo, Barry Foote, getting his very first at-bat of the season. Last year, Foote batted .235, and the first pitch to him is low ball. Right-handed swinging Barry Foote out to face Darrell Knowles. Knowles appearing in his 4th ball game of the year. The left-hander winds, and a curveball misses low. Foote swings and sends a fly ball deep to center field. Dawson getting back. He turns around and catches the ball for the out. Foote flies out to center field in his first at-bat of the year. That's 1 down for the Phillies in the 8th inning. Now Bake McBride. Bake 0 for 3 on the afternoon and 0 for 15. Here's Bake, left-handed batter. Knowles, the left-hander who one time worked for the Phillies. And a fastball misses outside, ball one. Knowles appearing against the Phillies for the second time this year. Misses again low and outside. He relieved in that 8-7 ball game at Philadelphia, facing only one batter, and he gave up a single to Richie Hebner. Wind up in the pitch to McBride, a strike call. 6-run inning for the Expos in the 7th has busted this ball game wide open. Phillies went into the inning leading it 1-0. Here's the left-hander's next pitch. He drops down and comes sidearm, but misses low. And a 3-1 count to McBride. Knowles winds, and here's the next pitch. Low and inside, ball 4. Bake McBride draws a base on ball. That's the first Philly batter to reach base on a free pass today. Twitchell worked 7 innings, didn't walk anybody, gave up 5 hits and struck out 6. And if things stand as they are, he will be the winning pitcher. Here's Larry Boa. For the first time, Larry will swing around and bat right-handed. Boa's 0 for 3. A ground ball to second, fly to center, and another ground ball to second. The Expos setting up for the double play now. Knowles stretches in the pitch. Ball hit in the air to left field, getting over and catching the ball on the run is Mejia. They just put him out there this inning, and he catches up with that line drive in left center field, and Boa is retired. Second out of the inning, and here's Mike Schmidt. Here's Mike Schmidt. He's 0 for 3. Mike struck out, line to center, and popped to short. Phillies have had just 5 hits in the ball game, including Luzinski's home run. Schmidt bluffs a bunt and takes a strike.
Hi, how are you? I've been busy.
Are you still in the booth?
I've been busy here.
Oh, folks, I'd like to have you meet Chris Wheeler. He's joining us for the first time since the score was 1-0 Phillies. Check swing and the fastball outside.
My last comment was on that bad hop hit. You know, not much you can say. It kind of turned it around. Schmidt trying to drop a bunt there a couple of pitches before that just to get on base and maybe see if Greg Luzinski might hit one out, get it a little closer.
Phillies trail it by 5 runs. Knowles stretches. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Inside. 2 balls and a strike. In the second game, the Phillies will be up against a hot pitcher, left-hander Ross Grimsley, coming back to the National League. Has pitched 2 complete games. Swing and a miss by Schmidt. He went for a pitch low out of the strike zone. Two balls and 2 strikes. Darrell Knowles out there to try to protect it for Wayne Twitchell. Darrell now 36 years of age in his 13th big league season. Dick Williams had so much confidence in him when he was pitching for the A's that he one time used him in all 7 games of a World Series. How's that for a workout? There goes the runner, McBride. A ball tapped toward third base. It's hit very slowly, barehanded by Parrish. He bobbles, can't make the play, and Schmidt will get a base hit. Bake McBride easily made it to second base. He was going to be on second for sure, unless Parrish was able to barehand that ball and throw out Schmidt, which he couldn't. So Mike has hit safely now in 8 of the 9 Phillies games this year. Hit number 6 for the Phillies. And the ball. It's hard to believe, but Luzinski has homers in back-to-back games. But the last game, of course, was Monday night. Feast or famine for Greg today. 2 strikeouts and a home run. Pitch to the strong right-handed batter. Misses outside, ball 1.
Dick Williams will stay with Darrell Knowles. If the game was closer, he'd have had him out of there, obviously, right now. But the Expos have a 5-run lead.
Outside again, 2-0 the count to Luzinski. Gary Carter walking the ball back toward the mound.
But the one thing he does not want is for him to be out there nibbling like he's doing right now, and they're going to come out and talk to him about it. I mean, what he's going to say to him is throw the ball over the plate. He hits it out at 6-4. We still have a 2-run lead in the 8th inning in our own park. What you don't want to do is, get the bases loaded. The Phillies are very explosive, and every team knows that. That's really going to drive a manager nuts when a pitcher would start nibbling like that.
Pitching coach Jim Brewer out there to have a word with Knowles. And I'm sure he's relaying your message.
Well, that really is frustrating to a manager. I mean, he's giving Knowles the confidence, showing he has confidence to stay with him in that spot. All he wants him to do is challenge Luzinski and make him hit the ball somewhere. And he comes out there and throws 2 pitches nowhere near the strike zone.
Right-hander Stan Bonson is up and throwing in the Montreal bullpen. Luzinski swings and misses at a fastball. 2 balls and a strike to Luzinski. There are 2 outs in the inning. The Phillies are batting in the 8th. And Montreal is ahead 6-1 on the scoreboard. Here's the next pitch. Looked like it might have been a changeup, and it's on the outside corner, a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Knowles at the belt. Here's his next pitch. Outside, ball 3. Screwball.
He turns his fastball over. He doesn't throw a screwball like, say, Tug McGraw that dives and breaks a lot like Tug's, but typical left-hander, he'll turn that fastball over and run it away from the right-handed hitter and try and make the right-handed hitter pull the ball and ground out. A good right-handed hitter like Greg Luzinski will try and hit that ball the other way.
1966 was his first full year in the big leagues, and of course he was with the Phillies at that time. Here's Knowles' next delivery with the runners moving, but the ball is fouled back to the screen. Count holds at 2-2 on Luzinski. Check the count. It's 3-2 on the ball. Full count to Luzinski. The runner at second, McBride. The runner at first, Schmidt. 2 outs in the inning. Knowles taking plenty of time here. He has his sign from Carter, and we're ready to go. Runners moving again. It's outside, ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Luzinski draws a walk. Richie Hebner, the batter, due for the Phillies, but Davy Johnson's coming out. Now let's see what Dick Williams wants to do about this. The Phillies have the bases loaded. Williams wandering around in front of the Montreal dugout, but still not coming out. Of course, even a grand slam home run here would leave the Expos up by a run. He does have the right-hander warming up, and now Williams is coming out, and so he's going to make a move here. He's going to take Knowles out of the ball game and bring in right-hander Stan Bonson. A pitching change at Montreal. The Expos lead this ball game 6-1. We'll be back following these messages.
Want to add new sparkle and excitement to a humdrum world? Well, enroll for summer courses at Widener College in nearby suburban Chester, PA. Widen your world with Widener. There are long lists of subjects available, both graduate and undergraduate, both day and evening classes, as well as a Widener Way for Women program. Perhaps you need a few credits prior to September. Perhaps you're thinking of re-entering college. Perhaps you're out of high school a few years and want to give college a try. Widener College is a fully accredited college where you can work toward a degree or just take a course or two that will make your life more interesting and your career more rewarding. Day courses at Widener include business administration, engineering, social science, paralegal, humanities, and science, just to name a few. In addition, evening courses include accounting and management, liberal arts, science, engineering, and social science. MBA courses are also offered in the evening. Make this summer rewarding as well as enjoyable. Call Widener College at 876-5551 for additional information.
2 years ago, Plymouth introduced the most successful car in its history, Polari. Today, we've got it in 3 styles that all give you your money's worth. The Slant 6 Coupe that gets better mileage than any 6-cylinder automatic built in America. The sedan that's roomiest in its class. And the wagon that's become the #1 selling wagon in America over the past 2 years. Coupe, sedan, or wagon. Polari gives you your money's worth. See it today at your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
Right-hander Stan Bonson takes over for Montreal after Darrell Knowles worked only 2/3 of an inning, during which he walked 2 and gave up a hit, and the Phillies have the bases loaded. So it'll be the Bonson burner, as they call him here in Montreal, though he was at one time a fastball pitcher. He really isn't anymore. Bonson has already worked in 5 games this year. He has an 0-1 record, but he's worked only 7 2/3 innings, so it's obvious that Bonson doesn't stay out there very long when he comes in a ball game. So Stan Bonson, appearing against the Phillies for the second time this year, he did work 2 2/3 innings against the Phillies on April 12th, and he gave up 6 hits, 4 runs, 3 of them earned. Davey Johnson, the pinch hitter for the Phillies. Johnson batting for Hebner. Davey, right-handed batter, who is 0 for 4 this year. Bases loaded, 2 out. Expos lead the game 6-1. Bonson from the full windup. Here's the pitch to Johnson. Swing and a ground ball toward the hole. Fielded by Spire, goes over to Frias, and they get the out at second base, and the inning is over. So for the Phillies in the 8th, no runs, 1 hit, and 3 men left on base. At the end of 7.5 innings, Montreal leads it 6-1. Gene Garber is the new pitcher for the Phillies as we go to the Montreal half of the 8th inning. Barry Foote will be his battery mate, and Tim McCarver stays in the game but swings over to play first base. So McCarver at first, Foote behind the plate for the first time this year, and Gene Garber on the mound, appearing in his 4th ball game. Garber has worked 3 innings and given up 3 hits and 1 run. Larry Parrish leads it off. First pitch to him is outside a ball. Parrish is 1 for 3, got a single last inning. Here's a ball that hops off the glove of McCarver at first base. It rolls out toward right field. Parrish is going to try for second. Here comes McBride's throw. He is safe. Like Parrish was undecided whether he should go for second base, but when he finally made up his mind, he put on a real burst of speed and he made it. So Tim McCarver down to first base, and didn't take him long to get a fielding play, and that ball hopped right off his glove. That'll go as a hit. And that'll be a double for Larry Parrish. Hit number 11 for the Expos this afternoon. Here is Chris Spire. Spire has not been retired today. He was walked intentionally. He has doubled and singled. Spire, right-handed batter. Pitch on the way to him, low and outside, ball 1. Well, the Expos were held scoreless for 6 innings, but they busted out of it for 6 last inning, and they come out swinging here in the 8th. A 6-1 Montreal lead, first end of this doubleheader. Garber's changeup misses, and the count is 2-0. Ron Reed worked only a third of an inning and gave up 3 hits and 2 runs. Here's Garber's next pitch, changeup, swing and a miss. 2 balls and 1 strike to Spire. Parrish is second with nobody out. Pitch on the way to Spire. Misses outside, 3-1. Christensen and Grimsley in the second game. Lonborg and Rogers tomorrow afternoon at 2:15. Here's Garber's next pitch. Ball tapped off the end of the bat. It trickles foul. Now we have a full count on Chris Spire. The Expos, with 3 hits in the first 6 innings of the ball game, had 7 hits in the 7th inning. A little better fielding by Carlton, and he might have gotten out of trouble. The ball that Parrish hit really did him in. Garber stretches. The 3-2 pitch to Spire. Low ball 4. Spire draws a walk. The runners at first and second with nobody out, and Del Unser is batting out of the number 9 spot. Unser getting his first at bat of the ball game. The ex-Phil batting .259, 7 hits and 27 times up. Del, a left-handed batter. Garber stretches. Here's the pitch to Unser. Line drive, base hit to right field. Larry Parrish is being waved around. Here comes the throw on in. It's cut off by McCarver, and the Expos have another run. Unser drives in his second run of the year as Dell singles to right field, and the Expos lead at 7-1. Spire stops at second base. And so the Expos have scored off every pitcher the Phillies have sent out there today. Back to the top of the batting order, and Sam Mejias to get his first at bat. Mejias is 0 for 3 this year. Final in the American League. Toronto beat Chicago this afternoon 4-2. Pitch to Mejias at the knees for a strike. Clancy, the winning pitcher. Wilbur Wood, the loser. Wilbur now 0-3. Garber at the belt. Here's his next pitch. Hit in the air toward right field. McBride comes in, grabs it, and the runners will not be able to advance. Mejias is out on a line drive to right field. And that's the first out of the inning. Spire stays at second. Unser at first. And here is pitcher Stan Bonson getting a chance at the plate. Bonson with his first at bat of the year coming up. Montreal leading it 7-1. Bonson is a right-handed batter. Here's Garber's pitch to him. He squares around to bunt, but it goes foul. Strike 1. Bonson batting out of the number 2 spot in the batting order, where Dave Cash started the ball game. Doug Auld and Roy Howell had home runs in that Toronto win over the White Sox 4-2. That was the ball game where they pulled off a triple play. Jim Clancy the winner, though he had relief help from Mike Willis, who retired the final White Sox batter. Garber stretches. Here's the pitch. It's bunted in the air and foul. 2 strikes. News from the Pirates today. They announced that utility infielder Fernando Gonzalez has been optioned out to Columbus, and they're making room for the return of Duffy Dyer. Duffy had spent the last 15 days on the disabled list with a broken right thumb. Suffered March 17th in spring training. Garber stretches, and here's the pitch. Again bunted foul, and Bonson is out of there. Bonson officially will be retired as a strikeout victim, bunting foul with 2 strikes. Let's pause now for station identification. This is the Phillies Baseball Network.
This is KYW Philadelphia at 3:59. AccuWeather says mostly sunny, breezy, milder this afternoon, high of about 62 degrees. Sunny skies, 57 degrees on Independence Mall.
Here's Andre Dawson, right-handed batter who knocked in 2 runs in the big inning. Pitch to him, and Garber went at his head, knocked him down. I don't believe he is hurt. I don't know where that... I think the ball hit the bat, didn't it, Chris?
No, I think it got him on the elbow.
Yes, it did.
Shoulder.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that was... The ball was right at him.
It was Dawson who came up with the bad hop single off the cutoff of the diamond down at first base that plated 2 runs, and looks like he's going to leave the ball game. Dawson hit on the right. He's rubbing his left wrist. It looks like the area that he's holding right now. And we'll have to wait and see here whether there's going to be a warning to Garber. It looks like Williams is sort of suggesting that to John Kibler, if you will. But so far, now Dawson just went into the dugout for a moment. I think he is going on down to first base. So far, Kibler is making no move to warn Garber. Dawson hit by the pitch, and he's going to stay in the ball game.
Well, yeah, you can't blame Dick Williams in a situation like that for thinking that maybe Garber should be issued a warning. A 7-1 game, and the batter, he's hurt the Phillies a little bit today, gets wackoed with a pitch, and he's going to come out of there, too. I couldn't believe he was going back out there because it looked like he really got hit hard.
No, they made him go out and touch first base is what they did, and Jerry White is coming in as a pinch runner. But they made him go back out there and touch first, and he immediately spun around and came back toward the dugout. So Jerry White will be out there as a pinch runner. We've got 2 outs in the inning. Bases are loaded for the Expos. Here's Gary Carter, right-handed batter. Pitch on the way is a ground ball. Schmidt has it. Will make the play over to second for the force out. And the inning is over. But the Expos in the 8th inning have added another run. They do it on 2 hits, and they leave 3 men on base. So at the end of 8, Montreal leads it 7-1.
Cotman Transmission presents the history of the automatic transmission. The first mass-produced automatic transmission appeared in 1941, and gradually the country went shiftless. Then came Ultramatic, Turboglide, Cruisematic, Dynaflow, Flight Pitch, Torque Flight, and Roto-Hydromatic. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Trouble was expensive and time-consuming. Then along came Cotman, who devised the system, invented the method, and smoothed the tune about automatic transmission repair at a fraction of its cost, and in half the time. The Cotman Man. Transmissions keep on shifting. Cotman. We fix transmissions because we know how.
For the leaders in preventive maintenance, check your local yellow pages for the Cotman Man near you.
There's a demanding cat around. He's at your Lincoln Mercury dealers, and he wants these dealers to sell every Mercury in stock. Every one. That means you have a great chance to get into any one of his fine cars right now. From the full-size Mercury Marquis right through his Cougars, Zephyrs, Monarchs, and Bobcats. They're all up for grabs right now. See your Lincoln Mercury dealer quick, because that cat means business. At the sign of the cat.
Remember now, every hit pays off. Jerry White stays in the ball game, and he will play in left field. Mejia moves over to play center field, and the Expos are putting a new catcher in the game. Bob Reese, a rookie, is getting his first playing time. Reese coming into the ball game to catch Stan Bonson as the Phillies go to the 9th inning. And Gary Maddox will lead it off. Gary will be swinging away for Charles A. Spotwood of Turner Avenue in Cinnaminson, New Jersey. Maddox, a 1-for-3 afternoon. Gary got a single his last time up. Montreal leads the game 7-1. The Phillies' only home run, a bull blast in the 4th inning. Right-hander Bonson winds, and the pitch is low inside, ball 1. Bonson's 1-0 pitch is over for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Phillies have had just 6 hits in the ball game. Outside, 2 balls and a strike. Bonson winds, 2-1 pitch on the way. Check swing and it's high, or did he go around? He did. It's going to be a strike, I should say. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Maddox tried to check his swing, couldn't pull back. 2-2 to Gary. He checks his swing again, but the pitch is on the outside corner, a called 3rd strike. Maddox strikes out. 1 down in the 9th inning and 4 tickets to a future game to Charles A. Spotwood of Turner Avenue in Cinnaminson. Now first baseman Tim McCarver. Timmy started the game as Carlton's battery mate, then swung down to play first base. Timmy 1 for 3. Timmy will be batting for Angelo Castriciano of Dudley Street in Philadelphia. He takes low, ball 1. Here's Bonson's next pitch. McCarver swings and misses a strike. Now the field is almost completely in shadows. Only the far corner of right field has any sunshine at all. Valentine playing in sunshine. Everybody else in the shadows. Quite a revamped Montreal lineup out there now, too. Here's a pitch in for a called strike. A 1-2 count to McCarver. Only Parrish, Spire, and Valentine remain from the starting lineup today. Inside a ball. They've got White in left field now, Mejias in center, Frias at second, Unser at first, and Reese behind the plate, and of course Bonson on the mound. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Tim McCarver. Timmy now steps out. McCarver takes low inside, and we've got a full count. Here's the payoff pitch to McCarver. It's inside, ball 4. Timmy draws the base on balls. And 4 tickets to a future game to Angela Castriciano of Dudley Street in Philadelphia. Ted Sizemore, the batter, and he'll be hitting in the Daily News home run payoff for Wally Lisiewski of Livingston Street in Philadelphia.
Anybody named Smith ever get in this contest?
No, they don't let him in. Sizemore 1 for 3 this afternoon. Pitch to the right-handed batter is high, a ball. Can't remember the last Jones.
You do these names very well, Andy. I can see why we see this inning for you every game.
Out of it again in the second game, too. Here's a called strike.
Thank Denny Lehman, who works in our publicity department, who picks innings for you.
I don't know whether I'm going to thank him. I might have a talk with him. Ball 1 strike to Sizemore. Way outside, and the ball bounces away from Reese, but no advance. 2-1 to Sizemore. Here's Bonson's next delivery, and it's high, a ball. And you know Dick Williams is going a little bananas in the Montreal dugout. Got to. And sure enough, he's having to send somebody else back down to the Montreal bullpen. Bill Atkinson, right-hand down there. Pitch on the way from Bonson. Strike called. Sizemore tossed the bat away and started to walk down to first. And he has to come back. 3-2. This was a very fast-paced ball game when the Phillies were leading 1-0. Now that the Expos are leading, here's a called 3rd strike. Sizemore strikes out. Bonson put it on the outside corner, and he gets the strikeout for the 2nd out of the inning. 4 tickets to a future Phillies game to Wally Lisiewski of Livingston Street in Philadelphia. Barry Foote will bat. He flied out to center field. He'll be hitting for Paul H. Benke of East Collingswood in Oakland, New Jersey. Barry Foote, only his 2nd at bat of the season. Batter used to be with the Expos, and here is a base hit. Solidly hit to center field, and of course that pays off. $20 will be sent to Paul Benke of East Collingswood in Oakland, New Jersey, for the single by Barry Foote. McCarver stops at second base, and here's Bake McBride. He'll be swinging, I should say, for Marty Zachary. I don't know why I'd say swimming on a day like this. It's freezing up here. Bake McBride 0 for 3, walked his last time up. Runners at first and second with 2 down. Montreal leads it 7-1. Bonson stretches. Here's the pitch to McBride. Over for a strike. Bonson has the sign from Reese. Here's his pitch, low and inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Expos have out-hit the Phillies 12-7. Larry Christensen will work game number 2 against left-hander Ross Grimsley. Pitch on the way to McBride. He dumps it into left field. It'll go in for a base hit, and McCarver is going to score. The ball bobbled momentarily by White, but nobody else advances. There'll be no error. That'll be a single for McBride, and the Phillies get their second run of the ball game. And we have another winner in the Daily News payoff, as $20 will be sent to Marty Zachary. Tim McCarver scores the Phil's second run. Barry Foote at second base. And that's the first RBI of the year for Bake McBride. Now here's Larry Bowa. He'll be swinging away for Paul Giannetti of South Franklin Street in Philadelphia. Larry back to the left side of the plate, and the pitch to him is bunted, but it goes foul, strike 1.
It's nice to see Bake get a hit there. He's 0 for 15?
Right.
Yeah, 0 for 15, and he's really been struggling. And he'll get a lot of hits before the year's over.
One strike on Bowa. Montreal leads at 7-2. Pitch to Larry, misses outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Larry is 0 for 4 today. 2 ground balls to second, fly ball to center, line drive to left. Parrish way in at third base. Pitch to Bowa. Pop foul out of play, third base side. Ball and 2 strikes on Larry Bowa. Bonson stretches. Pitch on the way to Bowa. Pop fly into shallow left field. It drops for a hit. Foote being held at third base. Nobody will score, but Bowa drops a hit into left field, his first hit of the afternoon. And another payoff winner as $20 will be sent to Paul Giannetti of Philadelphia on the hit by Bowa. Now, Jim Brewer coming out of the Montreal dugout as the Phillies have the bases loaded. Barry Foote at third, Bake McBride at second, Larry Bowa at first. And Yogi Berra was the guy who said it. It isn't over till it's over. Yeah, he did. Mike Schmidt due at the plate. Brief conference at the mound is completed. Schmidt will be swinging for Joan Glowacki of Donnelly Avenue in Aston, PA. Mike Schmidt 1 for 4 this afternoon. An infield hit his last time up. So after the first 2 outs of the inning, the Phillies have had 3 consecutive singles by Foote, McBride, and now Bowa. Bonson from the full windup. A changeup, and the ball gets away from Reese, and the Phillies are going to get a run as Barry Foote scores, and everybody else moves up a base. The rookie catcher just plain booted that one, and he's being charged with a pass ball.
Well, Andy, it looked like they got crossed up on that. It was a breaking ball or some kind of an off-speed pitch. It looked like Reese reached up thinking it was a fastball. And, boy, that's a good way to get hurt and to get fooled and have a pass ball. And
he and Bonson just said something to each other, and it definitely looked like he was crossed up.
It's a 7-3 ball game now as the Phillies get a run on the passed ball. A 1-0 count on Mike Schmidt. I beg your pardon, that was ruled a strike. They have it up as a strike. No, it was a ball, wasn't it? Pretty sure it was. They have it up as a strike, but I believe it was a ball. Time called now.
John Kibler tried to motion to the scorekeeper here that was a ball, but they haven't changed it yet.
Pitch on the way to Schmidt. One outside. 2-0 the count.
The bullpen is the Achilles tendon of this Expo team, and the Phillies gave up a lot of runs themselves this afternoon. Bad hot base hit really did the most damage, but you can see where this team will get hurt in the late innings with their bullpen because of guys like Bonson and Knowles.
Bonson with the sign. Here's the next pitch. A slider is one outside. 2-1 the count. Certain of the count. They never changed it up the board. They've got 2-1 up there, and it might be 3-0 if we were originally. Here's Bonson's next pitch, and a ball foul out of play down the left side. And Bonson running the new baseball, trying to get the final out of this ball game. The Phillies are down by a 7-3 score. First base is open. Possibly, if Schmidt would get on, the Phillies would bring the potential tying to the plate. Pitch on the way to Mike. In the air, the shallow right field. Late start by Valentine, but he's getting there, and he grabs it for the final out of the ball game. We send 4 tickets to a future game to Joe Milwaukee of Aston, Pennsylvania, and the Phillies are out in the 9th inning, but not before they score a couple of runs. 3 hits, and they leave 2 men on base. Expos win the ball game 7-3. We'll be back to wrap it up in just a moment.
Then you just gotta come to Geno's, because that's where you'll find Colonel Sanders Kentucky Fried Chicken. Gold brown and finger licking good. They go together. Kentucky Fried Chicken and Geno's. So come on, come to Geno's and feel good.
Is ideal for Phillies who grocery shop fast during the season yet still want winning quality. Ideal brand, of course. Acme's own first team of canned, frozen, bottled, and dairy items. Everything from super fresh Ideal eggs to soft drinks. Plus, they cost less than you'd expect. Ideal brand is at Acme Super Saver only. When you see the label, you know you've got a winner.
Plymouth Arrow gets great mileage, 39 on the highway, 29 in the city, and has a low sticker price. $38.41, excluding taxes and destination charges, and features like reclining buckets, tinted glass, and fold-down rear seat. So when you get a Plymouth Arrow, you get your money's worth. The mileage is an EPA estimate for a manual transmission Arrow with 1.6-liter engine. Your mileage may differ. Plymouth Arrow's great mileage, price, and features give you your money's worth. See it today at your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
Well, here in Montreal, the Phillies had a 1-0 lead in this ball game in the 4th inning when Greg Luzinski hit a home run, his second of the year. But the Expos just busted it wide open with a 6-run 7th inning during which they sent 11 men to the plate and got 7 hits. And one of the big plays in that inning was a bad hop single. It looked like a ground ball that Hebner was going to field at first base. It was hit by Andre Dawson, but it hopped off the cutout of the AstroTurf, went high over Hebner's head into right field. 2 runs scored in the inning. There were also a couple of doubles in the inning. Valentine got 1 to plate a run.
Perez started it with a double. He drove in a run on a sacrifice fly RBI, but the big blow of the thing was that hit by Dawson that scored 2 more runs, and then another run driven in by Tony Perez just for good measure. So the Expos win the first end of this doubleheader by a 7-3 score. And here are the totals in the ball game. Montreal 7 runs, 12 hits, an error, and 9 men left. Phillies 3 runs, 9 hits, no error, and 9 men left. The winning pitcher Wayne Twitchell, who won the first 7 innings, gave up 5 hits. Didn't walk anybody, struck out 6. And it's Twitchell's first victory of the year and his first ever against his former teammates. Steve Carlton, the losing pitcher, lefty now 1-2 on the young season. He went 6 2/3 innings, gave up 7 hits, and of the Montreal runs, he walked 2 and struck out 4 this afternoon. The game was played 2 hours and 39 minutes. And in the second game, Larry Christensen is going to square off against Ross Grimsley, a guy who has pitched 2 complete games so far. There was a save awarded in this ball game to Stan Bonson, the third Expo pitcher. Darrell Knowles was the middle pitcher. He worked 2/3 of an inning. So this one goes to Montreal 7-3. The Expos above 500 now at 6-5. And the Phillies still one up above 500 at 5-4. We understand the second game will begin in 20 minutes. And following our network cue here, we will send it back for 15 minutes. We will have a 15-minute break. We'll return it to us 15 minutes following the network cue. Ron Stubbs has been our technician for the day's ball game. Our executive producer is Steve Silverman. Phillies baseball is a presentation of the Philadelphia Phillies. So for Rich Ashburn and Harry Callis, along with Chris Wheeler, this is Andy Musser saying so long for now from Montreal's Olympic Stadium, where the final score in Game 1 was 7-3 Expos. We'll be back in 15 minutes on the Phillies Baseball Network. Everybody, and welcome back to Olympic Stadium in Montreal, where we're getting set for the second end of this doubleheader. The Expos beat the Phillies 7-3 in the first game. And here in Game 2, left-hander Ross Grimsley, back in the National League after appearing with Baltimore for several seasons, will be out to face the Phillies, and he'll be up against Larry Christensen, who is 1-0 so far this year. Larry with a 1.06 earned run average. The umpires are already coming out toward home plate. Some of the players are going through some limbering up exercises. And we'll be back to give you the lineups for Game 2. We've got some changes in the Phillies lineup. We'll have the lineups for you following these messages.
Chrysler LeBaron's a good combination. It's a car sized for today's living, yet loaded with luxury. It gives you your money's worth of sensibly sized style. In your choice of 3 models, a young stylish 2-door, a classic 4-door, and the new LeBaron Town & Country wagon. The difference between this wagon and any other is luxury. Why drive a car that doesn't feel great? Why not get your money's worth of style and luxury? When LeBaron gives you all this, why settle for anything less? See it at your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer today.
Cotman Transmission wants you to keep your car. When you bring your car to the Cotman man, he'll road test and visually inspect the entire machine, from the front radiator to the rear axle. If the problem is not in the automatic transmission, where the problem is, in clear, simple terms. If the problem is the automatic transmission, he'll tell you that, too, in clear, simple terms, before you leave your car. These services are free, of course. Free towing, free road test, free visual inspection, free advice. That's why Cotman has grown throughout the United States and Canada. Wherever you find people who care about their cars, that's where you'll find Cotman Transmission. Cotman. We fix transmissions because we know how.
For the leaders in preventive maintenance, check your local yellow pages for the Cotman man near you.
I'm a PhD in economics, right? I run around to 3 stores to buy food, so I save $1 here, $1 there, and yet I let $200 sit in my checking account where it doesn't earn a cent. No more. Now I use the George machine at Girard Bank to move money from my savings to my checking account only when I need it. With George, I push the buttons, and I'm the brains behind the bank. That's got to make me the smartest banker in town.
George lets you be the banker. Girard Bank. We're there when you need us.
Oh, I'd like to get to know ya, a chance to show ya, run for just a while. Take you to places, meet some brand new faces, share a Coke and make it smile. Coke gets light, but when you see in the town, it's really nice to get to know ya, have a Coke
reminder, this broadcast is authorized under broadcasting rights granted by the Phillies solely for the entertainment of our listening audience. Any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the description and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Phillies is prohibited. The announcers on this broadcast are retained by WPHL-TV, subject to the approval of the Phillies, who have their most wholehearted approval behind the voice you are about to hear next with the lineups for Game 2. Chris Wheeler.
Thank you very much, Andy. The Phillies will go this way in game number 2. Jerry Martin will lead off and play right field. Larry Bowa, the shortstop, batting second. Mike Schmidt will be at third base. He'll hit number 3. Greg Luzinski in left field, hitting number 4. Davey Johnson will play at first base. He'll hit number 5. Gary Maddox in center field, batting 6th. Bob Boone will catch the second game and bat number 7. Ted Sizemore at second base. He'll hit 8th. The pitcher for the Phillies, right-hander Larry Christensen. For the Montreal Expos, they're going to go the same way they did in the first game. Warren Cromartie will lead off and play left field. Dave Cash will hit number 2 and play second base. Andre Dawson, even though he was hit by a pitch, is going to start the second game and play center field. Gary Carter will catch and hit number 4. Tony Perez will hit number 5 and play first base when the Expos take the field. Ellis Valentine play right field. He'll hit number 6. Larry Parrish, the third baseman, batting 7th. Chris Fire at shortstop. He'll hit number 8. And the pitcher, left-hander Ross Grimsley.
During this second game, each Philly that homers will receive a free case of Tasty Cake, as Greg Luzinski did in Game 1 today, and one for St. Luke's and Children's Medical Center. The same goes for every Phillies winning pitcher. The umps have moved around so that Nick Colosi is at the plate, Frank Pulley at first, Joe West at second, and John Kibler at third. Now you can win even more money in the Daily Use home run payoff, because this season every hit pays off. And today's payoff inning in Game 2 will be the third. So the Phillies will be looking at Ross Grimsley. Of course, they have seen him before, but it's been quite a while. Grimsley is 2-3 lifetime against the Phillies. And he's off to a great start. He has already pitched 2 complete ball games, has given up just 1 run in the 18 innings he has worked, has given up 7 hits, has walked 7, and struck out 8. Grimsley, 27 years of age, from Topeka, Kansas, in his 7th Major League season. Throws a fastball, curve, slider, and a changeup, and has a very good control. He's not overpowering, but he gets you to hit the ball somewhere most all the time, and he doesn't get himself in trouble. Montreal won the first game by a 7-3 score, out-hitting the Phillies 12-9 in that ball game, with Wayne Twitchell besting Steve Carlton in Game 1. So we're ready to go here at 4:45 with Game 2. And Jerry Martin will lead it off. Jerry batting at 143. Final in from the National League. The Mets defeated the Cubs today 3-2. Ron Hodges' first hit of the season scored Willie Montanez from second base with 2 outs in the 8th inning out at Wrigley Field today to give the Mets that victory. The Mets broke up Rick Russell's no-hit bid with 2 infield singles in the 6th inning, and then they bunched 4 hits for a pair of runs that tied the game in the 7th inning. Jerry Martin to lead it off. Ross Grimsley, left-hander, into his abbreviated windup, and the first pitch is outside a ball. Billy DeMars coaches third base. Tony Taylor at first for the Phillies. Here's Grimsley's next pitch. It's a curveball low. 2-0 the count to the right-handed batting Jerry Martin. Here's one over for a strike. Grimsley got a big contract this year. They acquired him as a free agent. He signed for 6 years for $1,375,000. He got a $325,000 signing bonus. The left-hander's pitch is a 2-hopper to third base. Parrish has it, and he throws him out. Martin grounds out to third base. That's 1 down, and here's Larry Bowa, who went 1 for 5 in the first end of the doubleheader.
Batting second, the shortstop, number 10, Larry Bowa.
Bowa's average right at 300. Bowa batting right-handed against Grimsley. A changeup is a fly ball into shallow center field. Coming on is Dawson, and he takes it for the out. On one pitch, Boa flies out to center field. We've heard recently is that he's using a lot of off-speed stuff, maybe 2 and 3 different speed curveballs. He goes away from the right-handed hitter and throws a straight change once in a while, but mostly uses his breaking ball. And he got Larry Boa on some kind of off-speed pitch there. It looked like a straight change. Mike Schmidt, the batter, hitting at .275. Schmidt got 1 hit in the first game, so he keeps his record alive of having hit in every game except the no-hitter. Here's one over at the knees, a strike. 2 outs, nobody on. Top half of the first inning for the Phillies. Montreal winning the first game 7-3. Outside a ball. The Expos split their previous doubleheader playing the Mets on the opening weekend of the season at Shea Stadium, New York. Outside and low, a ball. 2-1 the count to Mike Schmidt. Grimsley winds and takes something off this one, but he missed with the pitch, and it's 3-1. Here's a ball hit in the air way out the right field side. It is way deep. It is a home run. Mike Schmidt has homered the opposite way. He got into that one pretty good, and that ball was only fair by about 20 feet. A home run for Mike Schmidt and a case of tasty cakes, and the Phillies lead the ball game 1-0.
Well, that was the fastball that we talked about, that Grimsley kind of turns it over and puts it on the outside part of the plate. And Schmidt, he knew that that's the way that Grimsley pitches, and he just went with the ball. And, Lord, he really smoked that thing. He hit that ball a long way to the opposite field very easily.
Second home run for Schmidt. Here's a changeup and a ground ball to third base by Luzinski, and the throw to first in plenty of time, and the bull is out. And so are the Phillies in the first inning, but they've cracked through with a home run, and the Phillies 1 run on 1 hit, nobody left. At the end of a half inning, Phillies 1, Expos coming up.
There's a demanding cat around. He's at your Lincoln Mercury dealers, and he wants these dealers to sell every Mercury in stock. Every one. That means you have a great chance to get into any one of his fine cars right now. From the full-size Mercury Marquis right through his Cougars, Zephyrs, Monarchs, and Bobcats. They're all up for grabs right now. See your Lincoln Mercury dealer quick, because that cat means business. At the sign of the cat.
There are 2 things I remember about 58. I spent more on oil for my hair than on oil for my car. And I bought my first Chevy. It's also the year I started using champions. Now in 66, I remember 2 more things. The silver and that redhead. This year I got myself a Chevy wagon. I remember Billy Joe, Gene, and Billy Bob. Now, a lot of Chevys over the years, but we count spark plug champion. You can't buy a better plug for any kind of car than champion. Champion. You can't buy a better plug no matter where you are than champion. Champion's number 1 in the world. Number 1 in your car. Did I forget someone? Did I forget Billy Jack?
Larry Christensen working the second game for the Phillies. Larry 1-0 so far this year with a 1.06 earned run average. He has worked 17 innings and given up just 2 runs. He has walked 5, struck out 9, and has given up 15 hits. Christensen 6-3 lifetime against Montreal, as the Phillies have taken a 1-0 lead in this ball game, as Mike Schmidt hammered out a home run to right field. Left-handed batting Warren Cromartie will lead it off for the Expos. He's batting at 107. Christensen winds. Here's the right-hander's pitch. It's slow and inside a ball. Cromartie was 0 for 2 in the opening game. He did knock in a run on a sacrifice fly. Larry's next pitch is a fastball laced foul down the left field line. 1 ball and 1 strike to Cromartie. Dave Cash, the on-deck batter. Larry winds, and the pitch on the way, and it's pop foul out of play. Norm Sherry coaching at third base. Billy Gardner at first base for the Expos. Cardinals and the Pirates are tied 6-6 at the end of 7 innings. A fastball just misses low and inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Cromartie. Christensen misses low, and we've got a full count. Three balls and 2 strikes to the left-handed batting Cromartie. Swinging a ball toward left center field, coming hard. Maddox, he can't get it. Lozinski backing up. Cromartie headed for second. Here comes the throw. He is safe. A double sliced to left field by Cromartie, and even though Maddox was playing him over that way, he could not steal that ball. So Cromartie starts it with a double. Cromartie at second base as the leadoff batter, and Dave Cash will hit. Cash, a rare hitless game against the Phillies. He was 0 for 3 in game 1. His average at .318, that broke a hitting streak for Dave. He had batted safely in 7 straight. Here's the right-handed batting Cash. Christensen's pitch on the inside corner at the knees, a strike. Cash with a home run this year. Talking to him about it before the ball game, he said he hit it good. Out to left field here in a home game against who? Forget the Mets. I think it was, yeah. 1 ball and 1 strike to Cash. Christensen stretches. Here's the pitch to Dave. He bluffs the bunt. It's a called strike. Remember, the Phillies' home game when they return Monday night against the Cubs will be at 8:35 Monday night. Randy Lurch scheduled to pitch that game for the Phillies. Christensen ready. Here's the next pitch. It's a ground ball, hard hit to shortstop. Boa has it. No advance by the runner. He throws out Cash. Cromartie stays at second, and Cash is out.
Well, that's what Cash didn't want to do, but he got himself in the hole with 2 strikes and wanted to try and hit that ball the right side and get the runner over to third. But once you get the 2 strikes on you, then you're on your own. And Christensen came in with him and made him pull the ball.
Here's Andre Dawson batting at .273. Dawson was hit by a Garber pitch in the first game and had to leave the ball game, and frankly, we're a little surprised that he's back in there playing again. Dawson 2 for 4, a pair of RBIs in the first game. Bad hop grounder over Hebner's head at first. Swing and a foul ball, strike 1. Phillies lead the second game 1-0 on Mike Schmidt's opposite field home run. Montreal won the first game 7-3. The 1-strike pitch on the way. Check swing, and a slider is outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Christensen with the sign from Boone. And here's the next pitch. Swing and a miss. Dawson went around on a slider even though he tried to check his swing. Gary Carter is on deck for the Expos. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Just a little off the outside corner. 2-2. Two balls and 2 strikes to the right-handed batting Andre Dawson. There goes the runner, and the pitch is a fly ball well hit into center field. Maddox getting over, and he gets there. Cromartie returned to second base. He was breaking with the pitch. Dawson skied out to Maddox, and Gary went a long way for that one.
Good play by Gary Maddox, and Dawson hit the ball down on the end of his bat, and it didn't go as far as Gary thought it was going to go, and he kind of had to circle it and come back in. And Warren Cromartie was on his way to third base, and it looked like he was a good chance to steal that base.
Here's Gary Carter at the plate, batting at .250.
Carter 1 for 5 with a run batted in the first game. Pitch to Carter. Big swing and a miss. A strike. Now the sunshine has completely disappeared from the playing field here at Olympic Stadium. Some of the fans in the far reaches of the right field corner of the ballpark still have some sunshine, but that's about all. Bluff throw to second base by Christensen. Now Larry stretches. And here's the pitch. Swing and a hard hit ball in the hole, left field, base hit, being waved around for Marty. Here comes the throw to the plate. It is cut off, and the ball game is tied. Gary Carter singles to left field, and Montreal has tied the game at 1-1. RBI number 9 for the Expo catcher. And here's Tony Perez. Tony was 2 for 4 in the first game with an RBI. His average now at 209. That was only Perez's second run batted in this year. Christensen stretches. The pitch to Tony, in for a strike. Carter at first with 2 down. Next pitch to Perez off the end of his bat and foul between Gardner and the bag at first. 0-2, the count to Perez. Christensen with the sign. There goes Carter. They've got him. Christensen racing back toward him. Christensen still with the ball, and he tags him out. That was really some play. Carter got turned around, and Christensen heaped on top of him, and Christensen gets the put out. Very unusual play as Carter was caught off first base. So the inning is over, but the Expos have tied the game. A run, 2 hits, nobody left on base. At the end of an inning, it's tied 1-1. Now time for a tasty break.
To the Phillies, everyone has their favorite player. And when it comes to Tasty Cake, everybody has their favorite. Some of the things Tasty Cake fans like best are cream-filled vanilla crimpies, cream-filled chocolate crimpies, and peanut butter and jelly crimpies. 15 fresh-baked cakes that come individually wrapped and with a handy family pack full. Choose your favorite kind of Tasty Cake crimpies and treat yourself to all the good things wrapped up in one.
Tasty Cake is a world of fun. All the good things wrapped up in one.
The Phillies have a great new giveaway item for everyone 19 years of age or younger when they play the New York Mets on Sunday, May 7th at Veterans Stadium. Red and white gym shorts with Phillies on the front are a great-looking item that every young Phillies fan will want. Free Phillies gym shorts for everyone 19 or under on Sunday, May 7th when the Phillies play the New York Mets at the Vet game time 1:35. Davy Johnson playing at first base in the second end of the doubleheader will lead it off for the Phillies. Pitch on the way to Johnson is over for a strike. Davy's still looking for his first hit this year. Swing and a foul back by Johnson. No balls and 2 strikes on Dave Johnson. Johnson got him at bat in the first game and grounded out as a pinch hitter. Swing and a miss. The ball dropped by Carter. The ball gets away from Carter. He runs back to pick it up, and Johnson is safe at first. That was some play. Carter went to tag Davy Johnson, but the ball wasn't there. It had trickled behind him. By the time he recovered and retrieved the ball, Johnson easily legged it out to first base. So he is a strikeout victim, but he will reach first base on, I assume, an error. They're going to call it an error.
Well, it really wasn't a pass ball. It's like you said, Andy. He had the ball in possession and just kind of ran by it. So you have to give him an error on it because it's not a pass ball.
Very unusual play. Here's Gary Maddox at the plate. Gary swings and sends a fly ball to right field. It was misjudged by Valentine. He started in, now has to go back. Johnson to third base, going into second base. Maddox with a double. Valentine must not have seen that ball. He broke in on that ball, and that thing sailed way over his head. So Maddox gets a double on a ball that might well have been caught had Valentine played it properly.
Yeah, that's right. He definitely did not pick up that ball off the bat. It was hit low and went right over his head. It's tough to see here. We've been talking about it early in the game, and it's actually easier to see now than it was earlier, but there's no doubt that he lost that.
Runners at second and third with nobody out, and it's really odd because the Phillies might have 2 outs with nobody on. Here's Boone at the plate, high a ball. Boone batting 158. 1 home run, 4 runs batted in. And the wind whipping up here at Olympic Stadium makes it downright uncomfortable. Next pitch to Boone, outside, ball 2. Game tied 1-1. Left-hander Ross Grimsley pitching for the Expos. First time the Phillies have seen him since back when he was wearing a Cincinnati uniform. And there is some early action in the Expo bullpen. Rudy May is up and throwing down there, but I don't think he is. He's a starting pitcher for them. He's just warming up for his next start. Here's a pitch inside to Boone, and it's 3-0 to Bob.
Phillies hitters have been getting a lot of green lights early in the season, but I think Danny Ozark would make Bob Boone take a pitch here.
First base open, nobody out. Pitch on the way to Boone. Outside, he walked him. Boone draws a walk, and the Phillies have the bases loaded. And we'll pause for station identification, the Phillies Baseball Network.
At 5:02, this is KYW Philadelphia. AccuWeather says clear moonlit skies, cold tonight, scattered frost in the suburbs. The low near record 34 at 63 degrees and sunny at Independence Mall.
Here's Ted Sizemore batting at .212. Size went 1 for 4 in game number 1. A bases loaded situation for the Phillies with nobody out. Game tied 1-1. Grimsley will work from the stretch. Here's the pitch. It's high and outside a ball. And for a guy who has a reputation of being right around the plate, he has not been very sharp so far in this one.
Well, he seems to be a little shook up right now by some of the defense of the Expos. Like Andy said, he had Davey Johnson struck out, and he reached first base on a bad play by Carter. And then Ellis Valentine lost Gary Maddox's line drive, and all of a sudden he was in a jam second and third, and he didn't even come close to throwing a strike to Bob Boone. So Carter's going out there to talk to him, trying to settle him down a little bit. He seemed to become unnerved.
Grimsley stretches. Here's the pitch. It's popped into the air, shallow right field. Going over is Perez. He's in foul ground, and Tony Perez takes it for the out. Sizemore fouls out to Perez down the right field line, and that's the first out of the inning. Now the Expos are getting some legitimate work down in the bullpen. Hal Hughes, right-hander, is up and throwing. Well, the batter is Larry Christensen. Good hitting pitcher, 3 for 5 this year with a home run and 4 RBIs. Larry getting a chance to really help himself here as he bats with the bases loaded and 1 down. Phillies run, a homer by Mike Schmidt. The Expos run knocked in by Gary Carter. Grimsley at the belt. Here's his pitch. The changeup is over for a strike. He really went off speed with that one.
Well, the reports on him are really accurate so far about all the junk he throws, and he kind of wastes the fastball away. And Larry Christensen, even with the bases loaded, throwing him breaking balls, because he's developed such a reputation now as a good fastball hitter.
Runners lead away. Swing and a miss by Christensen. He got the fastball that time, but he swung above the pitch. Marty Cornejo was the winning pitcher in that game for the Mets today in that 3-2 victory, and the losing pitcher was Rick Russell. Cornejo is 3-0. Cardinals have gone ahead of the Pirates 7-6. Swing and a miss. Christensen strikes out. Carter started to walk away like it was the third out of the inning, and Grimsley came off the mound in a hurry to cover the plate area. I think Carter thought the inning was over.
Gary Carter's in another world this inning. I really don't know what's wrong with him. He goes out there and gets himself picked off, trying to steal last inning, and then messes up that play at the plate, and now he forgot how many outs there were. I don't know what's wrong with him. Maybe he's cold.
That wouldn't be surprising. 2 down, the bases remain loaded, and now it's up to Jerry Martin. He grounded out to Parrish.
Well, Grimsley looked like a traffic cop putting up the stop sign.
Yeah. Swinging a well-hit ball to center field, but it's not going to leave. Dawson will make the play. He's waiting, and he takes it for the out. So the Expos get out of a bases-loaded jam. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, 3 men left. At the end of an inning and a half, it remains 1-1.
Did you know you can rent a Culligan water softener? Culligan, the world's #1 water treatment company, sells and rents water softeners. You can rent a Culligan unit first to see if you like it. And then if you want to buy it, your dealer will credit your rental payments against your purchase. Whichever you prefer, buying or renting, remember this important fact. Your local Culligan man lives and works in your community. He has equipment specially engineered for local water problems. Give him a call. Culligan is in the white pages under C for Culligan.
The second inning for the Expos will start with Tony Perez, who was at the plate when Gary Carter was picked off first base. So here's Perez batting at 209. Phillies losing a golden opportunity to go ahead in this game as they had the bases loaded with nobody out and failed to score. Perez, Valentine, and Parrish to square off against Larry Christensen, who has given up a double to Cromartie and a single to Carter. And the ball game tied 1-1. Swing and a ball hit to left center field. Maddox coming hard. He gets there. Another fine running catch by the loping Gary Maddox. Perez put that ball in the alley, but Maddox got over. So that's one away, and here is Valentine. Ellis batting at an even .400. Valentine 2 for 4 in that first game. Christensen winds, pitch to the right-handed batter, breaking ball in for a strike. Next pitch is low, 1 ball and 1 strike. Valentine with a gun of an arm in right field, swinging a ball nubbed off the end of his bat. It trickles down the first base line, but it is foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Ellis Valentine. I don't think the Phillies have played a game in genuinely warm weather since they left Florida. It is really cold out here again today.
I remember that day we were doing that last game in Clearwater. We were saying how hot it was, and I said, well, let's remember this.
I can't remember it. Pitch on the way to Valentine. A tapper back toward the mound. Christensen plays it on 2 hops, and he makes the play to first in time. Valentine is out. 2 down with nobody on, and the batter is Parrish. Parrish was 2 for 4 in the first game, and he carries a .405 batting average. Parrish with 10 RBIs leads the Expos. Carter now has 9. Low ball 1 to Larry Parrish. Christensen comes back, and here's a foul ball at the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jim Lonborg against Steve Rogers tomorrow afternoon. Rogers 1-2 this year, and Lonnie 1-1. Lonborg, of course, picked up his victory against John Candelaria in Pittsburgh. Last game the Phillies played before game number 1 of this doubleheader. Low and outside a ball. 2-1 to Larry Parrish. Pitch on the way, fouled off.
Christensen seems to really have good movement on his pitches today. The Expos have hit a few balls that off the bat look like they were going further than they are, which means that they hit them down on the end of the bat, and he really made Valentine look bad, and Parrish just hit a ball right off the end of the bat. So his pitches are probably moving very well in the strike zone right now.
Next pitch on the way, and it's flowing inside a ball. Full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Larry Parrish. Chris Spire waiting on deck. Christensen winds, and here's the pitch. Line drive down the right field line. It is a foul ball. Count remains full on Larry Parrish, third baseman of the Expos. Montreal winners in the first game today, 7-3. Last year, Christensen fired a 2-hitter against the Expos in one of his assignments, and he's 6-3 lifetime against Montreal. Here's the pitch. Fouled out of play. Over top the Montreal dugout. Count remains full on Larry Parrish. Larry winds, and here's the pitch. Top foul ball, first base side, but this one, too, is going out of play. He's really hanging in there. On the scoreboard, San Francisco 3 and Cincinnati 1 at the end of 2.5 innings. Swing and a one-hopper speared by Christensen makes the play to first in time, and Parrish is out. Nice play by Christensen. Expos out in the second. At the end of 2, the game is tied 1-1.
What's happening? I'm Gary Maddox.
And I'm his wife, Sandra. I'm serving Gary's favorite dish, roast turkey stuffed with cornbread dressing.
You know, Sandra's always been particular about the quality of the ingredients she uses when she cooks.
So this time I used Acme's Lancaster brand, pre-basted turkey, and a lot of other Acme products.
That really looks good.
You can make really good turkey and cornbread stuffing with a special Phillies home plate recipe free at Acme Super Saver. Take it from Sandra and Gary Maddox.
Now this is what's happening.
The cat is really on the prowl at your Lincoln Mercury dealers. He wants these dealers to sell every Mercury in stock. Every one. That includes the anniversary edition 4-door Mercury Marquis with its traditional full-size luxury and comfort, plus a special value package featuring a vinyl roof, luxury wheel covers, body side moldings, flight bench seat, and more. Right now, this special package is being offered by Lincoln Mercury to its dealers at a factory discount. So check out your local Lincoln Mercury dealer now. At the sign of the cat.
This is it, fans. Time for another Daily News home run payoff. And now you can win even more money because every hit pays off. A single pays $20 plus 4 tickets to a future game. A double pays $50 plus tickets, and a triple pays $100 and tickets. And you can still win $1,000 for a home run and $5,000 for a grand slam. Use the entry coupon appearing every day in the Daily News. The more times you enter, the better your chances. And remember, now every hit pays off. Larry Bowa will be first up for the Phillies in the third inning, and Larry will be swinging away for Mervyn Becker of Del Air Landing in Philadelphia. Bowa flied out to center field in his only appearance today in the second game. First pitch by Grimsley is over for a strike call. Andre Thornton hit for the cycle today in a win for Cleveland. Here's a ball fouled off by Bowa. The Indians won that game over the Red Sox 13-4. Grimsley ready with the 2-strike pitch to Bowa. Change-up, and Larry swings at it and sends it in the air to right field. Coming on as Valentine, he is out. Bowa had to double pump on that one. He flies out off the Grimsley change-up, and we send 4 tickets to a future game to Mervyn Becker of Philadelphia. Here's Mike Schmidt, who homered in his last at-bat. If he can do it again, it'll mean some money for Alice Cardone of Fairmount Avenue in Philadelphia in the Daily News home run payoff. That was Mike's second home run of the year and his 9th run batted in. The pitch to him is a breaking ball over for a strike call. Grimsley has the sign, rocks twice, and now pitches to Schmidt. A pop-up, but it's foul out of play behind the Montreal dugout, first base side. 0-2 to Schmidt. 36,005 fans at Fenway Park this afternoon for that Cleveland-Boston game, and that is the largest crowd in the history of Fenway Park. They must have been hanging from the wall out there today. Schmidt takes a pitch outside. They certainly weren't very happy when it was all over, with Cleveland banging out 17 hits to win that ball game. Rick Wise the winner and Ripley the loser. Ball and 2 strikes to Mike Schmidt. Montreal won the first game today, 7-3. Here's Grimsley's pitch. He misses outside, 2-2. Schmidt batting for Alice Cardone of Fairmount Avenue in the Daily News home run payoff. In the payoff inning in the first game, we didn't have any home runs, but we had 3 consecutive singles, and of course they all pay off this year. The 2-2 to Schmidt is a ground ball trickled foul down the third base side. Schmidt has batted safely in every Phillies game this year, 9 out of 10, including this one, except, of course, Bob Forsh's no-hit masterpiece. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Chopped off the rubber and fielded by Grimsley. He throws him out. Right off the rubber of the plate, Grimsley got that ball in the webbing of his glove and was able to make the play on Schmidt, who was out. And 4 tickets to a future game to Alice Cardone of Fairmount Avenue. 2 outs and nobody on. Here's the ball. He'll be batting for Marie E. Payne of Geyer Avenue in Philadelphia in the Daily News home run payoff. Luzinski grounded out to third base. Breaking ball high, ball 1. 2 hits for the Phillies in this game. Schmidt's home run and a double by Maddox. Swing and a miss. Grimsley ready. Here's the next pitch. It's high and outside. 2 balls, a strike to Greg Luzinski. Greg went 1 for 3 in the first game. Pitch is low, a ball, and of course that one was his second home run of the year. And that had the Phillies in front for a while until the Expos came along with a big 6-run 7th inning. So let's see what the ball gets here. He's got a 3-1 count. Hitter's count for Luzinski. Grimsley ready. Here's the pitch. Slow breaking curve, and he walked him as he missed low and inside, and Luzinski draws a base on balls. They send 4 tickets to a future game to Marie Payne of Philadelphia. Davey Johnson will bat, and he'll be swinging away for Taylor Richardson of Philadelphia. Johnson struck out in the second inning, but he got on base on an error by the catcher. It wasn't a pass ball, it was an error. Here's a strike on the outside corner. On that play, Carter dropped the ball, went to pick it up to tag Johnson, and the ball flew out of his hand and went behind the plate, and by the time he retrieved it, Johnson was safe at first base. Pitch to Davey, check swing low. 1 ball, 1 strike on Johnson. Grimsley has the sign from Carter. Here's his pitch. Ground ball headed toward shortstop. Spire gets it, plays over to Cash for the force out, and the inning is over. And we send 4 tickets to a future game to Taylor Richardson of Philadelphia. For the Phils in the third, no runs, no hits, and 1 man left on base. At the end of 2.5 innings, this game is tied 1-1. Now time for a tasty break.
Why do the same kind of people who love those fantastic Phillies also love Tasty Cake? Because both bring out the kids that's there in all of us. Like the delicious taste of Tasty Cake chocolate cupcakes, cream-filled cupcakes, and cream-filled coffee cakes. For kids from 9 to 90. Tasty Cake and those fabulous Phillies are all the good things wrapped up in one.
Tasty Cake is the world of fun. All the good things wrapped up in one.
Chris Spire leads off for the Expos as we start the third inning. We've got a 1-1 ball game. Spire has already hit 2 home runs this year and knocked in 7. It'll be Spire, Grimsley, and Cromartie to bat for the Expos. Here's Christensen's first pitch. He tries to bunt, misses it. It's a strike. Spire was on base 4 straight times in the opening game of this doubleheader. He was 2 for 2, and he also walked twice. Here's a little pop-up. They're going to get him out this time. It's foul behind the plate. Boone has the mask off, and he catches it, and Spire is finally retired for the first time today. 1 out in the third inning. And we'll take a look and see what kind of a hitter Ross Grimsley is. I don't think he's too much of a hitter. He's 0 for 5 this year, and, of course, has not been batting in recent years in the American League because of the DH.
I don't remember his hitting, but he sure is a different type of pitcher. When he first came up with Cincinnati, he threw the ball pretty hard, and he's really turned into a junker.
Left-handed batter. Pitch on the way to him. Swing and a foul ball, strike 1.
I think I remember his batting style now. Not good.
Christensen has given up 2 hits. Fastball misses high. Double by Cromartie, single by Carter. Carter then got picked off first. Pitch on the way to Grimsley. Foul pop off the third base side. It goes out of play. Well, Pittsburgh came back to beat St. Louis this afternoon by an 8-7 score. Winning pitcher was Kent Tekulve. There's a ball hit into the air to shallow left field, and it falls for a hit. Grimsley on first base with a ball that Luzinski can't play, and he gets a hit.
Well, they had a moment of indecision out there. Gary Maddox and Greg Luzinski were both playing Grimsley over towards the line, and Maddox went after the ball and then probably heard Greg coming and shied off it, and Greg shied off because he thought Gary had it, and it dropped.
So with 1 down, Grimsley is at first, and he puts on the warm-up jacket. Here's Cromartie. John Urea, the losing pitcher today for the Cardinals. Home runs for Simmons and Morales for St. Louis, and Willie Stargell for Pittsburgh. They're saying that's Grimsley's first hit since 1973. Pitch to Cromartie, misses outside. And the count falls to 2-0 to Warren Cromartie. So the Mets were winners today, 3-2 over Chicago. Pittsburgh, 8-7 over St. Louis. Here's a ball fouled out of play by Cromartie. And in the other National League game, Montreal beat Philadelphia 7-3. That was our first end of the doubleheader here. Christensen stretches. Here's the pitch. Line drive left field, but the ball is right there. Hit right at him, and he catches it. Cromartie is out. Grimsley stays at first base. That's 2 down. American League Finals, Toronto beat Chicago 4-2. Cleveland over Boston 13-4. And California beat Minnesota 5-3. At the end of 9 innings, the Texas-Detroit game is into the 10th inning now. All tied at 6 aside. Swinging a ball out of play by Cash, strike 1. The Milwaukee-New York game is also into the 10th, tied 2-2. Cash grounded to short. Pitch to the right-handed batter. Swing and a pop foul off the first base side. Johnson going over, but it goes into the crowd. 2 strikes on Dave Cash. Christensen has the sign from Boone. Here's his pitch. Low and inside. Cash has to back away. Dave went 0 for 3 in the first game and lost a 7-game hitting streak by failing. He has always been tough against the Phillies. Had 21 hits against the Phillies last year. Here's a ground ball drubbed in front of the plate. Christensen picks it up and throws him out. The Christensen has had his third fielding play of the ball game. The Expos retired in the third. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 left. Harry Callis will be here with the play-by-play shortly. At the end of 3, this game tied 1-1.
A luxury car ought to give you your money's worth of luxury. It ought to be big enough for you to stretch out in and have a smooth and easy ride. Chrysler Cordova gives you all that and more. You not only get options like Corinthian leather, but 5 different roof styles, not to mention that great Chrysler engineering. The standard features like the lean burn engine that gives you better performance. Chrysler Cordova, the ultimate personal luxury car. See it at your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer and get your money's worth.
Salad at Gino's?
Sure, you make it yourself.
This I gotta see. Yep, Gino's Salad Bar. All the crisp, fresh, delicious salad you can eat. Salad created by the world's greatest salad chef, you. Gino's Salad Bar has all sorts of greens, tomatoes, chickpeas, croutons, bacon bits, and 6 different dressings. So come on, come to Gino's and feel good. Hey, I'm feeling good.
To the 4th inning, a 1-1 ball game, and leading off for the Phils will be Gary Maddox. The Phillies run coming on a home run by Mike Schmidt. Maddox doubled on a ball that was misjudged by Ellis Valentine his first time up. Foul off the end of his bat, 1 strike. 1 strike to Gary. 1-1 ball game in the 4th. Ross Grimsley winds in the pitch. Slow curveball, laced down the left field line, a fair ball going all the way to the fence. Maddox on his way to second base. So Marty's throw not in time, a sliding double for Gary Maddox. So Maddox has his second double of the ball game. Gary at second base with nobody out. Let's pause for station identification on the Phil's Baseball Network.
At 5:30, this is KYW Philadelphia. AccuWeather calls for clear moonlit skies and cold tonight with scattered frost in the suburb. The low near the record 34. It's 55 degrees and sunny at Independence Mall.
There's Bob Boone, who walked his first time up. Maddox doubled the Phillies' third hit off Ross Grimsley. The pitch to Boone is over for a strike called. Expos won the opener 7-3. Wayne Twitchell the winner. Steve Carlton took the loss. This one is tied 1-1 in the 4th inning. Here's a stretch by Grimsley. And the pitch to Boone is a fastball outside for a ball. Ball on the strike to Boone. Gary Maddox leads off second base with nobody out. Here's the pitch to Booney, and he swings and pops a foul out of play, 1-2. Pittsburgh got 2 runs in the 9th inning to defeat St. Louis 8-7 this afternoon, making Kent DeColvey the winner, and the loser was John Urea. Willie Stargell hit a home run for the Buccos, and Ted Simmons and Jerry Morales homered for St. Louis. 1-2 to Boone. Here's the pitch to him. Swinging a bouncing ball right back to the mound. Grimsley holds the runner, throws to first, and Boone is out. Boone was trying to hit the ball on the right side and move the runner up, but he bounded one right back to Ross Grimsley. 1 down. That'll bring up Ted Sizemore, who fouled out to Tony Perez his first time up. Yankee Stadium, they now go to the 11th inning as both Milwaukee and New York each scored a run in the 10th. They move to the 11th, tied 3-3. Paul Molitor has hit a home run in that ball game for Milwaukee in the 10th inning. Here's the pitch to Sizemore, foul ball back up over the screen. Toronto has defeated the White Sox 4-2, a final. Jim Clancy got the win, and the loser was Wilbur Wood, and Doug Auld hit a Blue Jay home run. Maddox second base here with 1 out. The pitch to Sizemore. Swing and a foul ball on a play down the right field side. 0-2. Cleveland finally halted Boston's 8-game winning streak, pounding the Red Sox 13-4. Rick Wise won it. Alan Ripley the loser. Homers for Cleveland by Andre Thornton, by Willie Horton, and by John Grubb. George Scott hit a home run for Boston. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a fly ball into left center field. Cromartie going back, makes the catch. Maddox tags. Cromartie's throw, not in time. Gary moves to third after the catch. Sizemore is out, 2 down, and that'll bring up Larry Christensen, the pitcher. LC struck out his first time up. California defeated Minnesota 5-3. Frank Tanana winning his fourth without a loss. And the loser was Roger Erickson. No home runs in that game. There's a stretch by Grimsley, and the pitch to Christensen is a breaking ball that's over for a strike call. In that Pittsburgh game, which was won by the Buccos with 2 runs in the bottom half of the 9th inning, the big blow was a 2-out double off the bat of Duffy Dyer, who was just taken off the disabled list. Here's the pitch to Christensen, a fastball outside, and it's 1-1. Dyer got the hit off John Urea. Maddox third base, 2 down. 1-1 pitch to Christensen. Big swing and a miss. Grimsley took a lot off that pitch, turned the ball over. He has what looks like pretty close to a screwball. He turns it over. Ball and 2 strikes to Christensen. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a foul ball straight back. Stays 1-2.
Type of pitcher like Ross Grimsley will drive Larry Christensen crazy because he loves the fastball and he swings real hard at everything. And Grimsley has shown us about 3 or 4 different speeds on his pitches today. Should be he's very, very effective with that. The Phillies are a free swinging team, and this type of pitcher usually drives them nuts.
There's the pitch to Christensen, a bouncing ball to Dave Cash at second. He has it and throws. Christensen is out. The Phillies go down on the 4th. No runs to hit, no errors, and 1 left. And after 3.5 innings, the Phils, one of the Expos won.
Great in any year. MAB Paints. When you paint, get the paint that lasts longer. MAB. It gives you more years per gallon. And great in 78 is what people will be saying about the Phillies. MAB has Phillies Great in 78 bumper stickers. And you could win 2 tickets to a Phillies game if one of the MAB spotters sees the Phillies bumper sticker on your car. To get your free Phillies bumper sticker, visit the nearest MAB paint store, dealer, or Rich Lux Home Center in your neighborhood.
Only at Acme Super Saver can you get famous Lancaster brand meats. The meat you buy with confidence and serve with pride. Over the years, Lancaster brand has earned a well-deserved reputation for consistent quality and fine taste. This week, get a Lancaster brand sirloin steak, full cut, no tenderloin removed, for just $1.59 a pound. Lancaster brand, sold only at Acme Super Saver.
At Acme Super Saver, serving you is our policy and my pleasure.
Plymouth Arrow gets great mileage, 39 on the highway, 29 in the city, and has a low sticker price, $38.41, excluding taxes and destination charges, and features like reclining buckets, tinted glass, and fold-down rear seat. So when you get a Plymouth Arrow, you get your money's worth. The mileage is an EPA estimate for a manual transmission Arrow with 1.6-liter engine. Your mileage may differ. Plymouth Arrow's great mileage, price, and features give you your money's worth. See it today at your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
The Chicago Cubs will be at Veterans Stadium Monday night. Dave Kingman, Bill Buckner, Bobby Mercer, and that whole gang from Chicagoland. Monday night's game, remember, will start at 8:35. Tuesday and Wednesday at 7:35 against the Cubs, and off day Thursday. And San Diego will be at Veterans Stadium next weekend. It'll be batting glove weekend next weekend. All youngsters 14 and under getting a Phillies batting glove. On Friday night, the 28th, batting gloves autographed by Mike Schmidt. Here's Andre Dawson, and the pitch to him is a swing and a miss, a good breaking ball. Saturday night, the 29th, batting gloves autographed by Gary Maddox, and on Sunday afternoon, the 30th, Batting gloves for all youngsters 14 and under with the autograph of Greg Luzinski. Pitch to Dawson is a change missing outside. It's 1-1. Dawson flied out to center his first time up. Here's the pitch to Dawson. A slider. He checked his swing, and it's outside for a ball. 2-1. 1-1 ball game, bottom half of the fourth. The pitch to Dawson on the inside corner for a strike call. 2-2 to Andre Dawson. Cincinnati and San Francisco are tied 3-3 at the end of 5 at Candlestick. The pitch to Dawson. Swing and a hard ground ball. Backhanded by Sizemore. Drops it, picks it up, throws, not in time. It gets by Davy Johnson, but Bob Boone backs up. The score is an error on Ted Sizemore. Not an easy play. He got there in time, backhanded the ball, but then it dropped out of his glove. I'll bring up Gary Carter. Carter's single to drive in the Expos run his first time up.
It's really a tough error to give somebody a ball hit that hard, and he made a good play to backhand it, and then it's cold, and the ball just squirted out of his glove. An error scored on the play, but a really tough error.
Quick throw to first base, and Dawson gets back. Here's a stretch by Christensen. Another throw that way, and Dawson has to dive back safely. They have just flashed on the scoreboard, error 4, and the fans are not in agreement with the official score. That well might be changed. Pitch to Carter is high for a ball. One and nothing to Gary Carter. Stretch by Christensen. And the pitch to Carter. Swing and a very high pop-up in the infield. Larry Bowa, the shortstop behind the mound, squeezes it. Carter is out, 1 down. That'll bring up Tony Perez. Tony flied out to center field his first time up.
The first baseman, Tony Perez.
Tony got 2 hits in the first game. He went 2 for 4. Tony's one of the real class guys in this game. Had another fine year last year, knocked in 91 runs. Pitch to him. Swing and a ground ball, base hit left field. Andre Dawson will hold on at second base. Perez grounds a single to left. The Expos have 2 men on base, 1 out. That'll bring out Ellis Valentine. Valentine tapped back to the mound his first time up.
The right fielder, Ellis Valentine.
Now getting a little colder here at Olympic Stadium as the sun has left us. But nonetheless, a nice day. Nice to be back playing baseball. The stretch by Christensen. Here's the pitch to Valentine. It's a slider in the dirt, ball 1.
Sure would be nice to play a game someday without 3 sweaters and a heavy jacket.
Well, let's hope that kind of weather is right around the corner. Supposed to be a nice day here tomorrow also. Pitch on the way is a breaking ball low, and Christensen falls behind Valentine 2-0. Jim Lomborg will pitch tomorrow for the Phillies. He will be opposed by Steve Rogers. Christensen has called out Bob Boone and also shortstop Larry Bowa.
What they're doing in that situation is probably just talking over what kind of pitch they're going to throw Ellis Valentine. The infield is set up for the double play, and Bowa would want to know if he's going to get a fastball that he might hit up the middle or a breaking ball that he might pull.
There's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball laced to right field for a base hit. Dawson rounding third. Jerry Martin's throw is cut off. Dawson scores. The Expos lead it 2-1. Ellis Valentine, a line shot past the diving Ted Sizemore. Dawson scoring. Perez stops at second. And the Expos lead it 2-1. We'll bring up Larry Parrish. He grounded back to the mound his first time up. Here's the pitch to Parrish, and it's low for a ball. Parrish leads the Expos and runs batted in with 10. Montreal in front 2-1. Christensen's pitch to Parrish, swinging a foul straight back. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Tony Perez at second base. Ellis Valentine at first with 1 out. Here's the pitch to Parrish. Inside for a ball, 2-1. Gene Garber is starting to throw in the Phillies bullpen. The stretch by Christensen. And the pitch to Parrish. Swing and a miss at a good breaking ball. 2-2. 1 out, 1 run in. Tony Perez at second base. Ellis Valentine at first. Christensen has his sign from Bob Boone. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Bouncing ball to first baseman Davy Johnson. He flips to Christensen, covering in time to get Parrish. Parrish is out on the play, moving to third base. Perez, Ellis Valentine to second. That'll bring up Chris Fire, and they'll probably walk him with Ross Grimsley due up next. Johnson looked for a moment towards second base, decided to take the sure out at first. Two down, and Spire will get the intentional walk. That'll load the bases, and Christensen will pitch to Ross Grimsley. Spire was 2 for 2 in the first game. He fouled out and is only at bat in this game. So Spire will get the intentional walk. This will load the bases and bring up Ross Grimsley with 2 outs. Grimsley got a hit his first time up. His first hit of the year and his first hit since 1973. Of course, he's been in the American League the past several seasons where he did not bat. Last hit came in a Cincinnati uniform. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Wind up by Christensen on the pitch. Big swing and a miss at a fastball. Nearly fell down as he went all the way around. That was like close your eyes and take a healthy cut and hope your bat happens to make contact with the ball. Fastball is high. 1-1. The pitch to Grimsley, swing and a fly ball to right field. Jerry Martin going back makes the catch. Gave it a pretty good ride. Martin had to backtrack but made the grab. And for the Expos in the fourth, 1 run, 2 hits, 1 Philly error, 3 men left. After 4, Montreal leads the Phils 2-1.
If you used to shy away from Penn Jersey because we didn't carry a big name in tires, we've got the biggie, Goodyear. That's right. All Penn Jersey stores now stock Goodyear tires. We've got them in all sizes for all cars, and we can install them right away. So if you want Goodyear tires at low prices, come to a Penn Jersey auto store. And here's more good news.
Now, Goodyear's Tiempo, the double steel belted all year.
Office. I've got this new thing going with George Bank by phone from Girard Bank. Just paid a month's worth of bills, did a whole pile of banking. I even gave myself a loan. Oh, sure. A few other banks have pay by phone, but Girard lets me pay and bank by phone. You know, it's almost like having a Girard Bank right here in my kitchen.
Ask for a demonstration of George Bank by phone at any Girard Bank office.
Now we go to the 5th inning. Phillies trail by a run, 2-1. And leading off will be the top of the order, Jerry Martin.
And some very interesting sports news that was just phoned up here, ladies and gentlemen. You'd probably be happy to know that Harry's son, Brad's baseball team won today, and Brad fielded 3 balls cleanly and had 2 hits, a budding superstar.
So the Galaxies win their opener. That's big news.
Information came from Brad's teammate, John Chelsea.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Maybe we could get that on the message board. I'll see if I can get that on there.
2-hit opener for Brady. It's about 2 more than I ever got on an opening day. Jerry Martin has grounded out and flied out. Ross Grimsley ready to work. Phillies down 2-1. Grimsley's pitch to Martin. He was up in the box as if to bunt and took the pitch low and inside for a ball.
Were you a second baseman, too?
Third baseman, Chris. Hot corner.
Tough guy, nose in the dirt type player, huh?
Yes, right. Pitch to Martin is over for a strike call, and the count is 1-1. One pitch. Swinging a hard ground ball. Shortstop Chris Fire has it and throws, and Martin is out. 1 down in the 5th. That'll bring up Larry Boa, who has flied to center and flied to right. San Francisco, Cincinnati, and the Giants are tied 4-4. The Giants tied in the bottom of the 6th on pitcher Vita Blue's home run. Blue has not been swinging the bat, being in the American League, slugged one. Rick Auerbach hit a home run for Cincinnati. There's a soft, tantalizing curveball that's over for a strike call.
That's the pitch that Boa's gotten the first 2 times up and swung at and popped up, so he took it this time.
Another one. Swing and a line foul down the left field side. He's playing with Larry's mind.
How would you like to hear him right now up there, Nick? Challenge me. Come on now. Challenge me.
The 2-strike pitch. Fastball outside. It's 1-2. Ball and 2 strikes to Boa. He'll probably get another soft curveball again. Nope. Fastball. Tapped down the third base side. Grimsley bare hands and throws, and he got him. Great play by Ross Grimsley, and he had to hurry. Boa out by a fraction of a step. 2 down. That'll bring up Mike Schmidt, who has accounted for the Phillies' run with a home run. Phillies trailing 2-1. Picked up a 3 hits off Grimsley, a pair of doubles by Gary Maddox, and Schmidt's home run. Slow curveball is over for a strike call. Big roundhouse curve. 1-strike pitch. Fastball missing outside. Keeps the fastball away from all right-hand hitters. Might have been a ball that Mike Schmidt hit. Hit it to the opposite field for a home run. Next pitch to Schmidt is a fastball high. 2-1 the count to Schmidt with 2 outs. Expos won the opener 7-3 and lead this one 2-1. Pitch to Schmidt. Fastball high and inside. 3-1 the count to Mike Schmidt. Greg Luzinski waiting on deck. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Change is high for a ball. He walked it. 3rd walk given up by Grimsley. Schmidt a base runner at first base with 2 outs. It brings up Greg Luzinski. Greg has grounded out and walked. He homered in the first game in 3 official at-bats. Greg currently is batting .300 right on the nose. Grimsley stretches. The pitch to Luzinski is a fastball outside for a ball.
He really does nibble with his fastball. It's either up or out and over the plate, and he just doesn't want to seem to throw that fastball in a spot to challenge anybody. He throws his breaking balls over.
Pitch that he turned over, and it's outside for a ball 2-0. It almost looks like he throws a screwball. I don't know if he considers that in his repertoire or if he just turns the ball over, but it almost looks like a scroogey.
Yeah, well, it definitely breaks away from the right-handed hitter, and you watch his arm, and it kind of looks like he snaps that wrist in the direction that he's trying to make it do this.
The 2-0 pitch to Luzinski is wide, another screwball, 3-0, and Greg looking down at Bill DeMars to see if he has a light. A lot of times they'll give Luzinski a light. He's a pretty disciplined hitter. Schmidt at first base with 2 outs. Here's the stretch. 3-0 pitch. Fastball is over for a strike call, and I don't think he had a light. Because that pitch was a fastball around the knees where Greg loves the ball. 3-1 the count to the bull. 3-1 pitch. Swing and a pop-up on the right side. Foul. Tony Perez chasing it is behind the Expos dugout 1 row. Off the hands of a fan and back out. Tony Perez throws it back up, and the fan juggled it again and back out onto the field. Man had 2 shots at a souvenir baseball and blew it twice. Now a coach has picked it up, and he throws it up. No, he throws it in the dugout. Coaches are always leery of giving away baseballs. They treat those baseballs like they're diamonds. They just
Bobby Ryan is our keeper.
Here's the throw to first base, and Schmidt was standing right on the bag, and Perez not holding him close. Full count, so Schmidt will be breaking with 2 down. Three-two pitch. Swing and a base hit center field. Mike Schmidt rounding second on his way to third. He'll reach third easily, and the Phillies have runners at first and third. Luzinski singles up the middle. With 2 down, it'll bring up Davy Johnson. Johnson has struck out and been safe on an error and grounded into a fielder's choice. Davy's trying to get off the Snyder. He is 0 for 7.
Mike Schmidt did something very interesting that he came around second like he wasn't going to keep going. As soon as Andre Dawson put his head down to field the ball, then he took off and accelerated to third and made it easily. And I think when Dawson bent over to pick up the ball, he thought he had stopped at second. He's such a good base runner.
The pitch to Johnson is on the outside corner for a strike call. Phillies trail 2-1. We're in the 5th inning. Mike Schmidt at third, Greg Luzinski at first, and 2 outs. Pitch to Johnson. Swing and a fly ball into right field. Shallow. Valentine is there and makes the catch. And the Phillies go down in the 5th. No runs, a hit, no errors, 2 left. We go to the bottom of the 5th. It's Expos 2, Phillies 1.
2 years ago, Plymouth introduced the most successful car in its history, Polari. Today, we've got it in 3 styles that all give you your money's worth. The Slant 6 Coupe that gets better mileage than any 6-cylinder automatic built in America. The sedan that's roomiest in its class. And the wagon that's become the #1 selling wagon in America over the past 2 years. Coupe, sedan, or wagon. Polari gives you your money's worth. See it today at your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
All of Warren's 16 card and gift shops have frenzied people waiting to give you personal attention. Select beautiful gifts at a leisurely pace for friends, family, or even for yourself. We gift wrap free at Warren's, where shopping is a pleasure. Warren's has a complete candle department. Hallmark cards, Hummel figurines, Monet jewelry, copper, brass, and fine wood products, imported lead crystal, gifts for all ages, wrapped free at the wonderful world of Warren. Visit our Warren's card and gift shop in the Paoli Shopping Center.
The Phillies are home on Monday night against the Chicago Cubs. Remember, Monday's game will start at 8:35. Tuesday and Wednesday at 7:35 against the Cubs. On off day Thursday and batting glove weekend coming up next weekend at Veterans Stadium when San Diego moves in. Dave Winfield and company will be there, and all youngsters 14 and under get a Phillies batting glove. Friday night, the 28th autograph by Mike Schmidt. Saturday night, the 30th by Gary Maddox, and Sunday by Greg Luzinski. Warren Cromartie hits a bouncing ball to Davy Johnson, who lobs to Christensen covering in plenty of time, and Cromartie is out on 1 pitch. Going to bring up Dave Cash. Cash is 0 for 2. Cash went hitless in the first game, 0 for 3 to snap a 7-game hitting streak. Christensen has given up 2 runs, one of them an unearned run. Hard ground ball, knocked down by Schmidt, slips, picks it up, throws too late. Mike Schmidt knocked the ball down and had a shot at Dave Cash, but he slipped when trying to retrieve the ball. And we'll have to wait and see how they score. No, they're going to score it an error on Mike Schmidt.
They're consistent anyway. Yeah, but they're consistent anyway. Consistently tough. Those are two tough calls on the infielders.
Tough chance for Schmidt on a sharply hit ball to his left. Here's Andre Dawson. He has flied out to center and been safe on an error. Cash at first base and 1 out. The pitch to Dawson, pitch out, nothing on. 1-0 to Andre Dawson. Looks down at Norm Sherry, the third base coach. Stretch by Christensen, and the pitch. Breaking ball's a little bit high. It's 2-0. Cash a pretty good sized lead at first base. The stretch by Christensen. 2-0 pitch. Swing and a line drive base hit left field. Cash takes the turn at second. He'll hold there. And the Expos have 2 men on base as Dawson ropes the single to left. Hit number 6 given up by Christensen. With 1 out, it'll bring on Gary Carter, and we'll pause for station identification on the Phil's Baseball Network.
This is KYW Philadelphia at 6 o'clock. AccuWeather says clear, moonlit skies, cold tonight, scattered frost, no near the record of 34 degrees, clear and 62 on Independence Mall.
There's Gary Carter, Dave Cash at second base, Andre Dawson at first base. Pitch to Carter, swing and a line shot foul down the left field side. Deep enough to be well out of here, but foul by about 30 feet. 1 strike to Carter as Gene Garber gets back up in the Phillies bullpen. Stretch by Christensen in the pitch. Swing and a base hit to left field. Rounding third is Dave Cash. The throw comes into the plate, not in time. Cut off by Schmidt. Throw to second, gets away from Sizemore to right field. Dawson scores and Carter ends up at third. So there'll be an error there. Give Carter a hit and a run batted in. Expos now lead it by a score of 4-1. Carter drives in his second run of the ball game. Dawson scored on the air. The ball got away from Ted Sizemore at second. I believe it'll be an error on Schmidt. Carter going to second on the throw and to third on the air. Another error on Schmidt, who has made 2 errors in this inning. And the Expos lead it 4-1. Here's Tony Perez bouncing up there, and it gets away from Boone. A wild pitch. Montreal leads it 5-1 as Carter scores. A wild pitch uncorked by Christensen as the Phillies have come unglued here in the 5th inning. 5-1 Expos.
So Bob Boone had no chance on that. That would look like a straight change, and it just completely got away from Larry Christensen. It almost bounced on the AstroTurf part before the dirt starts near home plate. And like Gary said, the Phillies have just played horrible in the last couple minutes.
Now the Expos are up 5-1. Nobody on base, 3 runs across. 1-0 to count to Perez with 1 down. Montreal won the opener by a score of 7-3. They lead this one 5-1. Here's the pitch to Perez. Big swing and a miss at a good fastball. 1-1 to Tony Perez. One pitch. High for a ball. It's 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Low and away. Ball 3. 3-1 to Tony Perez. Three-1 pitch to him. High and inside. Ball 4. He walked it. Second walk given up by Christensen. That'll bring up Ellis Valentine, who has tapped back to the mound and singled to right. Pitching coach Ray Ripplemeyer is coming out of the Phillies dugout. It's been a disastrous inning for the Phils. Christensen got the first batter, Cromartie on a ground ball, and Cash safe on an error on Mike Schmidt. Base hit by Andre Dawson, followed by a base hit by Gary Carter. On the throw to the plate, it was cut off by Schmidt. He threw to second, got away from Sizemore, enabling Dawson to score. Carter going to third, and then a wild pitch uncorked by Christensen. Now LC has walked Tony Perez, and Christensen will be leaving. We're going to have a pitching change for the Phils. We're in the fifth inning with Montreal leading 5-1, and we'll be back after this brief pause.
Phillies fans, here's a great chance to win a free one-week vacation for two. It's a grand and glorious vacation for two at the delightful oceanfront Golden Inn in Avalon, New Jersey, and there's no obligation. Just stop in, register your name for the Golden Inn Sweepstakes at any of the three Colonial Federal Savings and Loan offices. In Philadelphia, 1206 Chestnut Street, and Drexel Hill at Lansdowne Avenue and State Road across from Bounds, or in Havertown or Westchester Pike across from Manoa Shopping Center. Vacations like savings should be planned. Do both at Colonial. We pay the highest interest allowed by law, and we compound interest daily. But there's no obligation to open an account to win the Golden Inn Vacation Sweepstakes. All you do is register your name. The Golden Inn has two swimming pools, a spacious poolside terrace, a luxurious dining room, music, dancing, and the most delicious food in South Jersey. Win this great vacation for two. Register today at any Colonial Federal Savings and Loan office in Havertown and Drexel Hill or in Philadelphia. Drawing is June 16th, member FSLIC.
Time was station wagons only came in one size, big, and if you wanted good mileage, you were out of luck. Volare gives you your money's worth of room and mileage of 25 on the highway, 18 in the city. That's an EPA estimate for a wagon with 225, one-barrel engine, and manual transmission. Your mileage may differ, and also has the high resale value you're looking for. No wonder Volare's been the #1 selling wagon in America over the past 2 years. It gives you your money's worth when you buy and when you sell. See it today at your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
Valentine will be the first one to face Gene Garber. Garber on in relief of Larry Christensen, Tony Perez at first base, and one out. Garber also worked in the first game. Pitching one inning, he was charged with a run. Swing and a line drive, base hit, center field. Perez will stop at second base. Valentine roped a slider up the middle. Expos have two men on base, one out, and that'll bring up Larry Parrish. Parrish is nothing for two. He is twice grounded out. Comes into this game with a 10-game hitting streak. The Expos now with Parrish hitting top to bottom have a good hitting lineup. They used to have a few holes. Parrish is their top hitter. They're tough. Slider by Garber is over for a strike call.
Much improved team. They can score some runs, and they've got a little bit more starting pitching now. Their bullpen is still a little bit weak, but they're going to be an exciting team and be very competitive this year.
One strike to count to Larry Parrish. Tony Perez at second base, Ellis Valentine at first base. Here's the pitch. Outside for a ball. It's 1-1.
The Phillies just appear to be very, very rusty today. You know, they haven't played since Monday, and they're not hitting with men on base, and the pitching is not sharp, and they're just not playing very well. And that's, you run into a team like Montreal swinging the bats like this, and you're going to lose.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Slider way outside. 2-1 the count to Larry Parrish. Garber stretches. The 2-1 pitch. Inside, ball 3. 3-1 the count to Larry Parrish. Two men on base, one out. 3 runs are in. The Expos lead at 5-1. The pitch to Parrish. A change, grounded to deep short. Boa flips to Sizemore. One relay in time to double up Parrish on a coast play. Parrish grounds into a double play. Boa to Sizemore to Davy Johnson. Strong relay by Sizemore. Well, Garber gets out of the jam, but Montreal scores 3 runs in the inning. 3 hits. 2 errors, and 1 man left. And at the end of 5, the score is Montreal 5, Phillies 1, and we'll be back right after we take a tasty break.
Hi, Sam here with the Tasty Cake Baseball Battler. In 1925, Rogers Hornsby won the National League batting title for the 6th consecutive year. Since then, only one player has won the title more than 3 years in a row. Can you name him? Well, while you toss that around, here's something to consider when you're in the mood for a really deliciously different kind of cupcake. New Tasty Cake apple-filled crumb cakes. Fresh baked spice cake cupcakes filled with real apple jelly, topped with a luscious layer of buttery crumbs. They're sure to take the edge off any appetite, morning, noon, or night. And now here's the answer to our battler. Rob Carew won the American League batting title not 3, but 4 times in a row. In 1972, 3, 4, and 5. In 1976, he lost it, but came back again to win it with flying colors last year with a .388 average. Baseball and Tasty Cake. They're all the good things wrapped up in one.
From the KYW newsroom, these are the top stories of the hour. Italy's Red Brigades remain silent today on the fate of kidnapped former Premier Aldo Moro, whose government refused to negotiate for his life. The tentative startup date for the resort's International Casino in Atlantic City is now May the 25th instead of the 19th. An American jet is on a mercy mission to the Soviet Arctic today to pick up members of that South Korean plane that was forced down in the Soviet Union. Now let's return to Montreal and more baseball.
Gary Maddox leads off for the Phillies here in the 6th inning. Phillies trail 5-1. Maddox has 2 hits off Grimsley, a couple of doubles, and he pops a foul on a play. 1 strike to Maddox. Grimsley's pitch to him is a slow curveball, and he swings and just barely gets a little piece of his bat on it and fouls it off. Roundhouse, tantalizing curveball. Maddox with his 2 for 2 is hitting .351 this moment. Pitch to Gary, fastball, swing and a pop foul down the right field side. It's out of play. Stays 0-2 to Gary Maddox. The 2-strike pitch to him, high for a ball, 1-2. There's Grimsley's 1-2 pitch. Ground ball foul down the third base side. Stays 1-2. New York Yankees have won in 12 innings over Milwaukee 4-3 on Roy White's 2-out base hit. Pitch to Maddox is outside. It's 2-2. Yankees 4, Brewers 3. Final score. White also made a circus catch in that game, taking a home run away from Charlie Moore to preserve the win. There's a fly ball to left field. Cromartie drifting back and makes the catch going away. So Maddox is out, 1 down. That'll bring up Bob Boone. Boone has walked and tapped back to the mound. Phillies have 4 hits off Grimsley. Schmidt's home run, 2 doubles by Gary Maddox, and a base hit by Craig Luzinski. The pitch to Boone, swing, line drive, left center of field, falling fast, diving effort by Cromartie, can't get it, skips away from it and all the way back to the base of the fence. Boone heading for third base, and he goes in standing with a triple. A triple for Bob Boone. As Cromartie tried to make a diving catch, it went off his glove and all the way back to the fence where it was chased down by Andre Dawson. So Boone is at third base, 1 down. It brings up Ted Sizemore. Size is fouled out and flied out. Phillies trail here 5-1.
First triple of the season by the Phillies and by a very unlikely triple hitter.
Bob Boone. The pitch to Sizemore. Ground ball to deep short. Coming home is Bob Boone. Throw to first in time. Sizemore is out. The Expos were conceding the run. They had their infield back. Give Sizemore a run batted in as Boone scores. It's now a 5-2 ball game. That's 2 down in the 6th. Scheduled to bat is Gene Garber, but no one has emerged from the dugout as yet. Richie Hebner is going to come out and pinch hit for Gene Garber. Warren Brewster is up in the Phillies bullpen. Well, let's check out Moody's triple.
Ladies and gentlemen, au bâton à la place du lanceur, hitting for Gene Garber.
4 of them last year. That was his high for triples all season. Richie Hebner with 2 outs. No base runners and a run in. Here's the pitch to Hebner, and it hits him. Hebner hit by a pitch ball, taking one for the club. It was one of those lollipop curveballs, and Hebner just let it plunk him in the shoulder. So Rich is a base runner at first base, hit by a pitch ball. With 2 outs, it brings up Jerry Martin, who's grounded out, flied out, and grounded out.
He's probably been sitting there for the last hour watching a slow curveball and saying, now, if I come up off the bench and have to hit off this guy, there's no way I'm bailing out on one of those things. Hit him right in the middle of the back.
So Hebner, a base runner at first base with 2 down. Pitch to Jerry Martin, swinging a foul straight back. 1 strike to Martin. Well, he's had a big opportunity in the 2nd. Base is loaded, nobody out, but Grimsley got out of that inning without a run scoring. Hills trail 5-2. The pitch to Martin. Swing and a looper into shallow center, base hit. Rounding second is Hebner, on his way to third. Dawson's throw, and he's out at third base. Perfect throw by Andre Dawson to Larry Parrish, and Hebner gambled and used a little bad judgment when you're down by 3 as Dawson threw a perfect strike to nail him at third base. So for the Phils, here in the 6th inning, 1 run scores, 2 hits, no errors, 1 left. We go to the bottom half of the 6th. It's Montreal 5 and the Phils 2.
The cat is really on the prowl at your Lincoln Mercury dealers. He wants these dealers to sell every Mercury in stock. Every one. That includes the anniversary edition 4-door Mercury Marquis with its traditional full-size luxury and comfort, plus a special value package featuring a vinyl roof, luxury wheel covers, body side moldings, flight bench seat, and more. Right now, this special package is being offered by Lincoln Mercury to its dealers at a factory discount. So check out your local Lincoln Mercury dealer now. At the sign of the cat.
When you paint this year, select the paint that lasts longer. MAB Seashore House Paint. It gives you more years per gallon. In fact, it's the best paint you can buy. That's because MAB Seashore House Paint was especially designed for the harsh, rugged weather conditions on the shore, like wind, rain, sun, and especially salt air. So when it comes to painting your home, inside or out, think of MAB in the more than 300 MAB paint stores, dealers, and Rich Lux Home Centers. Bank AmeriCard and Master Charge accepted.
You know, with the purchase of selected General Electric major appliances, General Electric is giving away a U.S. savings bond.
Bonds away!
That's from now until May 31st.
You know, gentlemen prefer bonds.
You can get a great General Electric major appliance and use the savings bond to help finance a trip.
Bon voyage.
Or use the bond to buy something great.
Like chocolate-covered bonbons?
So see your GE dealer today.
Bonsai!
Human X Appliances Incorporated, 7038 Frankfurt Avenue, Philadelphia.
Shortstop Chris Spire leads off. Warren Brewster, new Phillies pitcher, delivers to him, and it's tapped foul down the third base side. Brewster is appearing in his 3rd game. He's been roughed up so far in the early going. Pitched 2 innings, given up 2 hits, 3 runs. They've all been earned. He struck out 2 and walked 3. Gene Garber pitched 2/3 of an inning, gave up 1 hit and no runs. Pitch to Spire is over for a strike called, 0-2. Spire has fouled out and been intentionally walked. Here's Brewster's 2-strike pitch. Slider the tie for a ball, 1-2. Larry Christensen going 4 1/3 innings, charged with 5 runs, 3 of them earned. 5-2 Expos, bottom of the 6th. Pitch to Spire is just a bit low for a ball. It's 2-2. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Low again, ball 3, a full count. Brewster's 3-2 pitch. Swinging a foul ball back behind the plate. Stays 3-2. San Francisco through 8. Cincinnati and San Francisco still tied at 4. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a fly ball into right center field. Jerry Martin is right there waiting. And Martin puts it away. Fire is out, 1 down. That'll bring up Ross Grimsley. Grimsley has singled and flied out to right field. Grimsley gets a big round of applause as he comes to the plate. Done a good job in his early starts for the Expos. Here's the pitch to him. Bouncing ball right back to Warren Brewster. Brew has it and throws, and Grimsley is out on 1 pitch, 2 down. That'll bring up the top of the order, Warren Cromartie. Cromartie has doubled and scored a run, lined out to left and grounded out.
The left fielder, Warren Cromartie.
2 outs, no base runners. Bottom half of the 6th inning. Expos won the opener by a score of 7-3, and they lead this one 5-2. Phillies have been guilty of some shaky fielding. The Phils have committed 3 errors in this game. Pitch to Cromartie is a fastball over for a strike call. The pitch to Crow, swing and a miss. 0-2 the count to Warren Cromartie. Brewster comes right after hitters. He throws a sinker and a slider. Basically, a 2-pitch pitcher. 2-strike pitch. Fastball outside. It's 1-2. One-two pitch to Cromartie. A check swing bouncing foul to Norm Sherry, the third base coach. Remains a ball and 2 strikes. One-two pitch. Fastball outside, 2-2 to Cromartie. Here's the 2-2. Breaking ball low and inside, a full count. 2 outs, no base runners. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Cromartie. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a slider. Cromartie goes down swinging. Brewster has a perfect inning. No runs, hits, or errors, and none left. Out of the end of 6. The score is Expos 5, Phils 2, and now it's time for a tasty break.
I used to think of the George machine at Girard Bank as my own private money game. If I forgot to go to the bank or needed cash on a weekend, there he was. Proceed to go and collect $200. Man, I owned that withdrawal button. You know what I mean? And then I looked at all the buttons. Wow. Checking, savings, deposits, loans, transfers, balances. I got a whole bank right here. Now I do my everyday banking with George. I push the buttons, and I run the bank.
George lets you be the banker. Girard Bank. We're there when you need us.
If you used to shy away from Penn Jersey because we didn't carry a big name in tires, we've got the biggie, Goodyear. That's right. All Penn Jersey stores now stock Goodyear tires. We've got them in all sizes for all cars, and we can install them right away. So if you want Goodyear tires at low prices, come to a Penn Jersey auto store. And here's more good news.
You'll find 2 great Castrol oils, 20W50, 10W40 on sale at low Penn Jersey prices. Penn Jersey Auto Store's quality at a price you can't afford to drive by.
Dave Kingman and all the Chicago Cubs will be at Veterans Stadium Monday night. Monday night's game will start at 8:35. Remember, an hour later than usual at 7:35 on Tuesday and Wednesday. Batting glove weekend against San Diego. Next weekend at the Vet. Autographed batting gloves by Mike Schmidt, Gary Maddox, and Greg Luzinski to be given away next weekend. San Diego will be in on Friday night at 8:05, Saturday night at 7:35, and Sunday afternoon at 1:35. Larry Boa leads off for the Phillies, 7th inning. Phil's down 5-2. The pitch to him is over for a strike call. Boa's 0 for 3. He's flied to center, flied to right, and grounded back to the mound. Pitch to him. There's that slow curveball, and he punches a fly ball to center field. Andre Dawson's right there, and he puts it away. So Bo is out, one down. That'll bring on Mike Schmidt.
Listen, Watkins, the third baseman.
Schmidt has hit a home run, grounded back to the mound and walked. Expos, seventh inning. Grimsley's pitch to Schmidt. Slow curveball, a big swing and a miss. Schmidt waited on that lollipop curveball and took a tremendous cut, no contact. One strike to count to Mike Schmidt. Grimsley's pitch. Another slow curve, and it's top foul back behind the screen and out of play. He's in front of Schmidt, 0-2. Going extra innings at Candlestick, Cincinnati and San Francisco. Tied at 4-4. Gary Lavelle has come into pitch, replacing Vida Blue. Pitch to Schmidt. Low and inside for a ball. Ball and 2 strikes to Mike Schmidt. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a shot, fair ball down the left field line, going all the way to the corner. Schmidt is on his way to second base and will roll in standing with a double. So Mike Schmidt has doubled down the left field line. His second hit of the ball game. For the Phillies, that's hit number 7 off Grimsley, and that'll bring on Greg Luzinski. And quickly the Expos bullpen is jumping into activity, and Mike Schmidt came up rounding first, and he must have pulled a muscle or something because he is walking around near the bag at second base.
I picked him up about halfway between first and second, and he was really just kind of loping in there and limping, and like looking at his ankle. It doesn't seem like it's too serious.
Luzinski has grounded out, walked in singles. Hit a home run in the first game. He went 1 for 3. Grimsley's pitch to him is over for a strike called on the outside corner. Van Bonson and Darrell Knowles get up in the Expos bullpen. Grimsley's pitch to the ball is high for a ball, 1-1. Carter out to talk to Ross Grimsley.
He just crossed Gary Carter up pretty good that time. Carter was coming up like it was a breaking ball. I think he threw a fastball, or just the opposite. I really didn't notice that close, but it was obvious that he crossed him up. And he'll go to a different set of signs with the runner on second base like that, and Grimsley didn't throw Gary Carter what he wanted, and Carter wanted to make sure he does now.
Ball on the strike to count to Luzinski. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss and a fastball. Ball and 2 strikes to the bull. Phillies got their first run on Mike Schmidt's homer and their second on a Bob Boone triple and a Ted Sizemore ground out. Trailing here in the 7th inning, 5-2. One-two pitch. Swing and a fly ball into deep center field. Dawson going back, has room at the rim of the warning track and makes the catch. Schmidt moves up to third base after the catch. The Mike at third base with 2 outs, and that'll bring up Davy Johnson.
The first baseman.
Johnson's 0 for 3 is struck out, grounded into a fielder's choice, and flied out to right field. Two down in the 7th with Mike Schmidt at third base. Tug McGraw is starting to throw in the Phillies bullpen. The pitch to Johnson, swing and a ground ball hit to third. Larry Parrish has it. He's thrown to first in plenty of time. And the Phillies go down in the 7th. No runs are hit, no errors, 1 left. We move to the bottom of the 7th. Montreal 5 and the Phils 2.
Time was station wagons only came in one size, big. And if you wanted good mileage, you were out of luck. Volare gives you your money's worth of room and mileage of 25 on the highway, 18 in the city. That's an EPA estimate for a wagon with 225, 1-barrel engine, and manual transmission. Your mileage may differ. And and also has the high resale value you're looking for. No wonder Volari's been the #1 selling wagon in America over the past 2 years. It gives you your money's worth when you buy and when you sell. See it today at your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
Just gotta come to Geno's, because that's where you'll find Colonel Sanders Kentucky Fried Chicken. Golden brown and finger-licking good. They go together. Kentucky Fried Chicken and Geno's. So come on, come to Geno's and feel good.
Half of the seventh. For more play-by-play, here again is Andy Munson.
All right, Harry, and Dave Cash will lead it off for Montreal. It'll be Cash, Dawson, and Carter to bat against Warren Brewster. Right-hander winds, and here's the pitch, low inside, ball one. Hard to believe, but Cash doesn't have a hit in the doubleheader today, even though the Expos won the first game and they're leading in this one. Low outside, a ball. 2-0. Next pitch on the way by Brewster, and he misses low, ball 3. Brewster had a 1-2-3 inning after coming on last round. Fred Holdsworth is warming up in the Montreal bullpen. Here's the 3-0 pitch. It's over for a strike. Holdsworth is a right-hander. Here's Brewster's 3-1 pitch, and it's a ground ball back the middle. It's fielded by Boa behind the bag, and he throws him out. A nice play by Larry, and we pause for station identification, the Phillies Baseball Network.
This is KYW Philadelphia at 6:31. AccuWeather says clear, moonlit skies, cold tonight, scattered frost, low near the record of 34. Clear skies, 59 degrees on Independence Mall.
At the plate, Andre Dawson. He's 1 for 3. He also reached base on an error by Sizemore. The Phillies have had 3 errors in this ball game. Here's a strike call.
2 of them are pretty tough scoring calls, too. The third one was an obvious one, which Schmidt threw the ball past Sizemore, but the first 2 are tough calls.
I don't know about that. Here's a pitch outside. I thought the one on Sizemore was a very tough call. I thought the ground ball to Schmidt should have been fielded. Swing and a foul ball by Dawson.
Well, the way we were talking in here is at least they were consistent about it. The ball was hit very hard, and Mike, you know, you get used to him coming up with those plays, but the ball was hit really hard at him, and the Expos are not getting the favorable scoring that I'm sure they would like to get at home.
Brewster winds, and here's the next pitch. Ground ball headed toward Sizemore, moves toward first, fields it, and throws him out. That was a close play. Dawson really got down the line. 2 more ground balls for Warren Brewster. We've got 2 out in the inning. And here's Gary Carter, who has done his share of damage today. He has driven in runs in both ball games. 3 RBIs for the afternoon, 1 in the first game and 2 here. The Expos lead the ball game 5-2. First pitch to Carter. Little pop-up towards shortstop. Larry Boa stepping back a couple of feet, and he takes it for the out. So the Expos are down in order again in the 7th inning. And at the end of 7, Montreal leads 5-2. Now time for a tasty break.
People are proud to call Philadelphia home because we've got a superstar baseball team like the Phillies. And we've also got a superstar cake called Tasty Cake, like fresh-baked Tasty Cake coffee cake and cream-filled coffee cake. Bring home Tasty Cake coffee cake 1 package at a time, or buy the family pack full, and treat yourself to all the good things wrapped up in one.
Tasty Cake is a world of fun.
In the market for a new car? Are you thinking about fixing your old one? Or maybe you'd rather consider leasing or renting? Well, George Foy of Foy Buick and Leasing at 316 West Chelton Avenue in Germantown makes all these options available to you. Foy Buick and Leasing has been serving the people of the Philadelphia area since 1921, and they've earned the respect of their customers by their dependability in sales and service.
Be a satisfied customer by visiting Foy Buick at 316 West Chelton Avenue in the Germantown section of Philadelphia.
The Phillies have a terrific offer for all women. On Sunday, May 14th, the Phillies will be playing Pete Rose, Joe Morgan, George Foster, Johnny Bench, and the Cincinnati Reds. As an added attraction, all women will receive a free canvas Phillies tote bag that is perfect for many occasions. That's a free Phillies canvas tote bag for all women Sunday, May 14th, when the Phillies play the Cincinnati Reds at the vet game time 1:35. Defensive changes for Montreal. The Expos are moving Pepe Frias into play at second base, and Sam Mejias into play in left field, and they will bat straight up. Mejias will bat in the leadoff spot where Cromartie was hitting, and Frias will bat second where Cash was hitting. Phillies in the eighth inning will start with Gary Maddox. Maddox, Boone, and Sizemore to square off against Ross Grimsley, who is again working on a complete game. He pitched the entire 9 innings in his first 2 outings this year, and he's trying to do it again today, although he will start the inning with the bullpen up. Darrell Knowles, left-hander. Stan Bonson, right-hander, throwing in the Montreal bullpen. Well, here's Maddox. He has 2 doubles this afternoon in the second game, 2 out of 3. Gary was 1 for 4 in the first game. There's a ball hit in the air to left center field. Getting over that way is Dawson, the center fielder, and he takes it for the out. Maddox flies out to center field on 1 pitch, and Bob Boone will bat. The Cincinnati-San Francisco game is into the 10th inning now, and the Reds have scored a run. They lead it 5-4. Giants now batting last of the 10th. First pitch to Boone is over for a strike. Bob had a triple his last time up and came around to score the Phillies' second run. Grimsley winds in the next pitch. Slow breaking curve outside. 1 ball, 1 strike to Boone. Low and outside a ball. It's a tough time of the day to see. It's starting to get dark here now. Lights have been on for quite some time, but you know how it is at twilight. Grimsley misses low with a sinker. 2 balls and 1 strike.
But all kinds of tough stages to see in this park today.
Pretty tough when we showed up. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swinging a ball hit deep to left field. Way back. It is gone. Bob Boone hits a home run, and the deficit is back to 2 runs. It is a 5-3 ball game as Boone hits a long shot to left field. His second home run of the year, and Boone earns a case of Tasty Cake.
Well, the Phillies are going to see a lot of that slow stuff, and they're starting to get on Grimsley a little bit now. They've gotten themselves behind in this game, but I know they probably can't wait to catch this guy on a nice, warm July night.
Third home run of the afternoon for the Phillies. Luzinski in the first game. Schmidt and Boone here. They have all been bases empty home runs. Here's a strike call to Sizemore. Size drove in a run on a ground ball in his last at bat. Pitch to the right-handed batter is grounded to Spire. He has it. Here's the throw across to Perez in time, and Sizemore is out. That's 2 down, and Barry Foote will come up to bat for Warren Brewster. Second time this afternoon Foote has been used as a pinch hitter. He was used in the first game, and then he stayed in the ball game to catch with McCarver, who was catching at the time, moving on down to first base. And Foote got another at bat. He didn't come through as a pinch hitter, but he stayed in the game, as I say, and he got a hit later on, his second time up, so he's 1 for 2. His only 2 at bats of the year. Grimsley misses low, ball 1. Foote, a right-handed batter. Here's the next pitch, a little check swing tapper to third. Parrish has it on 1 hot, and he throws him out. Foote was upset. He threw the bat away. He didn't mean to hit that ball, but he's out of there, and the inning is over. But the Phillies get a run on Boone's homer, 1 hit, nobody left. At the end of 7.5 innings, it's Montreal 5, Phillies 3.
There's a demanding cat around. He's at your Lincoln Mercury dealers, and he wants these dealers to sell every Mercury in stock. Every one. That means you have a great chance to get into any one of his fine cars right now. From the full-size Mercury Marquis right through his Cougars, Zephyrs, Monarchs, and Bobcats. They're all up for grabs right now. See your Lincoln Mercury dealer quick, because that cat means business. At the sign of the cat.
I just saved myself a trip to the bank and a trip to the post office. I've got this new thing going with George Bank by phone from Girard Bank. Just paid a month's worth of bills, did a whole pile of banking. I even gave myself a loan. Oh, sure, a few other banks have pay by phone, but Girard lets me pay and bank by phone. You know, it's almost like having a Girard Bank right here in my kitchen.
Ask for a demonstration of George Bank by phone at any Girard Bank office.
The new Phillies pitcher is Tug McGraw, their fourth of the ball game. Warren Brewster worked a perfect 2 innings, retiring the Expos twice, 1, 2, 3, getting 1 strikeout. Tony Perez will be first up against Frank Tug McGraw, appearing in his 5th ball game. Tug has a victory this year. He also has a save and a 1.50 earned run average for the left-hander. Perez, Valentine, and Parrish to bat for Montreal in the 8th inning. The Expos lead this game 5-3. Montreal winning the first 7-3. Tug into his windup. Here's the pitch. Low ball 1. Perez officially 1 for 2 in this game. He also drew a walk. Next pitch to him is in at the knees, a strike. Perez had 2 hits in the opener today and knocked in a run. Swinging a ground ball in the hole, a base hit for Tony Perez. He grounded it through to left field. And Tug is greeted by a base hit.
The button to the left, the right field side, Ellis Valentine.
Here's Ellis Valentine. And we have a pinch runner at first base as Del Unser comes in the ball game to run for Perez, and he'll undoubtedly stay in and take over at first base. So Unser running at first here in the 8th inning.
For Tony Perez, pinch runner for Tony Perez.
Ellis Valentine 2 out of 3 this afternoon, including a run batted in. Well, many of you may have stayed up late last night watching a basketball game on TV. Portland won that game over Seattle. Here's a pitch that bounces at the plate. It's the ball. Boone blocks it in front, and there's no advance by the runner. But the Portland Trailblazers today, who won that game, have just announced that Bill Walton broke his left ankle. Fractured left ankle in that ball game, and he will be out for the remainder of the year. Tough blow for the defending NBA champions, and things are looking good for the Sixers. There's a pitch low, 2-0 the count. Well, they owed us one, didn't they? Pitch on the way. Valentine, mighty deep drive to left field, but Lozinski getting in position for this one, and he takes it for the out. He got up under that one. That was a major league fly ball. Valentine is out. First out of the inning, and Unser holds first. Larry Parrish 0 for 3 in this ball game, including grounding into a double play. Tug stretches and checks Unser. Pitch on the way, low a ball. Unser still a resident of New Jersey, by the way, but he says that'll be for about 1 more month. He's moving out to the San Francisco Bay Area. Now, how can anybody leave Philadelphia for San Francisco? Here's a ball tapped over top the mound. Boa gets it, shovels to Sizemore. The ball gets away from Sizemore, and everybody's safe. They ruled safe at second base as the ball went away from Sizemore as he was trying a relay throw.
Well, now Sizemore had possession of the ball and was trying to throw. Now, Danny Ozark's going to come out and argue the runner at second base has to be out on that play because he had possession of the ball and looked like he was starting to throw it.
That's a hard one to figure, isn't it? Because he had the out and the sign was already up, and Size was trying to throw the ball to get the second out. And the umpire at second base, Joe West, turns around and says he's safe. Sizemore will be charged with his second error of the ball game and the fourth error of the ball game for the Phillies. 2 by Schmidt, 2 by Sizemore.
The only thing I can figure is that he's saying that Sizemore wasn't in the vicinity of the bag when he made the play because he obviously had gotten possession of it and then was going to throw to first and the ball slipped out of his hand then.
Larry Boa will be credited with an assist on the play. Danny Ozark leaving after a very brief conference. So runners at first and second, 1 out. And the batter is Chris Fire. Now we have a youngster running along the fence in the outfield, and time is held up while he goes into center field to retrieve something. I guess maybe a ball got away from the bullpen. All right, here's Spire. He's 0 for 2 with an intentional walk. Spire certainly was hot in the first game. He was on base all 4 times he came to the plate. Tug McGraw stretches. Here's his pitch to the right-handed batter. And it's a curveball, low, ball 1. The Expos 7-3 winners in the first game of this doubleheader would like to sweep. Tug's next pitch, low, ball 2. Next pitch on the way, strike right on the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike to count on Chris Spire. The Expo bullpen stays busy. Here's Tug's next pitch. Check swing. Curveball. It's low. 3-1 the count. Howell Hughes and Fred Holdsworth are both up throwing in the Montreal bullpen. Here's McGraw's delivery. Fly ball, right center field. Coming in is Jerry Martin, and he catches it for the out. Spire flies out to right field. That's the second out. Unser remains at second and Parrish at first. And Ross Grimsley gets a good hand. Grimsley's done a good job. He's held the Phillies to 3 runs and 8 hits. Grimsley 1 for 3 at the plate. They're giving him a standing ovation. I don't think he's done that good a job.
Pretty good when you get a standing ovation for an 8-hitter. I think everybody's cold. Got to get up and move around a little bit. First pitch to him was low, ball 1.
Dug out the belt. Here's his pitch. Foul back.
He gets a base hit. They'll go nuts.
Strike on the left-handed batter. I don't know why they're so stirred up. I guess they just sort of talked themselves into it. Pitch on the way to Grimsley. Foul down the left field side out of play. We've got a crowd here today of 19,237. I don't think there are nearly that many here at this point.
Whoever's is really loud.
They just decided to have some fun here. I think you've hit on the head. Hit the nail on the head, Chris. They just want to do something to try to warm up. Here's Tug's next pitch. Another fly ball, foul out of play.
I feel like doing the same thing, but I can't clap for a guy who's got an 8-hitter.
3 doubles, a triple, and 2 home runs, too. He is, however, leading 5-3. Tug stretches, and here's the pitch. Call, third strike. And the crowd boos low, but it was a good pitch right across the heart of the plate. So in the inning for Montreal, no runs, 1 hit, 1 error, 2 men left on base. At the end of 8, the Expos lead 5-3.
There's a demanding cat around. He's at your Lincoln Mercury dealers, and he wants these dealers to sell every Mercury in stock. Every one. That means you have a great chance to get into any one of his fine cars right now. From the full-size Mercury Marquis right through his Cougars, Zephyrs, Monarchs, and Bobcats. They're all up for grabs right now. See your Lincoln Mercury dealer quick, because that cat means business. At the sign of the cat.
Great in any year. MAB paints. When you paint, get the paint that lasts longer. MAB. It gives you more years per gallon. And great in 78 is what people will be saying about the Phillies. MAB has Phillies Great in 78 bumper stickers. And you could win 2 tickets to a Phillies game if one of the MAB spotters sees the Phillies bumper sticker on your car. To get your free Phillies bumper sticker, visit the nearest MAB paint store, dealer, or Rich Lux Home Center in your neighborhood.
What's happening? I'm Gary Maddox.
And I'm his wife, Sandra. I'm serving Gary's favorite dish, roast turkey stuffed with cornbread dressing.
You know, Sandra's always been particular about the quality of the ingredients she uses when she cooks.
So this time I used Acme's Lancaster brand, pre-basted turkey, and a lot of other Acme products.
That really looks good.
You can make really good turkey and cornbread stuffing with a special Phillies home plate recipe free at Acme Super Saver. Take it from Sandra and Gary Maddox.
Now this is what's happening.
Well, there have been a lot of instructional books written on baseball, but one of the very best is Baseball the Phillies Way, a brand new publication of the Philadelphia Phillies. This book contains information on all the facets of the game, plus illustration. As an added attraction, there are 27 full-color baseball cards of the current Phillies roster. To get your copy, send a check or money order for $2 to Baseball the Phillies Way, P.O. Box 7575, Philadelphia 19101, or pick up a copy for $1.50 when you come to Veterans Stadium. Gary Martin leads it off for the Phillies, and the first pitch is ball 1. Martin 1 for 4 this afternoon. Here's Grimsley's next pitch. It misses high, 2-0 the count. So the Phillies are down to their last at-bats, trailing in this game 5-3. But they're starting at the top of their batting order. Grimsley winds. Here's the 2-0 pitch. High ball 3. 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes to Jerry Martin leading off the 9th inning. Darrell Knowles and Stan Bunsen are up in the ever-changing Expo bullpen. Low and outside, ball 4, and Martin draws a 4-pitch walk to start the 9th inning. The 4th man walked by Grimsley. Gary Carter out to the mound to talk with him, and here's Larry Boa. Larry 1 for 5 in the first game and 0 for 4 in this one. Hope you're not having dinner with Boa tonight.
You mean me?
Yes. You are permitted to talk in the 8th and 9th innings as well, you know.
I'm getting the scoreboard ready for Mr. Ashburn. No, I'm not having dinner with him tonight, no.
Good choice. Here's Larry. Pitch to him as a right-handed batter is low, and Grimsley hasn't gotten anything over the plate, and Jim Brewer coming out of the Expo dugout at a full trot.
That's what happens when you get those standing ovations. Come out and try too hard.
That's right. This crowd unnerved him.
He's probably out there trying to figure out what they were yelling about, too.
Ball game is over at Candlestick, and the Reds won it in 10 innings, 5-4. Dave Tomlin, the winning pitcher in relief. The losing pitcher, Gary Lavelle. Johnny Bench hit an infield roller behind second base, and it scored Ken Griffey with 1 out in the top of the 11th inning, it says here, but I thought it was a 10-inning ball game, wasn't it? Well, at any rate, that was the ball game. Here's the pitch to Boa, and this one's over at the knees for a strike. I think that wire copy was wrong. I believe that was a 10-inning ball game. At any rate, the Reds won the game. Boa sends a ball into the air to shallow center field. It's dropping quickly. It falls in for a hit. But Jerry Martin never got off first base, and he's going to be out at second. Martin thought the ball was going to be caught, and he wasn't 5 feet off first base.
Ellis Valentine, it looked to Jerry Martin like Ellis Valentine was going to make a spectacular shoestring catch on that ball, and Jerry turned his back and didn't watch the completion of the play and was on his way back to first base when the ball got away. So Larry Boa loses a hit, and the play goes 9-6, and Dick Williams has seen enough of Grimsley.
Grimsley is coming out of the ball game. The Expos are making a pitching change. Stan Bonson will be on, and we'll be back following this brief timeout.
Want to add new sparkle and excitement to a humdrum world? Well, enroll for summer courses at Widener College in nearby suburban Chester, PA. Widen your world with Widener. There are long lists of subjects available, both graduate and undergraduate, both day and evening classes, as well as a Widener Way for Women program. Perhaps you need a few credits prior to September. Perhaps you're thinking of re-entering college. Perhaps you're out of high school a few years and want to give college a try. Widener College is a fully accredited college where you can work toward a degree or just take a course or two that will make your life more interesting and your career more rewarding. Day courses at Widener include business administration, engineering, social science, paralegal, humanities, and science, just to name a few. In addition, evening courses include accounting and management, liberal arts, science, engineering, and social science. MBA courses are also offered in the evening. Make this summer rewarding as well as enjoyable. Call Widener College at 876-5551 for additional information.
Chrysler LeBaron's a good combination. It's a car size for today's living, yet loaded with luxury. It gives you your money's worth of sensibly sized style. In your choice of 3 models, a young stylish 2-door, a classic 4-door, and the new LeBaron Town & Country wagon. The difference between this wagon and any other is luxury. Why drive a car that doesn't feel great? Why not get your money's worth of style and luxury? When LeBaron gives you all this, why settle for anything less? See it at your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer today.
Stan Bonson coming in the ball game. He got a save in game number 1 today, pitching the final inning and a third. The Phillies did reach him for 2 runs and 3 hits. So here's Bonson, a right-handed pitcher, to face Mike Schmidt, who has a home run and a double in this ball game. Part of a 2-for-3 afternoon. He was also on base on a walk. Larry Boa, the runner at first, on a fielder's choice. One down, Montreal leads at 5-3. Bonson stretches. The pitch to Schmidt is over, a strike. Schmidt has raised his average to .302 with this performance here in the second game, and he had 1 hit in the first game today. Montreal a 7-3 winner in the opening game. Bonson stretches the 1-strike pitch way outside. Carter has to dive out for it. Slider getting away from Bonson. 1 ball and 1 strike. Parrish is playing so close to the line at third he could reach out and touch it. Outside and low, a ball. 2-1 the count to Schmidt.
You got to do that in the late innings. Guard the lines and prevent extra base hits and sacrifice a single here, but they don't want to give up the extra base hit and put the tying run on second base.
Knowles stays up in the bullpen, and Bill Atkinson, right-hander, has joined him now. Knowles not throwing, he's just watching the ball game. Pitch to Mike, high. 3 balls and a strike to Schmidt. Greg Luzinski on deck. Expos lead at 5-3. Montreal 2 outs away from wrapping it up. The Phillies 2 runs away from extending it. Bonson has the sign from Carter. Here's his pitch. Low, ball 4, and the Phils will bring the lead run to the plate. Schmidt walks. He represents the tying run. Boa down to second. And Greg Luzinski. Let's pause for station identification. This is the Phillies Baseball Network.
This is KYW Philadelphia. That's 6:59. AccuWeather says clear, moonlit skies, cold tonight, scattered frost, low near the record of 34 degrees, clear skies 52 on Independence Mall.
Bud Harrelson is coming out as a pinch runner for Mike Schmidt. Harrelson taking over at first. Did Schmidt hurt his ankle earlier in the game, Chris?
I think the last time he batted in the 7th inning when he doubled to left, he pulled up a little lame going into second base. And either pulled a muscle or hurt his ankle. So with the tying run there, Danny wants a faster runner.
Here's Luzinski, and the pitch to the ball is high, ball one. Greg homered in the first game today. He's 1 for 3 in this one, plus a walk.
There's no way that Danny Ozark would normally run for Schmitty in that spot because if the Phillies should get into extra innings, obviously if they were, have to go into the 9th inning, they want his glove at third base. But he's thinking right now to get Bud Harrelson home with that tying run, and Mike was really hobbling after that double.
One nothing the count to Greg Luzinski. Monson stretches. Here's the pitch to the ball. On the outside corner, a strike. That was a good pitch by Bonson. He kept it away from the ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bo with the runner at second. Harrelson at first with 1 out. The pitch to Luzinski. Swinging a ground ball to short. Over to second, there's 1. Frias returns it, a double play, and the ball game is over. The Expos have swept a doubleheader from the Phillies by 7-3 and 5-3 scores. In the 9th inning for the Phillies, no runs, no hits, 1 man left on base. We'll be back with the wrap-up in just a moment.
Bush, St. Louis.
Here this afternoon, dropping the Phillies back to the 500 level at 5 victories and 5 defeats. Montreal winning the first game 7-3 behind Wayne Twitchell, who got his first victory ever over the Phillies. And despite 2 solo home runs in the second game, one by Schmidt, another by Bob Boone, the Expos win the second game 5-3. They had big innings in both ball games. They scored 6 times in the 7th inning of the first game, and they scored 3 runs in the 5th inning of the second game after they had taken the lead in the 4th inning by a 2-1 score on an unearned run. Here are the totals for Game 2. The Expos 5 runs, 9 hits, 1 error, 7 men left on base. The Phillies 3 runs, 8 hits, 4 errors, and 10 men left on base. Ross Grimsley, the winning pitcher, he's 3-0 this year. The losing pitcher, Larry Christensen, he is 1-1. Stan Bonson gets another save. He earned saves in both ends of this doubleheader today. Second game played in 2 hours and 21 minutes. A crowd today of 19,237. Jim Lundborg scheduled to pitch against Steve Rogers tomorrow afternoon, and our airtime in Philadelphia will be 2:15. Be sure and stay tuned now for the Tasty Cake wrap-up show. Gary Carter will be Rich Ashburn's special guest. John Stubbs has been our engineer for the doubleheader. Our executive producer is Steve Silverman. Phillies baseball is a presentation of the Philadelphia Phillies. So for Harry Callis, Rich Ashburn, and Chris Wheeler, Andy Musser saying so long from Olympic Stadium, where the Expos swept the Phillies 7-3 and 5-3. This is the Phillies Baseball Network.
Phillies baseball has been sponsored in part by Tasty Cake, whose cakes, pies, and cookies give you over 30 delicious ways to take a tasty break. Tasty Cake, all the good things wrapped up in one. And by your Coca-Cola bottler, who reminds you that Coke adds life to baseball and all your favorite sports. Enjoy it often. By Girard Bank, where George lets you be the banker night and day, every day. And by the people with the all-star lineup this season, your local Lincoln Mercury dealers. By Anheuser-Busch, brewers of Budweiser, the king of beers. There's no better way to relax than with the easy taste of Budweiser. And by Geno's, where you get the 100% sirloiner, Kentucky Fried Chicken, crispy fish, and make-it-yourself salad. You'll be feeling good at Geno's. By your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer, where you get Grand Slam deals on the most complete lineup of new cars in your area.
This is News Radio in the Delaware Valley, KYW 1060 Philadelphia. The top story at this hour, the suspense in Italy, as officials wait word from the Red Brigades on the fate of Aldo Moro. In other news, 15,000 demonstrators from West Germany, France, and Poland staged the largest anti-Nazi demonstration in West Germany since World War II today. And a New Jersey teenager is dead, 3 others injured after a shooting incident in Franklin Township. Details after the Tasty Cake wrap-up show.
The look that love is out of sight. Two together. All right.
Glah Brothers, a love company for the look that's love with a feel of elegance. Come to any of the 20 Glah Brothers or 13 Sears stores featuring Glah Brothers formal wear. Glah offers the very latest in After 6 and Palm Beach formals, sizes 4 to 64, jade green to bamboo beige, from Canton blue to silver gray. Now, with a wedding party of 5 or more, Glah provides a free tuxedo rental for the groom. At Glah, your men's formal is guaranteed to fit perfectly and be ready on time. Glah Brothers, a love company for the look that's love.
Tasty Cake is proud to present the Tasty Cake wrap-up show with facts and figures of today's game and an exclusive interview with the star of the game. So grab a Tasty Cake. There are more than 30 delicious kinds to choose from. Relax in your easy chair and get into the 1978 baseball season with Tasty Cake and the Phillies. All the good things wrapped up in one.
Tasty Cake is a world of fun. All the good things wrapped up in one.
Hi, everybody. Back at Olympic Stadium, this is Rich Ashburn. Our guest on our Tasty Cake Star of the Game show is Montreal catcher Gary Carter. And Gary had a fine doubleheader, but also caught both games of this doubleheader. And Gary, I noticed you've played 2 doubleheaders now. You've caught both doubleheaders. You may be a 162 ball game player this year.
I don't know about that, Rich, but Dick Williams has indicated to me he'd like to try and catch me as much as possible. Bob Reese, the backup catcher, really hasn't had too much experience. He's played some years in the minor leagues, and he's had some exposure during spring training, but today was his first day in there in that 9th inning of the first game.
Maybe that's why Dick Williams said the last time you guys were in Philadelphia, he said, if something happens to my catcher, Gary Carter, I might as well just pack it in. That is quite a responsibility on you. You know, you guys back there are subject to injuries. Looks like you're going to have to grind it out.
Well, Rich, I'll tell you, the first couple of years, 75, I played the outfield and switched my time between there, and I got more injuries in the outfield than I did behind the plate. So actually, I'm glad to don those tools of ignorance again to protect me a little bit. I know that there's foul tips and I'm more vulnerable to plays at home plate and all, but I think I've learned a little bit more with the experience and all about how to protect myself more. I don't run into walls anymore and things like that, and I'm able to just go out there and play hard, but just be careful at the same time.
We're talking to catcher Gary Carter. Let's check the action in this second game of the doubleheader. Of course, the Phillies lost the first game by a 7-3 score. In the second ball game, with Ross Grimsley on the mound, and Grimsley has been the Expos' best pitcher. This is his third win today. His first two were completed games. One of those a shutout. But in the first inning with 2 men out, Mike Schmidt was the batter.
Here's a ball hit in the air way out the right field side. It is way deep. It is a home run. Mike Schmidt has homered the opposite way. He got into that one pretty good. And that ball was only fair by about 20 feet. A home run for Mike Schmidt and a case of tasty cakes. And the Phillies lead the ball game 1-0.
Gary, about Grimsley, what about him? He's 3-0 now, and looks like his control is good. He has a lot of variety, a lot of different pitches. I guess you catch him in a rocking chair, right?
It's fun to catch him, really it is, Rich. He's got some great off-speed pitches. He's got a slow curve along with a changeup, and actually he dazzles him with that and then just shows him the fastball. It's just sneaky fast, and he's just really, like you said, had good control with it and has been able to spot it where he needs to, and has really pitched himself out of a lot of jams at times, and you got to give him a lot of credit. He's really done the job up till now.
Well, he got out of one bases loaded, nobody out situation. That kind of looked like it gave him quite a lift.
It did. It really did. After my beauty era that I had, it was funny because Dave Johnson swung the bat, and he took off towards first. I reached out. I thought I had the ball in my glove, and then the ball goes behind me, and that kind of rattled him a little bit. But I went out to him, and I says, okay, now I made the mistake. Now pick me up. And he sure did the job, and I'm really glad that he came back and got those three after the bases were loaded.
You had a strange game. You got kind of picked off second, and then it looked like you forgot there were 2 men out one time, headed towards the dugout.
It was a long day, Rich, really, I tell you. And the reason on first base, with 2 strikes on Tony Perez, I was given the steal, and it was just if I could get a jump. And Larry took a little bit more time in his stretch, and I just figured that I'd just take off, and sure as he didn't throw it, he steps off and boom, right after me. So I was deader than a doornail.
Well, some of it was good, though, because with that 1-0 lead on Mike Schmidt's home run, Montreal in the bottom of the inning, Warren Cromartie led off with a double, and with 2 men out, our star of the game and our guest, Gary Carter, the batter.
Now Larry stretches. And here's the pitch. Swinging a hard-hit ball in the hole, left field, base hit, being waved around Cromartie. Here comes the throw to the plate. It is cut off, and the ball game is tied.
Gary Carter tying the ball game with that single to left field. Montreal in the fourth inning. The Phillies played some loose ball in this second game. Andre Dawson got on base on an error by Ted Sizemore. After Gary Carter popped out, Tony Perez got a single to left field. And then Ellis Valentine, the batter.
Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball laced to right field for a base hit. Dawson rounding third. Jerry Martin's throw is cut off. Dawson scores. The Expos lead it 2-1.
Montreal with a 2-1 lead. They held that lead going into the bottom of the fifth inning with 1 down. Dave Cash got on an error by Mike Schmidt, the third baseman. Andre Dawson singled, and our guest again, Gary Carter, steps up to home plate.
Stretch by Christensen in the pitch. Swing and a base hit to left field. Rounding third is Dave Cash. The throw comes into the plate, not in time. Cut off by Schmidt. Throw to second, gets away from Sizemore to right field. Dawson scores, and Carter ends up at third.
Well, that was an odd play, Gary. What started off to be kind of a routine single and a run batted in.
It really was, Rich. I rounded first base with the intention that it might have been a close play at home, and I just rounded the base and saw I might have a chance, so I took advantage of it. And Schmitty just might have been a little bit off balance and threw high, so it worked out for the best. And usually they say to try and take that extra base hit, especially with less than 2 outs.
Well, that made it a 4-1 lead for Montreal, and then they scored their 5th run on a wild pitch in that same inning. The Phillies would come back with a run in the 6th inning to make it a 5-2 ball game. And then in the 8th inning, with 1 man out, Bob Boone, the batter.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swinging a ball hit deep to left field, way back. It is gone. Bob Boone hits a home run. And the deficit is back to 2 runs. It is a 5-3 ball game as Booney hits a long shot to left field. His second.
Well, that did make it a 5-3 ball game, and Gary, that's the way it ended. I noticed in the 9th inning that Dick Williams was not going to let Schmitty and the Bull get a shot at a long ball with that runner on.
That's right. He wanted to go to the bullpen with Bonson and use the odds and go to the right-handed pitcher. And Stan came in, and he's been in a lot of ball games so far, and I think he's really adjusted well in the relief role. And he had a little trouble with his breaking ball at first, and I went out to him and I told him that it wasn't breaking properly, and he said it was something with his leg. So I went out there and I just kind of said, okay, throw a double play ball to Bull, and sure enough, it came up. So it's unbelievable how premonitions come up like that, but it was just a great thrill to win today.
Gary, nice ball game. Thanks for visiting with us.
Rich, it's always a pleasure. Thank you.
Our guest, Gary Carter, and for visiting with us, he will receive a gift certificate from the Mitchell Daroff Clothing Showroom at 417 North 3rd Street in Philadelphia, the Rosemont Village Mall in Rosemont, PA, and the Stockroom in Quakertown. And we'll be back with a Major League scoreboard right after this word from Tasty Cake.
Tasty Cake is a day in spring, a brand new love or a golden ring. Tasty Cake is the morning sun. It's all the good things wrapped up in one. Tasty Cake is a deep blue sea, long as singer for you and me. Tasty Cake is a world of fun. It's all the good things wrapped up in one.
True Blue Phillies fans already know there never was a better baseball team than those fantastic Phillies. And True Blue Pie fans know there never was a better tasting packaged pie than Tasty Cake pies. Tasty Cake pies taste so good because we fresh bake them with real apples, cherries, peaches, and blueberries, with real lemon custard, too. Tantalizing Tasty Cake pies. Like the Phillies, they're all the good things wrapped up in one.
Well, let's check the National League this afternoon. The New York Mets playing good baseball, beat the Chicago Cubs 3-2. Rick Russell lost that game. Cornell won it in relief. St. Louis and Pittsburgh in a wild ball game with the Pirates scoring 2 runs in the bottom of the 9th to win that game 8-7. Tecovey the winner in relief. Urea the loser in relief. Simmons and Morales hit cardinal home runs. Stargell hit one for the Pirates. The Pirates won that game with 2 runs in the 9th inning by an 8-7 score. Cincinnati beat San Francisco in 10 innings by a 5-4 score. The winner in relief was Tomlin, and the loser was Lavelle for the Giants. Vida Blue hit a home run for San Francisco. Baltimore and Kansas City in the American League just about ready to start playing. Other American League scores: Toronto beat the White Sox 4-2. Detroit over Texas 7-6. Cleveland clobbered the Red Sox 13-4. The Red Sox breaking their winning streak. The Yankees over Milwaukee 4-3 in 12 innings. California beat Minnesota 5-3. And that takes care of our Major League scoreboard. A rough day here, a cold, brutally cold, windy day here in Montreal. The Phillies losing a doubleheader 7-3 in the first game, 5-3 in the second game. The Phillies have now won 5 and lost 5 on the season. Jim Lonborg will pitch for the Phillies tomorrow against right-hander Steve Rogers, and hope you'll join us at that time. John Stubbs, my engineer. Chris Wheeler, my producer. The final score, 7-3 first game, 5-3 second game. We'll talk to you tomorrow on the Phillies Baseball Network.
Thank you for listening to this game on Classic Baseball on the radio. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Feel free to browse our library of over 1,000 classic games and be sure to spread the word. Long live baseball. Thank you for listening to this game on Classic Baseball on the radio. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Feel free to browse our library of over 1,000 classic games and be sure to spread the word. Long live baseball. Thank you for listening to this game on Classic Baseball on the radio. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Feel free to browse our library of over 1,000 classic games and be sure to spread the word. Long live baseball. Thank you for listening to this game on Classic Baseball on the radio. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Feel free to browse our library of over 1,000 classic games and be sure to spread the word. Long live baseball. Thank you for listening to this game on Classic Baseball on the radio. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Feel free to browse our library of over 1,000 classic games and be sure to spread the word. Long live baseball. Thank you for listening to this game on Classic Baseball on the radio. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Feel free to browse our library of over 1,000 classic games and be sure to spread the word. Long live baseball. Thank you for listening to this game on Classic Baseball on the radio. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Feel free to browse our library of over 1,000 classic games and be sure to spread the word. Long live baseball. Thank you for listening to this game on Classic Baseball on the radio. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Feel free to browse our library of over 1,000 classic games and be sure to spread the word. Long live baseball. Thank you for listening to this game on Classic Baseball on the radio. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Feel free to browse our library of over 1,000 classic games and be sure to spread the word. Long live baseball. Thank you for listening to this game on Classic Baseball on the radio. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Feel free to browse our library of over 1,000 classic games and be sure to spread the word. Long live baseball. Thank you for listening to this game on Classic Baseball on the radio. We hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Feel free to browse our library of over 1,000